Hello. Welcome everyone to day one of our Conscious Business Showcase for March. We are super excited to be here with you. My name is Christine Cardoza, one of the Healing Soul School founders. I have a huge business background. I've been a travel agent the last 10 years, and this year during our lockdown, I was able to go within and really figure out what I wanted to do with my life when I grew up. And the Healing Soul School came and the Conscious Business Showcase. So what we're doing the next 2 days is we are locking arms with other conscious-based leaders, entrepreneurs, those who lead from the heart and are really making an impact in the world. And we are going to tell you all about their magic and what they're doing. If something that they're doing resonates with you and can help you in your life, by all means, reach out to them. For us at the Healing Soul School, we're here to help teach you how to heal yourself, heal your soul. We come from a soul level, multidimensional. We have been really diving in this past year, Virginia and I, on our own spiritual walk with our beautiful mentors that we have, our spiritual coaches, and it's been so great to be able to learn from them and then come and bring this into the school. So we teach people how to heal themselves. That's one of our programs. And then if someone is called or they know that they're meant to be a healer, a medium, psychic, someone that has spiritual gifts and they're using that for their business or want to, but don't know how or need a little bit of support, then we have something available for that as well. So Virginia, I would like to, I'll introduce her as my beautiful partner, my partner in crime, my business partner at the Healing Soul School here. We met last spring through a different business and we just connected right away. We knew we were meant to be together working somehow in some capacity. And so a few businesses later, we finally figured it out with the Healing Soul School. And it's been such a pleasure. So Virginia, I'll give you the floor if you'd like to share about your background.
Yes. Hi. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us. We just love doing this every month and coming here and sharing all these beautiful humans and all of the magic that they give to everybody on the earth. So my name is Virginia Maskell Fantasia. I am a meditation and mindset coach, energy healer, and spiritual mentor. So considering meditation coach came first in all of that, that's really my focus, is helping people to create a consistent meditation practice in their life, because that first step opens up your world. It is just, in my opinion, the first step to your very best life. So part of our programs also includes meditation, walking you through, helping you create that practice, as well as I'm using that modality to offer energy healing and that type of thing as well, and just help us all grow and learn and move into our what's next. Mm-hmm. So my background is huge business background. Huge business background, and in a lot of different areas. Logistics has really been my thing for over 20 years. And like Christine said, we just met last spring, but what we each have and who we are and our backgrounds just really have complemented one another and has helped us to kind of step into this, and working together has really been a blessing. And although a lot of growth has happened in the last year, we are enjoying the ride. So
awesome. I just want to give a shout out. June's here, Cindy's here. Good morning. Welcome. We're happy to have you. If you want to say hi, pop a hi in the chat. If you have any questions for any of the speakers today, then please, you're welcome to ask in the comments. We monitor those so that you can have your questions answered. The Healing Soul School, actually, so that started in about November. And then with the Conscious Business Showcase, how this kind of came about was to bring entrepreneurs together who speak the same language. We're from, all different backgrounds and life experiences, but we all have one thing in common, is that we share in, our spirituality, and that we are soul beings having a human experience, and being able to come together as entrepreneurs and to know who each other is. we have a speaker who wasn't able to come today, and because she wasn't feeling well, and we were able to connect her with the right person who's going to help her through her challenges. And I'm like, this is so exciting. We didn't know these people 3 months ago, but through the showcase, we're actually able to interview them, hear their story. I think that's the most impactful part, is the struggles and what they went through and their big awakening, because there's usually some kind of a pain point where I would say the gravity or the pain of our past is not as strong as what our future is calling us to. So there's usually some kind of an event that happens, and it's very interesting to hear everyone, because you can often hear a part of your story in theirs, or something that they had to overcome, and then they either had a download, or this passion in their heart that they just knew from when they were a child or all along, or for us just this year, that really comes in strong when you surrender to just saying, you know what, I want to live in my purpose. I want to live in integrity and what I'm here for. Because once you can step into that, everything just starts to flow and things start to fall into place, when you know that you are exactly where you're meant to be. So we'll share. Virginia, did you want to add anything else there at the moment?
I was just going to say that, if there's one thing that this past year has given to us all, it's that realization that we are all connected.
Yes.
And so, everybody coming together, and like these little things of learning and hearing their stories, you're not alone oftentimes. And that's why for us, it's so important to share all of these awesome humans and what they do and their story, because there's somebody out there who has felt that way, or has gone through something similar, or is in and stuck in that moment right now, and so it's really just a beautiful thing to be able to shine a light on all of these great people. And in the end, if we've made a difference in one person's life, then it's perfect, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Good. We'll go through who the speakers are for the next couple days, and then Virginia is going to do a grounding for us just to get us started for the day. So I'm going to share the screen. Bear with me while I figure out technology. All right. I love StreamYard getting faster at it. Let's see if I'm bringing up the right one. Yay, it worked. Okay, good. So today, it's either Friday or Saturday. We were getting one of the two. So today we have Susan Crossman coming. Oh, Virginia, if you'd like to introduce her, since she is your friend.
Oh, sorry. I was doing something else. Susan Crossman from Crossman Communications. She is an editor and author, and she has a new program that's coming out for those conscious leaders that are looking to write a book or that kind of stuff. And so she's got a great story to share with us as well.
Awesome. And then I am more of the recruiter for the Conscious Business Showcase. So I'll introduce the other speakers for today. If you or know anyone who'd be interested in sharing what they do for their business, have them send me a DM or just introduce us, and I'm happy to have a chat with them and let them know kind of how this works. I do a little bit of an interview process. And the next speakers I'm going to introduce, I've all met, I think, through Clubhouse. A couple I didn't, but Clubhouse I am loving. If you are not on Clubhouse and you are an entrepreneur, I highly, highly, highly recommend it, because people can hear your magic. You can create a room around your zone of genius and they hear you. And it's so amazing because they're drawn in and you're answering questions and helping. And so I've met all of these beautiful people most of them through there. So Katie Clapper is, she's coming to talk about nature's divine order. I won't share her whole story, but owns a real estate brokerage, was getting downloads and these messages from God of where she's to head next and what she's supposed to do. So she's going to tell us about that, but her story is really neat. Real estate brokerage. Oh, sorry. That's okay. And then next is Evelyn Educates. So Evelyn, she owns a homeschooling company. And we were just in a room for spiritual coaches on Clubhouse and just interacting. And she was hearing us coaching someone else, and we just stayed connected. She's going to talk about finding purpose in your past pain, which I think all of us can relate to, being able to find that. She is a really beautiful person, just really, joyful, bubbly. She's here to serve the collective as well, and knows that healing is her next spot, within the school. So I'm really excited to see, what is going to come of her business as it transforms over the next few years, I feel. 11:30 is will be Carrie on a different month. Carrie was not feeling well. And so Virginia and I are going to come back, and we're going to talk about finding your inner freedom, not to take away from Carrie. If you're watching, you'll still have your spotlight, but we're going to share from, what we've learned and how we're teaching through the Healing Soul School on finding that inner freedom. Then Linda Polanski, who is saucy. She's here. She's backstage already. I love it. She's going to talk about ignite your sensuality. She's a sensuality coach. So if you are wanting some more excitement for yourself, whether you're single or not, or in a relationship, it actually works. It's all about coming within and loving ourselves, but also being okay to receive that pleasure. So she's going to talk about that at noon. That will be very juicy. And then Brianna Kuhn is coming on at 12:30 Eastern. She is she has a business. She's a virtual assistant, but from a conscious standpoint, where she understands people who have businesses, who are mediums, psychics, anyone who has that kind of a business. She understands us. And so she's a really great person to connect with if you're needing anything to do with your business. She's going to share her story later. And then at 1 o'clock, Stevie Lang is going to come on. She's going to talk about the 4 elements, which are so, so fabulous to know, because you can understand what your strengths are and what your weaknesses, and kind of know what to play into and at what times. And her and I met through an ex-Jehovah's Witness, a friend of a friend, and who introduced us to this ex-Jehovah's Witness, empowered Jehovah's Witness group. I was raised Jehovah's Witness, and just being in that group the last 3 weeks, I am so amazed at how much healing I have done. I feel like the onion layers, those onion rings, as those who know me, are just like they're flying off. I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense. Oh, now I understand, the fear-based programming that we received as children for myself. And that's not the only religion that does that. And I'm just like, wow, just looking at my own life and success and the struggles where I would, move forward and then get pulled right back. I'm going to share a little bit more of that story tomorrow. So Stevie's going to come on. She knew from a young age that the Jehovah's Witness way wasn't right. I'm not going to share her story here either, but she turned into a medium. I'm like, great, let's talk. So I'm excited to interview her later. And then at 2 o'clock Eastern, Stephanie Lodge, the Hug Angel, is going to come on. We met in a Clubhouse room. This was really cool because we were in a room for spiritual awakenings, signs and symptoms there as moderators and support. And we just started playing with dragon energies. She was talking about dragons when I went into the room, and I have a dragon deck, an oracle card deck. If you're not familiar with those, they're kind of like affirmation cards, different than tarot. They're not, tarot has their meanings, and there's a little bit more structure. With oracle cards, it just depends on the deck. I have a fairy deck, excuse me, for fairies. It's just like, go out in nature, or be kind to yourself today, or, all the different things. And we also have, at the Healing Soul School, we really love Lawn Art. Her deck is the relationship deck, and I'm going to chat about this a little bit later, but, so Stephanie and I in the Clubhouse room were just playing with dragon energies. We were doing card readings for people from our dragon decks and really giving some insightful healing. But it was really cool because her and I were able to see each other in our power, in our strengths, and we connected on Instagram and chatting in the DMs, and have built a friendship. So really excited to share her story. She is just same thing. She wants to help the collective, and she's holding a big container, a big space for the Angelhood. It's called. It's a separate app, and it's for any of us who are spiritual leaders who can go there to have our cups refilled. I've always been asking, the last few months, who heals the healer? There's so many of us who are in these positions of, helping others, but it's also making sure we're taking time for ourselves to fill our cups. I know Virginia and I have our spiritual coach that we love and adore and learn so much from them. And so, yeah, it's just holding space for anyone who is in a position where they're coaching or leadership or something like that, so that they're also being supported. So we'll chat to her later. Awesome. That is all I want to introduce. And then for tomorrow. Sorry, I forgot about that already. Let me stop the share. There we are. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to figure this one out. Here we go. And next up for Saturday. So tomorrow we will open again tomorrow, and then Virginia will do a beautiful meditation. And Alexon, again, Clubhouse. She is a beautiful spiritual leader, medium. She helps people to find their superhero, their super self. That's going to be a really fun time. And then Janet, if you want to introduce Janet.
Janet Wizawati, she is a Now What coach. So she found her niche in that because she found a lot of people getting at all different ages, getting to a point in their life where they're like, well, now what am I going to do? That thing that they had been doing for many years or whatever, and they just wanted to do something different. So she's really a great coach for helping people figure out those next steps and kind of just walking with them along that journey. She also is a published best-selling author and has a collaborative book on the go that she's going to speak about as well and share with everybody. Well, she's here tomorrow.
Okay, super. And then Catherine, I met through a friend on Instagram. She's a nutritionist, so she's going to come and talk to us all about food and really how to reverse food addictions, which is so great because so many of us are addicted to sugar and things that we probably shouldn't be eating, and just talking about overall wellness there. And then I'm going to chat a little bit about childhood programming and just some of the ahas that I've had the last 3 weeks in discovering, what I was taught, not just from Jehovah's Witness, but also when I went to a Baptist church and taught Sunday school and learned Bible studies and stuff there. And just kind of my experience and what I learned for now and my coping methods and the patterns that have to be released and cleared. And I have been doing that. So I'm going to share a little bit about that. So if you're an entrepreneur and you're feeling stuck, really, I would say come tomorrow because I'm going to share some things on how to get unstuck. If you've been doing all the things, but it's still not working out, then that session tomorrow, I'll explain more insight there. And then Carla's going to come on tomorrow at 11:30, and she's going to talk about raising the feminine to heal the masculine, which is I love her work. She's just an Ayurvedic healer, breath work. She has so many things that she does. I'll wait for her story tomorrow. She has so many modalities and is just a really lovely, fiery kind of person, a little Latina. Love those Latinas. And then at 12, Betsy's going to come on and she's going to talk about soul beauty. She actually, I don't even know how, I think I found her on Clubhouse as well, she was helping an indigenous tribe to protect a watershed at the Amazon and just a program with that. They had reached out to her for some help. So her story is really neat. Adela, Clubhouse again. She is a healer, a medium, and she's teaching others how to do that as well. So she's going to talk about mindset and her multi-modalities tomorrow. And then Heather Kuhn is coming on. I don't know if she gave us a title or not, but I chose this one for her. It was the Holy Shift Healing because she has a program called Holy Shift, and Holy Shift, she'll shift you. I had a session with her. This is a friend of Virginia, so I'll let you explain in just a moment. I just want to share, she did a reading for me and for the school, and she just blew me away. Like within, I don't know, we were going to just talk about the showcase and coming on, but I think it ended up being a 2-hour conversation because of just what we were chatting about, and talking about source and what we're here for. And it was a really incredible 2-hour conversation. Will you make it into More of That Tomorrow? She does talk about what was it? Energetic orgasms. So if you are feeling like you want some extra pleasure, or you're feeling stuck, especially in the money area, that will be a very juicy conversation. Do you want to share how you met her?
Yeah, I met Heather a few years ago, and it was when I was first introduced to Akashic Records. Part of my, spiritual awakening was just kind of understanding what all this stuff was. And Akashic Records, I was like, what is that? And then, kind of started diving in a little bit more, and really liked her energy. I was actually introduced to Heather by my friend Janet Wizawati. So, so small world. But so I booked a session to do a Akashic Records reading with Heather, and it was just so cool. And I've worked with her since then. It's beautiful. She does a lot of beautiful things, and again, just a great human overall.
Yeah. Awesome. Yes, that's going to be a very interesting conversation tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, she's a firecracker too. Like, she just says it like it is, which I love. And so I just love everything about her. So yeah, it's going to be a great interview for sure.
One thing I think that's really neat that we're finding forward-thinking healers, mediums, spiritual leaders who are, they're understanding, we've been living in 3D. We're all waking up to our spiritual awakening. We are multidimensional beings. And so it's so neat to meet these leaders that are teaching, these sorts of things, because it's it was new for me this year, but as things have been explained to me, I'm like, man, this makes so much sense. And even coming from a religious background where it was, we weren't allowed to even go to Reiki sessions or to have oracle cards or decks like that. It was evil, or it was really put down. But this year I just questioned everything that I was taught, and just kind of stepped into, what do I believe? And it's just been such a beautiful time of learning all about energy healing. And I wanted to bring that to the world to share, it's not a scary thing. It is something that actually can really help people. And I've actually been involved with healing groups where we did some quantum healing sessions, and we were healing people through, long distance. They didn't even have to be in front of us. And I saw the power of, the energy healing, just understanding how we all communicate and how we all talk to each other. And so it's a mixture of science, metaphysics, and spirituality all together. That's what we're doing here at the Healing Soul School. So yeah, awesome. Do you want to do the grounding, and then we'll get ready for our 9:30 speaker?
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So let's just everybody get comfortable in your chair, wherever you're seated. And if you're able to have your feet on the ground, that would be good. And just relax. And just come into your breath. Taking a few breaths in and out, relaxing. Bringing your focus to your breath. Noticing on the inhale, as you breathe in, you expand into your shoulders, into your chest, into your lungs. And on the exhale, you relax, release, and let go. And just continuing to breathe in, expanding. And on the exhale, relax, melting down. And just continue to focus on the breath, expanding, relaxing. And now I invite you to see, imagine, intend a beautiful, bright, white and golden light above your head, above your crown chakra. Just this magical, brilliant, sparkling energy. And sending up a cord and connecting to that energy from your crown chakra and plugging in, just like you were plugging into an electrical current. You feel that beautiful energy coming down and entering your body, entering through your crown chakra, through the top of your head. And just allowing that energy to flow through, flow down, all the way through your channel, all the way through your center, down through your legs, out your feet, down into the earth, through the dirt, through the shale, through the rock, all the way down to the center of the earth, connecting to that beautiful energy in the center of Mother Earth. And just feeling into that, allowing that beautiful flow, connecting us to Source, connecting us to Earth, grounding us, recharging, refilling. Just allow that flow. Just sit with this for a minute and relax. Allow that flow and energy. Just feeling into that, taking a deep breath. And just coming back to your breath, coming back into your body. Feeling your fingers, wiggling your toes, stretching if you feel called. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes.
Good. Do you want to explain what grounding is for maybe someone who's never heard of it before?
So grounding is have you ever felt, I look at it this way, in times in my life where, you're a busy morning, let's put it this way. I think of when the kids were small and it was a busy morning and I, had to get the kids up, had to get, they were getting ready for school. I was getting ready for work. You're busy. You got to take the dog out. You got to feed the cat. You got, and that busy, but you feel like you're still half asleep. And you're, you feel like you're floating around. You're really actually not very present. And I can't tell you how many times I've actually in years past arrived at my office and sat down and went, I don't remember driving here. How many times have you felt that? Right?
Oh yeah.
And, or I don't remember. You obviously you were okay, right? But you're so far up here, you're almost not in your body. And so for grounding for me is just, yes, connecting to Source, connecting to my higher self, and taking that and connecting me down into the earth and grounding my energy down and allowing me to be present and come into the moment. Because sometimes and often we get off in our heads and we get doing things. And this is just a great way to just kind of stop, take a breath, reconnect, ground down to earth. I am here, I am connected. And then, a good way to start the day.
Yeah. Awesome. I think that's really good for anyone who's had any kind of trauma growing up. I would say we all have some kind, but that's just a really good way to come back into your body. Because when we have any kind of a difficult experience or pain, especially if it's over and over and over, we leave our bodies because the pain is just too great and it's just a way to disassociate. So when you are on a beginning of your spiritual journey or your healing journey, it really is important to come back into your body and to reconnect with your higher power, whatever your comfort word is, right? Soul, creator, source, spirit, God, and then also connect to yourself and to your body.
Awesome.
Yeah. I'm going to say see ya for a couple hours. I'll be back later, and I'll give you the floor. I'll be backstage if you need anything.
Yes, perfect. All right, see ya. Okay, and we have our first guest with us here. I'm going to bring her up and introduce Susan Crossman. Welcome, Susan.
Hello.
Hi.
Good to be here.
I know. Thanks for coming. I'm so excited. Susan and I met on a retreat in Costa Rica a few years ago, and it was a group of ladies whom most of us have really stayed connected since then. And it has just been an amazing thing watching the journeys of everyone, and how we've all grown and changed. And you, my friend, are no exception. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what it is that you have going on to share with all of our peeps.
Well, thank you so much. Sure. I don't even know where to start. I have so much fun in my life and so much going on. And I was talking to someone earlier today going, yeah, I'm not sure whether it's Friday or raining today. But it's all good. It's all good. So, Virginia, but probably the audience today might not know that I'm a book coach and an editor. So I spend my days working with people who are writing amazing books to make a difference in the world. That's specifically what I'm here to do, is to take my talents and skills and wisdom and insight and passion and lay it in service of other people who want to make a difference in the world too. And so I think we each have within us the capacity to make a difference. And I just happen to be enacting that through helping people write amazing books to share that with you. Yeah,
I love that. And I love that it's people writing a conscious-based book. It's people writing books that are helping other people, I just love that is your niche, and you're able to really hone in on that.
Yeah, it's so interesting. The book space right now is a madhouse. Everybody can write a book, and there are plenty of opportunities out there for people who want to write a book to get coaching and programs and whatnot. And, I really made a decision a number of years ago that I don't want to be in the write a book to check a box space. That I'm an entrepreneur, and I recognize how valuable my books have been to my business. I've written 5 fiction and nonfiction books, so I know it makes a huge difference to your business, to your authority, to your credibility, and all that. I know how valuable that is. And at the same time, we've come to a place in the book world where there's so much urgency around, oh, you have to get that book written. You need a book, that people have let go of quality to some extent and have traded speed for depth. And I'm into the depth. It's not that it has to be slow, but let's do it deeply and wisely and from a place of service rather than check the box.
Yes, good for you. That's beautiful. I love that. Yeah, and you're right, because up until a few years ago when I met you, I had always thought that I years ago had said, oh, I should write a book, like more of a joke, I think, than anything else, because my life was a little wonky at the time. And I was like, you can't make this stuff up. But, and I had thought
nobody would believe it if you put it in a book.
Yes, exactly. Right.
That can't be true.
And I thought, but I always tossed that aside. And even as a teenager, I used to write. I really enjoyed writing, and I used to write poems, and I used to write just a lot of things. And I just, because it was how you felt, it was just how I kind of responded to my feelings, and being able to put that down on paper. And life happens, right? And those kind of ideas get squashed. And because somewhere along the line, somebody told me that I couldn't write a book. I know, right? And it's or that good luck getting a publisher. I think that was you know, like somebody. And so it was like, okay, well, I guess I'm not doing that. And it kind of got pushed aside. But imagine, that's just me. Imagine all of the people who went through how many years of life thinking the same thing. And it's just been since I've met you and some other beautiful people in my life that have shown me that write a book, damn it. You know, you can publish it yourself really if you want to, but I mean, there are people like you out there that help you get down to the meat, you know, and the real heart of the story. And you have to be a special kind of person to be able to bring that out in people.
Well, thank you. What I believe, though, too, is that if you have been tapped on the shoulder by the book that only you can write, then that's kind of a message from heaven that, yeah, get on it, honey. Like this is your opportunity. And I believe the book exists. You know, your book, Virginia, exists in other dimensions of who you are. That pieces of our book are stored in our memory, in our imagination, on our hard drive, in our journals, in our brain. You know, there are bits and pieces of that book scattered all over our entity, our beingness. And the task of writing your book is to pull those pieces out of those other dimensions and ground them, land them, bring them into 3D reality where they can actually be put in service of the people that you're here to serve. And in letting our ego play with us like that, we're actually buying into the myth that we are not powerful, that we don't have something to share. And I believe strongly, you know, the universe has created you as the funnel through which that book is meant to flow. The family you were born into, every experience you've ever had, your brothers and sisters, your cousins, the aunts and uncles in your life, the learning experiences, the perceptive failures, the triumphs, the lovers, the relationships, all of that has kind of polished you into the perfect vehicle for that book, because nobody else on the planet can write that book. But our ego gets going, well, who are you to write a book? And I know for my first book, that was the tape that was playing in my head was, who am I to write a book? I'm not famous. I don't have anything famous to say. Who am I to write a book? But the real question I ask people now is, well, who are you to withhold your book? You know, who do you think you are to take this gift God has given you and not share it, not share your wisdom? So it's meant to be. Well, did I lose you? I don't know where Virginia went, but I'm here, and I don't know if we're recording or not. Oh, there we go. There's Christine.
Hi. It's recording, and she must have lost her internet. So
that's too bad. I've done that too. The tech angels are busy today.
That's right. I love what you said. I put that in the comments. If you're tapped on the shoulder to write a book, then that's heaven, speaking. And it's so true. Even when I've talked with people who are coaches or want to coach, and there's a lot of coaches out there, and they say, is there a space for me in the market? Absolutely, because we all have our own special message, and only certain people can hear it when it comes from us. They could have been to all of the, the other courses or programs or whatever, but there's something unique in all of us of how we're to deliver in the world, and the book's included. I think this is so beautiful. I love the angle that you have where, you're helping those who already are in a spiritual business, or they understand that, from my understanding, and are there to help them write that book. Welcome back.
I know. Sorry, did the whole thing go down, or what happened?
Nope, just you. But now Susan is frozen from my end.
Okay, yeah, I don't see Susan.
She's there. I see it frozen. So there she goes. She must have a really important message today. I feel like this is like Ilka's time.
Yeah.
Here she comes. All right. See you later.
We're talking about such powerful stuff that we're blowing out the internet.
I know, right? Holy smokes. Yeah, I lost everything. I don't know what happened there. Holy moly.
I tell you, angels are out there, tech angels.
Yes, that's right. So yeah, so you're right. Like that book is in there, and I have since changed my views around that, because I feel like the book is there. I just had other lessons I needed to learn, or like you said, because we're pulling all of that down from our past, from our family, from whatever, and grounding that down. And until you are actually ready to deal with that, accept that, work through that, because oftentimes in our lives, right, we don't actually deal with it. Just by saying the words that I've dealt with that doesn't actually mean that you've dealt with that.
Yeah.
So I think that this is where I have had to get in my journey to understand that, and in a different way. So I agree. I do feel like it's coming. I'm just not sure when.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is too, it's a transformational journey to write a book. And so I recommend people start where they are
Yeah.
and see what shows up,
Yes.
because either it will
Yes.
be relatively easy for you to move through that process of writing a book, or there will be roadblocks at every turn. And when I hit those
Yes.
roadblocks, I go, oh, okay, so it's a redirect. I'll just do this for a while and I'll come back to that, whatever it is. So you
Yeah,
can't go
because
wrong.
you would. Yeah, and it is, I guess, right? Like it is part of dealing with that stuff along the way, and
Yeah.
understanding it. And because I think about, a past, a part of my past. My first marriage was lovely, in the sense that I have three beautiful children from that marriage, but towards the end it was abusive, and it was emotionally and mentally abusive. And but I was able to step out of that. I was able to step into, my who I am, and everything. And but I spent a lot of time, many years after that, either not speaking my truth, and and holding that in, or blaming, playing the blame game, or the victim, and the whatever. So, even 5 years ago, had I written that book 5 years ago about that part of my life, it would have been probably kind of bitter, and maybe not so helpful for people, compared to now, and where I am with that part of the journey in my life, to come at it from a healed standpoint, and offer that encouragement and stuff like that. So yeah, I totally agree that it can be an absolute transformational journey. So now, I know you have a program or something on the go, that you're working at. Are you working with groups? Are you working with one-on-one? Like, how does somebody work with you that has a book in there that wants to come out?
Oh, there's so many options. It's so fun. And that's been part of my journey too, right? Is figuring out what my role along the way is. What am I here to do and be? And now that I know I'm here to support the people who are writing those books that are maybe a little unpopular in some circles, because I do play on the spiritual field and not everybody is comfortable there, but those aren't the people I'm here to serve. And the books that my clients write are for a special group, special subset of humanity, if you want to call it that, who are waking up. And so now that I have that understanding about me, I've been able to create systems and processes and programs that allow people to have a safe place to uncover that author aspect of them. So I have a couple of things. I've got a 6-week start writing your book program. Oh, we've lost Virginia again. But I'll just talk about this, I guess. 6 weeks
Sorry.
start writing your book program. Oh, there you are. I missed you. Oh, there she is. I was just talking about. No, it's okay. This is just too funny. There's something going on. um, Full moon? I don't think so. Not quite yet. But yes,
I know. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, you're right. It's very bizarre.
Mercury in retrograde again.
Oh
Uh,
dear.
oh dear. Well, yeah. So 6 week kickstart your book writing. So it's a 6 week course that takes people through my process for how do you start writing a book. And we start with your why. Always, why are you doing this? And then go through a number of other concrete chunks that get people sliding through the process of starting. So people start by the end of that. And then I have a 12-month program, which is an accountability slash writing clinic slash wisdom circle of helping people finish their manuscript and figure out how they're getting published, and also start laying the groundwork for their marketing, get their launch plan figured out, get their marketing plan figured out, and then at the end of that 12 months, they're good to go. They're launched.
Wow.
So those are the two main
That's
things. I do some one-on-one book coaching, but I don't have very many slots available for that. So it's
wow. That's
not the
awesome.
easiest.
And
Yeah.
there was something else, and I apologize because my computer, I had to log back in through my phone, so I don't see. I know there was something else that you wanted to bring forward to the group too.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, because I completely forgot, and it's been on my horizon for so long, and it's in my days always right now. Isn't that funny that it even just went right out of my mind? I have April 9th to 11th, my first 3-day authoring event. And it's 3 full days of why are you writing your book? So we're going to do some of the material that we actually cover in the 6 week course during this event, and actually some of the stuff that we do in the mentorship program where I'm including in this event. So it's a 3-day immersion in writing your book, in submersing yourself in this world of you as an author, and making friends with that aspect of you that is here to write a book. So we've got lots of exercises. We're doing some dynamic visioning with my wonderful friend Simone Usselman Todd is coming in to do some manifestation visioning around your future as an author. We're doing exercises and, oh gosh, all kinds of things around your marketing and your publishing. And so a little bit of training, a little bit of fun, a little bit of getting active. It's just, how I do my world. I'm bringing into these 3 days to share with other people this magnificent opportunity to be grounded in our book. And if you have books with you during the 3-day event, pick it up and smell it. If you're like me, I love the smell of a good book, and just imagine yourself being the author of the book you're smelling. It's a silly thing, but to register, you can go to Author Kickstart Live is the URL. It's free to live stream, but I really recommend people upgrade to either the interactive ticket for $1 or the VIP ticket for $47, because unless you have a paid ticket, you can't get the link to go into the Zoom room. And anybody in the Zoom room is eligible or entitled to like a one-on-one coaching session with a coach that I've engaged to be there specifically to help you move forward on your book. So they're short coaching sessions, 20 minutes each, but you will get the benefit of somebody who knows about this stuff, who is there right at your disposal to help you with any mindset issues or practical issues you're having around your book. So please come, take advantage of this. It's going to be a wonderful experience, and I'm so excited to be able to share this with people.
That's so awesome. That sounds fantastic, man. And you know what? Can you do me a favor? If you have the
Yes.
link to that after we're done, are you in the group? You're in the group, right?
Yes,
So
I am.
just
Yeah.
pop the link into the comments. Yeah, and
Ooh,
then
yes.
and because my computer, I'm trying to bring my computer back to life, but it's really not behaving properly. So it's one of those days. Yeah. So that's
It's
okay.
all good.
That's all right. Yeah,
Okay.
I know. And it's kind of nice because I normally log in on my computer and then I'm streaming there, but I can access everything from my phone, so I can see what else. And that is apparently not how it's going down today. So hey, that's all right.
That's okay. It's all
So
good.
Christine is actually probably going.
Well,
Let's see, I was just going to say, sorry, my fingers are probably on the screen. Like, I don't even know. It's totally different when I'm on my phone. So I apologize to all of our viewers for my fingers on the screen. But
you've
so
got
that
great
sounds
fingers,
really
Virginia.
awesome. And
It's all good.
you are an author yourself.
Yes, I am. Yes, so I know
So
what the
you
journey's
are
like.
an author yourself. So tell us a little bit. Yeah, so tell us about, some of your books. What have you written? And because I was interested because you said nonfiction and fiction. So I didn't know that. So I just wonder what kind of
Yeah.
books have you written, and what helped you in your journey as an author to get you to where you are to be able to help others?
Wow. Been a bit of a hard road initially. Thank you for asking. That my first book was a novel, and it's a story of a woman's experience of an abusive relationship. And I had a very difficult first marriage myself, and also did some volunteer work at a women's shelter at a stage of my life, and was shocked at the understanding I got that, wow, there are some amazing women in this shelter who are afraid for their lives. And how does this even happen? And at the time that I wrote that book, it took me 13 years to write that book. That's how big my mind trash was. Like, it was huge. Who am I to write that book? And life was busy. It wasn't a priority. It wasn't going to make money for my family. I have 5 kids and stepkids, and my husband was out of work a lot. I mean, we moved. Like, it was just a lot of challenges going on while I was working on my book. So it took a long time for me. But I think if I'd known why I was doing it at the time, it would have motivated me a lot more. But it's just that investigation into how do we get there? Like, how do we, as powerful, strong, beautiful pieces of divinity, how do we end up afraid for our lives in a women's shelter? So that's what that book was about. It's kind of a heavy topic, but it was actually, there's some light moments in the book. And yeah, I worked on that for a long time. Actually, I worked on it for about 11 years. And then my husband died. My second husband passed away. And that really galvanized me into action, because my youngest kids were 7 and 9 at the time. And my husband was 48 years old. And it stopped me in my tracks, because I thought, well, wait a minute. What if I die before I know whether or not I can be published or not? What if I die before this is done? Like, I'd been playing at it for so long that when Steve died, it was the momentum I needed, in a very tragic and traumatic way, but it was the momentum I needed to reconfigure what I was doing. And so I really got down to work on the book. Among other things, I started a business. My children had a lot of huge challenges around their dad's death, as one might expect. So I was dealing with that, had lots going on, but I did finish the book. And I ended up with a traditional publishing contract, which was very gratifying for me. Those traditional contracts are very hard to come by. There are a lot of barriers to entry, but I got one. I ended up with I'm with Manor House Publishing, which is an independent Canadian publishing company, which was wonderful. But then, then my publisher came to me, and this is one of the differences between traditional publishing and self-publishing worlds, is that my publisher became a bit of a mentor for me. And the next year he came to me and he said, well, have you got any short stories? Have you written a short story? And I went, well, yeah, as a matter of fact, I've got some short stories that I've written. So book number 2 was a collection of short stories, which it would just blew me away, because my whole life had been focused on the one book that I was going to write. And suddenly I became the author of 2 books, which had not been part of my vision at all. And it was so much the or better. And then soon after that, my publisher came to me and he said, well, you've been writing a long time. And yes, I'm a professional writer by trade. I've worked in journalism, government communications, corporate communications. I've had jobs as a copywriter in a marketing agency. So yeah, lots of writing in my life, and I'm really well trained. I've taken a lot of training, and I do editing and all that stuff. Oh, anyway, book number 3 was a nonfiction book about how to write with more strength and power, and how to improve your writing. And then my publisher came to me and said, you do this content marketing thing, right? And I was running a content marketing consulting business. I've now reconfigured my business so that actually I am 100% in the book space. So this was maybe 5 years ago that he came to me and said, "How about a book about content marketing?" So that was book number 4. And then book number 5 was a co-authoring effort with one of my clients who's a referral marketing expert. So we did a book about how to support your referral marketing efforts with your online content. So 5 so far. I've got plans for about another 4 or 5 books. It's, you know, once that writing genie is out of the bottle and you know how to write a book and you know how to get published and you sort of get your feet under you with this thing. It's like, and I've seen this with my clients too. It's hardly ever just one book. So yeah, so that's my story. I love to write. I love books. I love writing books. I love working with people writing books. I am so in my happy place, Virginia. I've had so many hard years where nothing came together. It just felt like there was one disaster after another. And I could not ever in those days have imagined the level of joy and fulfillment and happiness that I'm experiencing now in life. Like this is my dream life. And I didn't believe in it for such a long time, but I'm just filled with gratitude that I get to live this life. So very, very, very happy to be able to share that with people, that it is possible.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
It is possible, right? And yes,
Yeah.
you're right. Sometimes we have some years of challenges, and like you said, where it's like, is it ever going to come together? And it's like one day is just leading into the next, and it's like, come on, and sometimes I feel like that's just part of the journey, because that's why we were here. Those were lessons that we had to go, or experiences that we had to go through to whatever our soul needed for its own growth and its own expansion. But once we change that belief in that we are just experiencing this, and kind of step into and learning the lessons, and into you're absolutely right. It's a beautiful life. It is, and it gives us so much pleasure to share that with other people and help other people to see it in the same way. So yeah, that's so awesome. Thank you so. I don't know if my internet is being wonky or what's going on, but I have up again. Oh, sorry, folks. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. I know you guys. Christine, are you there?
Yeah, it looks like this is not a good day for the internet. I know. Oh, there she comes. Oh, yeah, this is interesting. Oh, there we are.
Send Virginia a message.
Hi, Christine.
Hi, I'm here.
There we go.
Thank you so much. You know what? I don't know what. Oh, Virginia, are you there?
There she
Virginia,
is.
I wonder if it's because you're in the basement. If
Am I
you're,
back?
Yeah.
You're back.
I don't
Well,
know
it
who's
shows, you know,
frozen or not,
I'm
but
like sitting right beside the router, so this makes no sense.
it's it's raining, and mom said that you are not close enough to a window. I
oh,
don't know.
I can't hear Chris.
oh dear.
Mom said that you are not close enough to a window. I don't know. I can't hear Chris.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if Christine is muted, but I don't
Okay,
hear
I,
her
I'm
at
here.
all.
I can hear her. I can hear Christine.
I'm here. Thank
Yeah.
you. Sorry, I am homeschooling, so I was just feeding a little one her snack.
Oh boy.
I'm
Can
just
you?
catching,
Yeah, I
yeah.
can't hear Christine.
Oh,
Okay,
you
guys,
can't?
Oh,
I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Okay.
Sorry.
And I'm going to say thank you, Susan. Thank you for sharing your story today. We have our next speaker that's backstage, so I'm going to bring
okay.
her out. So yeah, thank you so much. And
All
the
right.
information is there for people to get in touch with you. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you so
All
much.
right.
Love being here. Take care, everybody.
Awesome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Next up, we have Katie. I'm going to bring her up now. Thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties. It is raining, so I don't know if that's messing with the satellites. I'm just going to, I don't know, put your crystals out, everyone, around your computers. Welcome, Katie. I'm so excited to interview you today. And welcome to the Conscious Business Showcase. There's your information on how to reach out to Katie. Katie and I met on Clubhouse, which I absolutely love because you can just hear people talk, you can hear their heart, you can hear the message that they're sharing. And I reached out to Katie, and she just had such a powerful message and a strong presence in the room. And I just said, hey, can we connect? And we've been on a few calls since, which is really exciting, and planning different things. So welcome to the showcase. How are you?
Thank you very much. I'm doing really good. I'm a little bit nervous to be here, so I'm hoping that settles really fast.
Okay. hold your belly. You're safe. It's just you and I. I'm going to just pretend we're having a chat. It's you and I having a virtual tea. And maybe that'll calm those nerves a little bit. But yeah, let's dig into your story. Share, I'd love to hear about your spiritual awakening. That's always an exciting story for me to hear about. And yeah, what brought you to today? So start with your spiritual awakening, if you like.
Okay. The moment when what I thought was a real spiritual awakening was about 4 years ago. Now, I always look back and I'm like, well, were there moments before? Yeah, there could have been moments before, and then you start seeing patterns repeat in your life. But my real spiritual awakening is when I experienced a natural DMT, and it was not a pleasurable moment for me. I was at my darkest days. And my natural DMT came from panic attacks um, and family separation, and it was just really, really hard moments in my life. But that's when I started having visions and started getting downloads. Like I read 20 books in one night, and
What?
yeah, but it wasn't books. It was just enough information for 20 bucks. So, and then I was getting words like that I'd never heard of before. And I looked stuff up. I spoke some of the words into Siri so that Siri could help me decipher what the word in the sounds I was hearing was. So yeah, that really led me to a place I didn't think any of this was real. Any of the spiritual world, I didn't think any of it was real. I come from a background really of Christianity. I was raised Catholic, and at my choice, I was out of the church for quite a while, but then I raised my kids in a Christian church, and we were involved in the church. We volunteered and we went, but my my what really helped me a lot on the journey, because we know that our ancestors leave tools for us to use
Right.
and one of the tools happens to be the Bible. I know that some people, just by the word Bible, can get triggered, but it is a tool from our ancestors, so it shouldn't be triggering us. Just like some tools help some people, other tools help other people.
Right. Well, there's so
And
many like it's an allegory, right? And there's so many things in the Bible that we can definitely take from to apply in our lives. I'm gonna bring Virginia back on as well, so I just wanted to to let you know before her head pops in, just in a second here. There we go. And so the two of us, this Katie, Virginia, Katie, we're gonna interview you together. I'll just stay on because of the internet, and. Yeah, Katie, keep going. I love that you have this Christian background, because so do I, helping out and volunteering in the church. And then having a spiritual awakening, it's almost like, the things that I'm learning now and the things that I feel in my body, or the downloads that I'm getting from spirit, are very real to me in the now, but very different than how we were raised. Almost that we weren't allowed to talk about esoteric kind of things or new age. It was wrong back then, how we were taught. So I'm glad you have that background too. And if you feel like speaking, to the differences, but keep going with your spiritual awakening. I think that's so powerful, because a lot of people are getting these messages. They are like, you got 20 downloads for a book in what, like 20 books in one night. That's a lot of information, number one. But if you don't really have any idea around spirituality, you're like, what the heck? And so, it's great that there are places now we can get those answers.
so I have another business, and I was focusing in that other business most of the time. It was where I spent my life, and besides my kids, of course. So when I started, well, first of all, during my family separation, I got a little bit pulled out of my business, and well, a lot pulled out of my business, because I couldn't concentrate on work. I couldn't even eat. I couldn't sleep.
Right.
I was staying up for days in a row crying. So yeah, just it's part of the dark night of the soul. It's part of a lot of what we're going through. So when there is a dark time, there's, I always looked for hope anywhere I could find hope, and that's what I stayed in the Bible for hope. It was the place I found hope too. But hope was a form of torture even for me, because I wasn't finding, and I wasn't receiving what I was asking for. Matthew chapter 7, verse 7 says, "Knock and the door shall be opened, ask and you will receive."
Right.
And I kept asking, and so that was really before the download started, before the vision started. But after that is when I just started researching the stuff that I was being shown. I mean, I've never believed in mythology, and I've never wanted to study that before in my life, and all of a sudden I get ISIS, and um I don't know what ISIS is, except for the militant group in the
Same until like
in
a
the
month
Middle
ago.
East, right? And so I'm just getting these downloads, and it's not just that, it's Aphrodite, and it's all about water. And so one day I printed out the entire Wikipedia on water. Do you know how many pages that is? That's like more than a ring. Because I didn't know what was happening in my life. I was just like, there's got to be a secret here. I'm gonna find this, and I'm being shown this. So yeah, what a wild ride that really was. And it gave me something to keep my mind busy. At the same time, I was sad. So it and then the Bible, how the Bible gave me hope, was in Luke chapter 12. The section, there's 10 verses 49 to 59. And it speaks, Jesus is talking in it, and he says, I have come to cause division. And everybody that I talk to from the church that goes to the church, they're like, that doesn't sound like Jesus. No, it doesn't sound like Jesus, does it? Jesus is the Prince of Peace, and he comes to cause division. But yeah, and he says, I've come to set the world on fire, and I wish it were already burning. I have a terrible baptism of suffering ahead of me, and I am under a heavy burden until it is accomplished. I mean, you can see the world and how it's suffering and how it's divided. And Jesus says, do you think I have come to bring peace to the earth? No, I have come to divide people against each other. From now on, families will be divided apart, 3 against 2 or 2 against 3, 3 in favor of me and 2 against, or 2 in favor and 3 against. It's exactly how my family was divided. So seeing that in print, seeing my story and what I was going through in print just showed me, come on, there's other people going through this too, and it's time to change the world because it's headed in the wrong direction. And so I was like, I don't care what it's going to take. I'm going to change the way the world is working. So I
Awesome.
I'd like to, our court system in America is one of the systems that I'm so passionate about changing because it's not serving the people. It's not protecting us.
Right.
It's not serving us. It's not doing what it was set up to do. So I'm really passionate about changing that.
That's awesome. Katie, can I ask you something? And apologies, I was having internet issues. I don't know what's going on, but anyway, I am not of a religious background. I kind of went to church when I was a kid because it was Sunday school and my friends were there. It was more about the social aspect of it. You know what I mean? I believed in God, but my father said to me at a very early age that he himself, because I said, well, why don't we go to church, right? I'm going to Sunday school and y'all are just dropping me off. Like, why don't we as a family go to church? And he just said, there's nothing wrong with church. I just don't feel like I have to go there to believe in God. And that stuck with me for my entire life. And so I have always believed in God. I have always had that connection to that source, higher self, spirit, God, whatever you want to call it. And oftentimes, my brother is very Christian and went down that path and kind of always refers to the Bible, like you, always refers to. He's actually, and now because I want to think of it, I'm not going to think of what it is he went to school for, but the history of the Bible and God and all that stuff. And so when you say you went to the Bible for hope or whatever, first of all, were you guided? Because that was right around the time that you started having your visions and you were studying. So because you're like awesome, spitting out, Mark 7 and, whatever. It's like, man, how do you remember that stuff? But, so were you guided in the sense of, you were shown what it is that you needed to see at that moment that you were struggling or whatever? And then my second part to that question is, from a Bible perspective, because that's not my world, there's so many versions out there. There's some people say these are not good and these are not truth. And it is so controversial that I've almost don't even want to look because I don't know what it is. And I think, I've lived this far in my life without it. I'm just going to keep going how I'm going. But I'm curious to find out how does somebody kind of find that peace that's within those pages?
Was I guided? That's a question. So with the journey that I'm on, I don't believe in coincidences. So whether I was guided, taken by a spirit guide, I don't know. I don't see spirit guides. I will tell you that I know that there were some spirits around me. And I felt safe with them. At first, it brought a little bit of fear, but I know that the Bible. Okay, so I'm going to get to that question too. Okay,
Okay.
it's really exciting. Okay, so, but I know that in the Bible it says we at least have two angels minimum. Every single person in the world has at least two angels. So some people can call them spirit guides in one language and angels in another language. I'm sure that there's a lot more words for them, just like there's a lot of other languages in every single way. So I feel like I'm guided. I feel like the Bible's a puzzle, and I'm brought the information that I'm supposed to have when I'm supposed to have it. So whether it's Bible verses, whether it's something else, I love nature. So I know that seeing animals, the animals that I'm supposed to see, like this morning, I saw repetitive patterns of geese and an eagle nest. Okay, so then I was like, okay, I know that today is going to be a divine day. So
That's awesome. I love that.
so, but then when it comes to, I'm going to move on to the next question about the interpretations of the Bible, because there is so much confusion. And so you talk to probably more than 50% of Christians or anybody that follows the Bible, and they tell you to go to the King James Version. Okay, I'm sure that the King James Version was good at one time, but do we talk like thou shalt right now? How are we supposed to understand the words in the King James Version? Because that is not that's not how we speak today. That's not how we talk. That's not how we can interpret each other today. If I was going to say that, you wouldn't even know half the words I was saying, right?
Yes.
So that is not a version that I recommend for people at all. If they want to cross-reference through there, great, but it's definitely not. So on my 4 years ago, right when all of this started, I was on my close friends and acquaintances were watching me on my journey, and I was a little crazy looking, okay, because of what the information that I was receiving. I knew that I was being told I was a prophet. So I told my sister, I'm like, what? I don't know what's going on, but this is what I'm being told. And this is, and how do you share that? To even hear myself speak those words is, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I got goosebumps. That's awesome.
so I was, there's in the Bible, in 1 Corinthians chapter 12, and the way that I speak the verses like this and reference them, I could never do this before 4 years ago.
Wow.
So it's stuck to me like glue, and I think it's because of that section that I found. And the section in Luke that I was talking about before, right after the family division, it says, you fools, you know how to interpret the signs of the weather in the sky, but you don't know how to interpret the present times. So, and then when you go back in the Bible, it talks about present times so many different times. It has present times in Luke chapter 12. It has present crisis in 1 Corinthians chapter 7. It has new age, new aeon. The history repeats itself in the Bible. And you see that once you start understanding what's happening over and over. It's just a new time for something. So, and the way that the Bible talks about the new aeon or the new age, but Christians are told in church that the new age philosophy is wrong, but it's actually talked about in the Bible. So there's so much that's misunderstood and misinterpreted. But 4 years ago, when I was going through my dark night of the soul, I went online to try to find friends, right? Just friends to talk to about my spiritual awakening. And I was able to connect with quite a few people and that were having similar experiences or people to help me through my path because they were so much different from me, but it just was a sense of calm to find other people at that time, because now we're seeing things speed up and more people are awakening, and there's Facebook groups, and there's there's all of these things, but at the beginning there was really nothing that
I agree.
yeah. So
Yeah.
so but I was able to find a he's 20 something years old, and he's in theology school in Pakistan. And he was really passionate about the Bible. He saw the things I started teaching him, things in the Bible that I was experiencing. And then he speaks a lot of different languages. So he goes to the original Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic text that the Bible was written in per book, because they're each different books are written in different text. So he goes to the deep meaning. I'm telling him how I experienced something, and then we're looking from the original interpretation in the original language, and we're studying that. And he's like, "You're right. This is how it's supposed to be interpreted, but the theology school says this." So at one time, he got kicked out of theology school because of what I was teaching him, because his teachers disagreed with him. So, and then, and then they invited him back in, and then he was invited to speak at a bunch of churches. He's been invited to national leaders to speak with them now. So
Wow. That's amazing.
it is. And Pakistan is really a Muslim country. They have the speakers up in the marketplace in the city, and their speakers are saying the Muslim prayers, so many times a day. But not to be against any religion or any belief, because how I look at it is, have you heard the word omnism before?
Yes.
Okay, so my quick definition of omnism is that all religions, it's the belief that all religions were created for a time and a purpose from a perspective.
Love that.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
outside of religions, then I go to the pantheism belief that everything is connected, like the flower of life. That's why I've read that.
Yeah.
So that we're all just pieces and parts, and we're all here to help each other out, just like our ancestors were. So
Yeah.
it goes outside of religions. But on my journey, one of the words I got as a download was honk. And that's a word that I had to speak into Siri.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, because how do you even spell that?
Yeah. So I spoke it into Siri, and it came up with ANKH, and I was like, well, what in the world? And I started seeing this thing, and it looked like a key, or like a cross, or similar. And I read about it, and I learned about the word too. The word is a triliteral word. It means that we need to use all three parts of our tongues to say the word.
Wow.
Yeah, because it has three consonants in a row. So, I studied these things in depth. I like to study root words and the root word meaning, because there's so many words in our language that we use that only come from a negative mind, and not allowing those words to come in. It's just like the study. If you studied the entire the purpose of the Bible is actually it solves ancient mysteries. The ancient mystery of judgment is the two eyes versus the singular eye, and
Yes.
it's in the Bible. And so I've got I have courses for all of these things, how to really interpret what's supposed to be said in the Bible. But yeah, so it's the two eyes of judgment versus the one eye of understanding. And so on my journey with the Ankh, I found a mystery school. and I got initiated into a mystery school.
Is this like Hogwarts or something? Like, that's so cool, right?
I was going to say, what is a mystery school?
That's so cool.
A mystery school is it's a school that is not indoctrination. Instead, it's non-intrusive teachings. So there's nothing that can be it's nothing that can harm you. You change little habits. They give you tips to change little habits in what you do. And what happens, see, it's really the same teachings as Freemasonry, the secret, that's why they call it a secret society, because everybody has different experiences. And when your brain is ready to be activated further, your brain will be activated further. But did you know that most people only use 30% of their brain? So the little tips and tricks that you get along the way, and the little, I shouldn't say little, because some of these things are so big, but the purpose of why I was initiated into a mystery school, why that was part of my journey, is because I learned where the church teachings came from. So the mystery school from ancient Egypt has their prayers and their rituals, and those rituals are very similar versions to what happens in the Catholic Church. So when the priest stands up in the front and does all of his motions and his rituals, and when the priest is walking up to the altar and shaking the incense in the incenser, that's actually a spell. That's a spell. And so the church teaches no witchcraft, no Wicca, right? But they're doing it, and people just don't know it because they haven't said that. So and then the prayers that I would do in the mystery school, I would look into the meanings, because they were I think that they were all Latin, if I remember correctly. This is a couple of years ago that I did that. But so I looked up the meaning of the words in Latin, and they were the same prayers that I learned going to Catholic school as a child. So it was fascinating. It helped me understand that there was a time before the churches. And because there was, I mean, even in the church, but we don't think about that. So coming back to the time before the churches, seeing where the teachings came from, and then think of ancient Egypt, because that's where I know that my title is the Divine Order, and this is the teachings of the church. It is the Divine Order, but it goes into ancient Egypt and how they worship the sun. I mean, we have sun worshipers today. People love the sun, right? We call them sun worshipers. But they were so thankful for the sun because it came up every morning, and they knew that without it, they wouldn't be alive. So the sun is something that is very special and needs to be appreciated. And just like in the Bible, how the son, Jesus, is a reflection of his Father. I'm going to do the as above, so below, right? And how everything is connected in the new age and the new aeon. Well, that meant there's an old age and an old aeon too, and old teachings. So seeing the cycles of time, I'm doing spiral because it's a spiral. It's not a linear timeline that we're on. So the spiral of time, with history keeping on repeating itself, and what happens in the stars. The Bible says to watch for the signs in the stars in the sky 11 times. So that's not what the church teaches, because the church teaches don't do astrology. So, and that's witchcraft, right? But the church teachings and the Bible teachings are two different things. So if it was theology that was it your son? That was,
My brother, yeah,
okay, your
brother.
brother.
He actually went to university in Jerusalem. Oh my gosh, and for whatever reason I can't. But yes, it was like the history of I don't even know if it was the Bible or just religion in general. Like I can't remember now, but yeah, it's interesting because he went to the University of Jerusalem, and when I listen to you speak, it's like the church, whatever church that be, has kind of created their own version almost. Is that safe to say? That, they've kind of created their own version or their own perspective of those writings.
And it is true. And we just have to, there's a way to look at it that really brings peace to everybody. So let me try to explain it. The age of the church. Now Beth Moore does an amazing Bible study on the book of Daniel. And that is who I would really recommend if somebody really wants to understand the beginning and the end of the church age and this cycle of time and Daniel's prophecy. This is what it's about, is it shows the beginning and the end of the church age. So her study on the book of Daniel, though, I recommend it to everybody. But the church age was created during, I believe it's the age of Pisces, which is a masculine dominated era. And this is why the pine cone, the largest pine cone in the world, is at the Vatican in the pine cone court. And on either side of the pine cone, there are two peacocks, and they're male peacocks. They're the ones with the really beautiful flower or feathers.
Yeah.
With eyes. And so the church age being ruled by the masculine, that's why there's some verses in the Bible about domination over women, is because that's the era for that. That's the age for that. And so this new age that we are stepping into is the balance of masculine and feminine energies. It's because of brain activation, activating both your masculine and feminine side of your brain, understanding that was the era for that, but it's no longer the era we're in anymore, and we're stepping into the new one. I feel like it's as we speak right now. I know that there's a way to determine the age. It has something to do with what constellation the sun comes up in the morning, as soon as it's above the horizon. But I get a little confused in that. I'm not the expert in that sort of thing, because I was on the other side of the world, and it was a different constellation that the sun came up in when I was in Qatar. So I'm not sure. I don't know exactly about that, but I do love the teachings in the Bible about I know I'm kind of all over the place with this. I get really excited and I lose track.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the teachings that in the beginning of the Bible.
Sorry, just before you do that, I just want to comment on the pine cone is for the pineal gland.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
It's that. And so the symbolism at the Vatican is really important everywhere, but nobody talks about the pine cone that's at the Vatican. They don't talk about it because, the only reason I could say from being in their shoes, if they haven't experienced pineal gland activation, how are they supposed to talk about it?
Yeah. That's interesting, because that's what, when you were saying that, that's what I was thinking. It was like pine cone. First thing I thought of was pineal gland, and then the masculine energies guarding that.
Exactly.
Like, is that cutting us off? Is that, they don't want you to connect to the pineal?
Well, it's actually the same teachings as Freemasonry as well. So the church and Freemasonry are very similar in nature and how they started. Um, I'm really connected to John the Apostle, not John the Baptist, but John the Baptist too. That's a whole nother story though, okay? But John the Apostle, he's the one that wrote the Apostle of John, John 1, 2, 3, and the book of Revelation. He was appointed by Jesus to write the book of Revelation. And I think I know why. I think he was a little eccentric, and he might have used some herbs, we'll just say.
He's my kind of guy. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, John, he was banished to the island of Patmos, and there was nothing there, and so he most likely got banished there because they thought he was crazy. So he probably had pineal gland activation, and I believe that Jesus did too. So, and the teachings of, yeah, there's a Bible verse that completely dispels the entire church teachings of the rapture. It makes the rapture idea fall.
Keep going. This is
It's
good.
Yeah.
Tell us.
It's Luke chapter 17, verse 24. It says, "For as the lightning flashes from one end of the sky to another," imagine lightning flashing. So, "For as the lightning flashes from one end of the sky to another, so it will be when the Son of Man returns." So, when Jesus comes back, it's not all at once like they teach. And in that same chapter, it says, you cannot, what does it say? You cannot see him visually. You can't say, look over here or look over there, because he's not outside of you. He doesn't come back outside of you. He comes back inside of us. And so this is also the Holy Spirit baptism, the Holy Spirit activation, we can say. So with that, in 1 Corinthians chapter 12, when it talks about the spiritual gifts, it says some people have gifts of special knowledge. Some people have gifts of healing. Some people have gifts of prophecy. Some people have gifts of, I mean, it's got a whole list in there. Some of them are interpreting what's being said. Some of them, there's so many gifts in there. And we're not taught, the churches don't teach that these gifts are real, because another language of spiritual gifts is psychic abilities. And so psychic abilities are looked bad in the Bible, but people don't know what they are and how people are using that language. So, and then of course the Bible teaches there's one way, and it's the way, the truth, and the life. And the way, the truth, and the life is Jesus, but there's a but, because it's not originally Jesus. So it is the one way, but Jesus, the name Jesus comes from Yeshua or Issa, and Issa means order or prescription. And so you can see that it's great that he can bring a prescription, that Jesus is the prescription that we need, right? That makes sense, because from the original language of prescription, it means something to better our life, or to better our enjoyment of life. Look at prescriptions today. Do they better our enjoyment of life?
Right. Right.
So the words have changed from the original interpretation to what we use them as today. There's so many words that do that. That's why I like to study etymology. But so the order, then the divine order, is getting into the natural rhythm of life. And we have internally two natural biological rhythms inside of us. One is the circadian rhythm, which is set by the sun. It's our sleep wake cycles of when the sun rises and sets every day. And the second natural rhythm that we have is the infradian rhythm. The infradian rhythm is a 28-day cycle. It's why women's menstrual cycles is every 28 days. And with we split it up, of course, and the egg comes at day 14, right? And that would be in reference to the new moon or the full moon.
Right.
So, because that's every 14 days, we're getting a reset period in that. But we have the full moon coming up in just a couple of days. It's on the 28th. And this is the best time right now for growth. So anybody that's looking for growth or healing or to gain something, to build something in their life, this is the right time for it. The last few days before the full moon and the full moon itself are to complete a project or for a growth period. And so that's what the waxing moon is about. The growing moon is the time for growth. It's how we set our intentions of every choice that we make in our life. If we can get into alignment with the moon and the sun, our natural biological rhythms, we seem to, I've experienced this now for 2 years. We aren't swimming upstream in life anymore. We're floating. It's like you're floating on a raft in the river and it's carrying you, and being able to just naturally flow in life like that.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
Katie, does that also with the waxing moon? So that's the growth. Is that the divine masculine energy, and then the waning moon is the retreat and rest, the divine feminine?
Okay, if that's what retreat and rest is feminine, then that would be right.
Or
But,
create, yeah.
So yes, but the waning moon is a rest period, a detox period, or what I like to consider a pruning period. So even the things that are working for you, we only have so much energy. And so things that are not serving for us, or things that are not for us, that are more consuming us than allowing us to create, it's time to prune those things out of our life during the waning moon.
Yeah.
And when you do this by the moon, so there's a great book that I read. It's called Moon Magic. I can't remember the author now, but she talks about in there how the farmers used to plant by the moon cycles. And I asked my dad, because he's a farmer, and he told me a lot of people used to do that in the area where he farms, and they really believe in that. And that's kind of what the Farmer's Almanac is all about, is the not just the moon and the sun, but the cycles of time. And
That's what I've been saying. I said to my mom, I'm like, we're going back to the almanac days when the farmers planted by the moons and the cycles, and same even in our businesses. Like, I'm just so excited to have you on today, and love you, Carrie, because actually Carrie knows. I want to tell that story in a second, but I love how this is just the way that life is moving and shifting, and we're going back into that, because when by the moons, and depending on how we all do that, but there's a time you do move forward, like in your business, and then there's a time you rest and you maybe look at the pruning, right? Is what I'm doing working, or what do I need to tweak? And so for a lot of entrepreneurs, what they'll discover is it's going to be like going down the river, where they're not, banging out all the stuff, hustle, grind. And it's no more hustle, grind, no more male, the masculine patriarch way of doing business. It's the divine feminine, divine masculine, where you just go with the ebb and flow. it's hustle and flow, so that you have both, you know, in your business, in your life, in everything that we're doing. I love it. I'm so grateful for you.
And this right here, so at the end of the Bible, how it talks about, and nobody should be scared about it, because it's not the end of the world.
Right.
It's when we shed our ego. It's when we're able to move forward. There's a
Yeah.
lot of
Time
dark
to self.
in the world. The world is falling around all around you, but you can stand tall in knowing that the promises are that when Jesus returns inside of us is when we get to wear our crowns. We reign. This is Jesus reigning the earth. It's when more people start understanding this, we'll be able to move to a self-governing society eventually, when everybody has this. So yeah,
Beautiful.
but we reign, and that's the promise.
We're sovereign. Yes.
Yes, exactly. That's so beautiful. I think of that, the cycle of the moon and the sun and the, you know, the rising and, you know, all of that, because that's something I've noticed when you talked about that in my own life, because my journey 10 years ago, my husband and I moved to Panama. So we lived in Panama for 8 years. And so that was in itself was a pretty big deal. And, and I transitioned my business to work from home, and regardless of what country, but, and so that was part of that journey for me, was part of my healing journey and spiritual growth and everything. But a simple thing of, you know, getting into the schedule, we just went in Ontario, we just went through the daylight savings time to change the time. Like, I still don't understand why we do that.
It's not natural, and there's so many
No.
natural. Even the 12-month calendar isn't natural.
Oh.
The 13-month calendar is what's natural. It's the same as the 13 tribes of Israel at the beginning of the Bible, and
Maya.
only 12 tribes at the end. And it's actually the same as the 12 constellations that everybody knows about, and then the 13th constellation that just came back again. I believe it was last year. So that's the constellation of some people say Ophiuchus, Ophiuchus is what I say, who is the serpent bearer. It's the man that carries the snake, the constellation of the man bearing the snake in the sky. And so think about that. Think about that real fast. The man that carries the snake, and what's the relevance of the snake? Did you know that snakes have a cornea and a retina behind the scales in the middle of their forehead?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, and so that's their third eye. They have the visual representation, the physical representation of the eye. And so here we are with our third eyes being activated inside of our brain, and
even the spine is likened to the snake, and our fluid inside, you know, from our root chakra, our base. When you're meditating, you can breathe in certain ways to bring that fluid up into the brain, the pineal. It's all connected. It's so beautiful.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go a step further in
Cool.
the snake story, because each of our organs are connected, or each eye part, I should say. There's a whole study on the iris of the eye called iridology.
Yeah.
Okay. And this was part of my journey. I never heard of it before. And it's just like I kept being shown things and iridology charts visually, just in visions. And when I hear people talk about a rainbow circle, that's what I always refer them to. I say, was it similar to the iridology chart? And they're like, wow, yes. But so each part of the eye, the cornea actually represents the liver, the organ, the liver in our body. And the liver represents doubt, fear, anxiety. So that's basically the serpent's way the worry is the part that we want to leave, and we want to let go of all fear and all doubt, all negative thinking. And once we do that, then we can raise up and really just ascend into the positive energy, or into the different levels of heaven, which my business is named after. And that comes from the 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 2 through 4. Paul is the one that wrote the Corinthians books, and he says, 14 years ago, I was caught up to the third heaven. And I don't know if I was in my body or outside of my body. Only God knows. Yes, only God knows if I was in my body or out of my body. But I do know that I was caught up to paradise. And I heard things so astounding that no human is allowed to tell. So there's a lot.
Wow. Wow.
That's
So
only
cool.
that's only 3 verses, but
Yeah.
that kind of thing isn't taught in church, but people can look it up. So Paul wrote a lot of books in the Bible, and so what he's saying in this is, for 14 years I didn't tell this story because I was scared, or some kind of fear came over him, and it's the same reason why Jonah got swallowed by the whale, according to the Bible. Because Jonah didn't want to follow and do what he was supposed to do. And this is the same as repeating our words until we learn our lesson, and we're able to move forward, because we can keep on repeating the same lesson over and over again until we learn. But it's the same teachings of the Bible. So once Paul talks about the third heaven, he says, I don't do this to boast or brag. He's got a lot more in that chapter that's awesome to read. But he says, no human is allowed to tell. And I've experienced why no human is allowed to tell. It's not that I can't say it, because we have mouths and we can talk.
Yeah.
It's because on the other end, the receiving end, we can communicate, but the comprehension isn't always there. And I know that communication and comprehension at a different level are what people are dealing with in earthly relationships today. So you can say all things. It might be a parent, a child, it might be a spouse, it might be somebody at work. You can communicate all you want, but comprehension, is it there? And that's what we have to start observing. Is the other person even understanding what we're saying?
Yeah.
So talking about spiritual awakening, you'll have an audience for the ones that are ready to receive it, but for those that are not ready to receive it, they're just not there yet.
Yeah.
And so it's not that they're bad, it's just that people don't understand. And just like in the Bible, it does say we will be judged the way that we judge others. And so with my experience of the dark night of the soul, when we face part of our mirror moments, when we see a reflection of ourselves in others, or how we've treated others in our life, and it's easier to get through as long as you're a good, as long as you're doing things, and you're doing things with reason and justification, and for the right intention. So we want to bring love, hope, joy, and peace.
Yeah. And I think that that's it, right? That's what we've all been saying, is that you can speak your truth, and those that are ready to hear it will hear it. You know what I mean? And yeah, I totally agree with that. I've had that conversation with, I can't even tell you how many people, but it's still important to speak your truth, because it could be just one person that makes a difference for. And it's still so important, right?
Yes.
But sorry, go ahead.
No, I love how, whether it's the Bible or whether it's a different tool that we can use to help each other communicate and show that this is another Bible verse, what once was will be again. There is nothing new under the sun. And so just showing that the patterns and the history are repeating themselves. Yes, we're living in a different world from what they did in biblical times. It's a completely different world. We can go, we can, you know, even the way we have our coffee is different. Everything else is different too. So,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah. Yeah. But it's, I love that you have brought the Bible, shone a different light. I really love that you have shone a different light on that, because I have often over the years wanted to read the Bible because I know that there's more to it. And often people have said that, about, you want a good book, read the Bible. But I was always, stuck on that version of what, because but yeah, you're right. The thou arts and whatever, I'd be like, I'm going to sleep. Like, I wouldn't get through it. So, but and probably what's held me back in that is that, that understanding, and understanding it in a way that is positive and enlightening and that kind of thing, right? But I just love how you've shined a beautiful, positive light on all of that. Thank you for that. That was awesome. That was so awesome.
well, thank you so much. I'm so happy to speak about it. It is part of my journey, my experience, and how I can help others along my path is just showing, like, say a parent or anyone that you know is talking about biblical things, because so many see that the prophecies are being fulfilled today. So then they get into a state of fear or panic because they're taught that the world is going to burn and it's going to go on fire, and that's not what it is. Where the fire comes from is actually from the word ignorance. Okay. Ignorance means not knowing yet, right?
Yeah.
So that's the way that I see good and evil. I don't see the duality of good and evil. I see good in everything. But what some people would consider evil would be just those that don't know yet. So the root word of ignorance is ignorar, which means to speak fire or to speak truth. And so when we're speaking fire, when we're speaking truth, it really just dissolves the negativity of the word ignorance.
That's awesome. That's incredible.
I love that.
That's so amazing. The words, like, just to understand the words and getting, like you said, to the root word and all of that. I've heard a lot of talk on some other podcasts that I listen to as well that have helped, because you're right. There is that fear base in the different religions of that. It's all, going to hell. And so it's refreshing to understand that truth in a different way, that it's just about all of that breaking down and going away, really, and coming back to this beautiful way that we're supposed to be and live and love our life, right? That's
Yes.
so awesome.
So another word that I share a lot that helps a lot of people, it's actually two different words, but the two words come from the same root word. The words victim and victor come from the same root word, vincere. It's in Latin, and vincere means to win. And so if someone is thinking victimhood right now, or playing any, we feel like sometimes in life we have to get ahead by playing the victim, and that's not, deceiving people is not how we win, but telling the truth is how we win. So so vincere, though, can turn you so easily into a victor, and to accept the victor mentality instead of the victim mentality. And there's quite the difference between there, because one is completely positive and one is completely negative.
Wow. But interesting that it comes from the same root word.
It's what our mind does to it.
Yes.
It's what we allow our mind to do to it, because we have that power, we have that free will of choice. I know you've got your next guest, so I want to leave with one line from one of the poems that I wrote. I'd never wrote poems before, and one morning I woke up and wrote 6 poems. So I'll just leave with one line.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just part of downloads. It's a weird, inexplainable, right?
It's awesome. I love it. It's beautiful.
So the line says, World War III, the war inside of you and me, psychologically.
Wow. That is very powerful.
This is a psychological war, definitely. Everything
Yeah.
that's going on this year.
Yeah.
A few years, like not just this year, like we've been in it. That's so powerful. Just before you go, there was one question. Can you give an example of a habit that changed, of a habit changed from the mystery school?
They're talking about for brain activation. Okay, so one of the easiest things, if you drink with your cup in your right hand, switch your cup that you drink in with every day for a week.
Right.
So,
and brush your teeth with the opposite hand.
Exactly. So
or brush your hair. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing that can hurt you. It's just to activate different sleeping parts of our brain for aeons.
Right.
That is so interesting, because I am left-handed.
Right, with the opposite.
So I write with my left hand, but I do everything else with my right hand.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that's very, very interesting. But yeah, I should try and switch up some of those things. That's kind of
And another one that I tell people, take a different way home. If you're going outside, even if you go to the grocery store, take a different way home than you usually do. And already right there, changing some of the habits, putting yourself around some different scenery, it's amazing what happens when we change it up and get out of our routine.
Yeah, it's good. Just gets the sparks going, right? That's beautiful. I love that. Well, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, it has been a blast. I'm so grateful that my internet kicked back in and I was able to get back on. But yeah, it has been awesome. And we had your website, Seventh Heaven. I forget what it was, seventhheaven.coaching.com. Yes. For anyone that wants to reach out to you, could use a little support. That's so awesome. Thank you for being you. It has just been such a pleasure having you with us here today.
Thank you so much. This is absolutely wonderful.
We'll talk again soon.
Awesome.
Oh, okay. Bye.
Take care.
Katie.
Bye. Okay, I am going to go backstage and let you have a chat with Miss Evelyn, and I will be in the background if you need me.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let me bring Evelyn up. All right. Here we go. Hello. How are you?
Hello. I am wonderful. How are you, Christine?
Good, good. Thank you. Another Clubhouse friend. This is like the Clubhouse weekend. Yeah, there's so many powerful spiritual leaders on Clubhouse that I've been meeting. Facebook just doesn't have the same draw for me. I've just been hanging out in Instagram and Clubhouse, definitely. And that's where we met. And I loved your business and your story. I'll let you introduce yourself and what you do. But I just think that you have such a beautiful piece of the puzzle in the world and what you're doing, and helping the younger minds, and then, kind of what God's been speaking to you and you're shifting. So first tell us about how your business started and what you do. And then I'd love to hear about your spiritual awakening if you want to include that in there.
I would love that.
Cool.
Thank you so much for having me, first of all. I really appreciate this opportunity and for you holding this space. This is so exciting.
Right on.
So I am Mrs. Evelyn of Mrs. Evelyn Educates, and my past is that I was a public school educator. I was a public school educator for 12 years. And I taught in a variety of roles: urban, suburban, rural, gifted education, special education, middle school, elementary school, and I worked with high schoolers. And what happened through the duration of these 12 years is that I lost my sparkle. And I was trying with everything inside of me to pour love and light into every student. And it was overwhelming. There were so many students, and I felt like we were shipping them in and shipping them out and inundated with paperwork and not fully forming those beautiful emotional, spiritual bonds that I believe in. So as time passed, I started to become really depressed. Just truth be told, I was really depressed. The final school that I was in was an unsafe school. It was an unsafe school to be in. I was physically threatened. I was sexually threatened. And I was so distraught that I, for a weekend, could not get out of bed. I was so terrified to return to work. So from there, my husband and I talked, and we said there has to be a change. There has to be something different. There has to be something more. And I have a heart of service. I've always been super led to serve, super led to love. And I started in a very simple way. I started tutoring one family. I put myself out there. I made some funny videos. I made some posts, and I started tutoring one family. And then it grew and it grew and it grew. And yes, and I believe in that one-to-one soul connection where you truly have a student who is seen, heard, and valued. And that is so important. Currently, I lead a team of 15, and every person on my team, yes, and every person on my team is a spiritual teacher. We all have different faiths. We're super diverse. We all have different backgrounds, but we are all filled with faith. And it has been, speaking of my spiritual awakening, I just want to say half of my family is Jewish, half of my family is Christian, and it's always been this troubling thought in my mind because I just didn't know where I fit. I didn't know what religion is the right religion. What do I follow? What do I do? So it started, over these past couple of years, reading more and more and more, just everything that I could get my hands on about spirituality, about every text that I could do. And I started reading about the law of attraction. And I read, oh my gosh, so many things. Everything by Rhonda Byrne that you could possibly read, starting with The Secret. And it has completely transformed me. I am now living a life of abundance and joy and gratitude, and I pour that into not only the students in my community, but women that I work with as well. And it's through this spiritual awakening, through the reading, through sharing this joy. I actually have a morning meditation. Every morning I have a meditation accountability partner and friendship there. And through surrounding myself with the literature and the videos and connecting with Unity Spiritual Center, I am filled and I am overflowing with joy to connect with spirit and share that with others.
That's so amazing. So beautiful. I love that. You had even expressed that when we were chatting, you know, that everything for you is from God. Like that's your filter for everything. And I think that's so beautiful. And even thank you for sharing, you know, having the division of families, right? Because imagine you're a young person, or even as a child, you love your whole family, right? We're taught and you have these feelings for both sides. And it's like, where does that all fit? And it's neat because that was, yeah, I feel your journey on how, you know, how to go within and figure that out for yourself, you know, to use it as take the lessons and not the pain from that. But that's really neat because I think that there are so many people in that same situation. For us being raised Jehovah's Witness, there was a definite divide of whether people celebrated Christmas and birthdays or whether you got to go to weddings or not, you know, depending on what side of the family you were on. And I just kept looking at it going, guys, like this is not God's love. And so
Right.
I feel that, you know, and just as, yeah, like for our children, let's just bring it up to we're all humans. We're all soul beings. We are all one. That, you know, the law of one is let's just unify. Where yes, you can have your differences and you know the things, but it doesn't mean that someone is not able to partake, or you know they're excommunicated from their community because of a religion or a certain faith. That is just so wrong on so many levels. You know,
That's
we're here
right.
to really have unconditional love, right?
Love is my religion. And when I came to terms with that,
Yeah.
everything felt super connected and I was able to just feel free. I believe in all of the religions. I think that all of the religions will connect you and just we are living in light. We have a soul purpose when we come here to this earth. And my sole purpose is to serve and to bring joy to children and teenagers and adults. I mean, it just keeps growing. And I feel so led to just follow in whatever direction spirit leads me. I'm so open to the opportunities.
That's all. I have goosebumps. That's really amazing. I love that. I love that you talk about, you know, like even just the omnist word now has come up. Katie mentioned it earlier, and it's just simply being a lover of all, right? Of all religions. And I am like, we're just so super excited in what we're doing and what we're growing because it's not about any divisions. It's not black, white, you know, religion, anything political. It's simply let's just all lock arms as humans who want to have a great experience, and we're here for a set purpose. And as soul beings having this human experience, is we are just meant to love, you know, and to lead with that. I think that's so great. Do you have
Amen.
do you have any downloads or messages? Like what's God been saying to you as far as kind of what's next for you or what's in your future?
My downloads have been that I want to serve on an international level. I am feeling led to serve in South America specifically. For some reason, that has just been on my mind a lot. I want to empower young men and young women with the power of education. And I know that opportunities are there when you are educated. And I don't want education to just be one set path for everyone.
Right.
I think that we need to start where you are and build from there. I'm not a believer of grade levels. I believe in ability levels. And ability levels, you are beautifully designed. Your ability, you have gifts and talents in many areas and many capacities. And so I believe in bringing out your gifts and talents and supporting you in your areas of struggle. I want to teach families in Africa. So many families, but that is what is on my mind right now, is that I want to be far reaching. My company, my tutoring, mentoring, and homeschooling company serves students all throughout the United States. And I want to be international. That is how I feel so led right now. And I hope that the right person hears this message.
That's awesome. Right on. And so that will that be just a continuation of your school into South America?
Yes, it would be a continuation of the one-to-one services where you are again seen, heard, and valued. And the reading, the writing, the math, and whatever pathway makes sense for you. I believe in preparing students for after that high school experience. Do you want to go straight into a career? Do you want to go to college? Whatever that looks like for you is what we can set up for you. And we do graduate students. And we graduate students with homeschool high school diplomas, which can be used at the college level or can be used to get your job. So it's super exciting. This school is for everyone. You can use it in conjunction. If you attend a micro school in the afternoons, you could come to us for one class in the morning, or if you're in public schools, you could take tutoring from us just to give you that one-to-one boost. So we are a school for everyone.
That's really neat. Thank you for explaining that. So what does it look like? Like I raise an 8-year-old. So how would it look for, she's in grade 3.
Okay. Oh, yes, that was perfect timing.
She also ran by earlier when Katie said child. I thought it was so funny.
I love that. That was divine. That was perfect.
Yeah.
So the way that the process starts is I meet with every parent and we have a deep conversation about the strengths of your child and about the emotional personality of your child and all that that looks like, hobbies, passions, gifts, struggles, strengths, all of those things.
Right.
I work one-to-one with every parent. And then it's a matchmaking system. I match each student with the perfect teacher for them. And it's predominantly based on personality and what the teacher can teach, but it has to do with, is this going to be a beautiful fit? And again, my teachers are mentors. My teachers are spiritual beings. So I know that students are in really good hands. So what that would look like as an 8-year-old is the 8-year-old would log on and they would have either a half hour or an hour experience with their teacher mentor, and they would study together, they would watch video clips together, they would sing songs together, they would practice math together, they could do art therapy together. We have a life coach. Whatever that student needs is what we would do. And we do not follow one set curriculum. We are not cookie cutter. We custom build curriculum for every child.
Yeah, that's really neat. And then what happens after the hour? So is that like if someone's coming to you for school, do you have any full-time students, or is this kind of like supplementary to what they already have?
We have many students who are full-time, and you would be surprised how much you can accomplish when it's one-to-one. So instead of that 8-hour-long school day, which is really difficult, especially for students with special needs, we can accomplish so much in 30 minutes to an hour. So much. We have students who come to see us every day, and then we have students who come to see us just for a little bit, just for one class or just for tutoring. So it looks different for everyone, but we can be your one-stop shop for all things homeschooling. And all that the parent would need to do is maybe print some printables, that sort of thing. But we are all about alleviating stress for parents.
Thank you. As a homeschooling parent this year, thank you. That's great. I am still blown away. Like the child only has to go for an hour a day. Are they then given work to do on their own, and then it's kind of checked up on the next day?
That's right. That's right. And that depends upon the ability level of every student.
Right.
But quite often we do assign assignments, and We have some of the coolest science experiments going on right now. You name it, we follow the passion of the student. So it's super, super exciting. We do the reading, we do the writing, we do the math, and then we just go to the moon and stars with all of the areas that we study. It's so exciting. And the foundation of my company is spirituality. And the closer I grow to God, the bigger my company becomes. And I feel like it's magnetic. I feel like people can feel my heart and feel my energy and know that their student is in a safe space. And I feel so driven and so led to serve so many students in this world. I don't know how many. It's beyond my comprehension.
Right. Oh, that's so beautiful. What an amazing gift, honestly, for the child, and I feel for the parents. And I just keep thinking, man, I wish this was around when I was a kid. So cool. To not be stuck, for 6, 7, 8 hours at school and learning very little. I taught English in Taiwan, and my youngest was 2.5 when she came to me, and they were all at a grade 1 level within the 8 months, because kids are so like sponges, right? They'll take that in.
Yes.
Not a lot of room for creativity over there, but I was just so amazed at how quickly a child's brain can learn the things that they need and to advance quite quickly. So I could see how that would totally work for this, like how you're running it, for sure.
That's right. And you were able to move mountains quickly. We have students who are going, if you want to speak grade levels, just higher, 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 higher at a very rapid pace.
Yeah. So cool. And especially for children who just aren't that kid who can sit very well, who have been diagnosed with something, which I don't feel necessarily is the diagnosis. They have their special gifts, and that's usually, what school's not recognizing, or even special needs children, to be able to have you, oh man, you are definitely alleviating a lot of stress for parents. I understand and feel that. That's amazing.
I feel it too, sister.
Yeah.
I feel it too.
Whoop, whoop. I do want to ask you, let's go back to God and to talk around, law of attraction. And I started studying the law of attraction too myself this year, or last year, I guess, doesn't even matter. So say the beginning of 2020. And I was really, I was amazed. I'm like, wow, this is so cool. And I just dug deeper and deeper. And that's how I started coaching, because I thought, this is such a neat way to alleviate a lot of stress that people have in their mind. And I'd hired a mindset coach with the basis of law of attraction, and kind of how my coaching journey started. And I'm just wondering, like, how do you place, because for me, I feel that yes, law of attraction is there and it's a real law, universal law, but then also I feel it's the law of vibration comes before that, and Bob Proctor will say that too, law of attraction second, law of vibration first. So as I was teaching, and I'm still seeing people who are frustrated and are not manifesting, the new whatever, car, house, romance, and the
Did that.
Right?
I manifested a car that I got this week. Yes. Did
cool.
that.
We're going to come back to your car. So I want, through the frustration that people have with the law of attraction, what do you feel it is? For me, when I was kind of piecing it out and digging deeper and deeper for my own journey, and then also for clients, is I feel that it's all about our self-concept and what we believe about ourselves. And a lot of that comes from childhood programming. So if you are writing, that you want the new car, but underneath in your subconscious, you don't believe that you're worthy or deserving of it, then the law of attraction doesn't work, in my opinion. I'm just curious, can you speak to that?
I can. And I want to throw something in that one of my coaches, and I think we should all have a coach.
Amen.
One of my coaches has me carry around a picture of myself from when I was a little girl. And I keep that picture in my purse, or I put that picture on my desk, and I speak to her and I say, I love you. You are so precious. You are so loved. And it's easy to talk to her. It's easier to talk to her than it is to talk to myself. And I have found over these past 2 weeks that I have been talking to her and bringing that picture with me. I am in such a higher vibration. I feel so good. I feel so good. And our thoughts create our reality.
Yep.
And our emotions, if we can keep ourselves in that positive state, I'm sure you know this, 51% of the time, then you are living in the law of attraction. You are attracting the most beautiful, positive, amazing experiences in your life. And yes, I manifested a car. I've had a dream of having a yellow car for years. And my old car just kept breaking down. And my husband and I talked about the budget for this car that we wanted to get. And sure enough, I found a yellow SUV, which is super, not super easy to find, but I found it at CarMax at the exact price that we said we wanted to spend. So it was divine. Her name is Carly, and I feel super comfortable driving her. And it was just divine timing, and it was completely manifested.
Awesome. What's your advice then for people who have a struggle with it? I should preface, we manifest all the time. So you have to look at your results, what you have by your results. If it's not what you want, then you're not manifesting, as like you're manifesting, but not to the things you want. And it's digging deeper, why.
That's right. We are always manifesting, and you can manifest that negative. You can manifest that car jam. You can manifest those terrible relationships, which, speaking about past pain, I was in cycle after cycle after cycle of dating these jerks, these buttheads. And, I could not break that pattern for the longest time until I said, you know what? I am getting my own condo in the city. I am standing up on my own 2 feet. I deserve this. And it was within 6 months that I was married to the man of my dreams. And it took standing on my own 2 feet and loving myself to break that cycle. But I would say if you are attracting things that are negative, take out that picture of yourself when you're younger. Speak to her, speak to him, listen to the guided meditations, Esther Hicks, Abraham Hicks, listen to what they are saying, find what speaks to you. That might not speak to you, but go to YouTube, find some guided meditations, find some speakers, read literature that brings you joy. Start with The Secret by Rhonda Byrne. Watch the movie. Surround yourself with things that lift you and raise your vibration. And what do I mean by that? I mean things that elevate yourself and make you feel good.
Right. And you feel that in your body. Like we all know when something comes along, or you're reading or you're watching a video and you feel genuine excitement. You're like, oh, you wish you could cancel everything and just do the thing. That's that excitement, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is such an amazing experience. I am so excited to be here with you. I've got my crystals here helping me communicate, bringing forth
triangle today.
Yes. I love that so much.
Awesome. Well, thank you for, oh my goodness, all you're doing for families, for loving children the way that they're meant to be loved, not herded, into classrooms where they're not getting that one-on-one attention, and they're just being put through the system. So thank you that, you've created that safe, beautiful space for children to come and to really, learn to their abilities, but also to feel that unconditional love that they're going to, receive from that teacher and that spiritual mentor. But not even just, having that one-on-one with a teacher, but a spiritual mentor and teacher, because I feel like it just encompasses so much, right? Where it's the mind, body, and soul, if I said that all right, but right, like just
Amen.
yeah, all of it. So cool. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here and for sharing who I am and what we do.
Yes, you're very welcome. We will be in touch. And yeah, who knows? We'll have you on at a later show when you've had maybe something else happen, like a new thing in life or in the business, or you get to South America, whatever that is. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you
Awesome.
so much. Well, blessings to you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye-bye. All right. I'm going to bring Virginia back. Whoop, whoop. Hello.
Hello. I am
All right.
back.
We have a little bit of a change in the schedule. Miss Carrie was not able to join us today. We'll have her back another month. I'm hoping next month, because she is, oh, I love her energy. I heard her as well in a Clubhouse room, and I was in a room. I just love the way God works, because I was in Clubhouse and I just go on when sources like now, like, okay, go in there now, because you can really get sucked down a huge rabbit hole and hours later. So anyways, it was one of those days where source was like, go on Clubhouse. I just had some free time and I heard her speak and I was like, wow, I really love her energy and her message. And I don't know, I feel like there was probably 50 or 100 people in that room. And God is so cool, because I'll just scroll down the list and it's almost like there's this little light around each of their heads. Sources like that one. I'll just click on their profile, read it if it's, and usually I'm like, oh yeah, I would totally love to interview them on the showcase, just based on their profile and their bio. So that was Katie today, Evelyn.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And I absolutely love for all of those watching right now, Christine is our like number one recruiter. Not that I don't recruit people, and stuff like that, but I kind of tend to deal with the stuff in the background and whatever. And Christine is that one who's out there, and finds these people. So often she's like, oh, so-and-so is going to be talking about this. And it'll come up in conversation, because we talk like sometimes several times a day, but several times a week. But and it'll come up in conversation and you'll tell me about somebody that you just met or whatever. And I'm like, cool, and she's like, oh, well, they might come on the showcase. I'm like, okay, cool. And then so it doesn't really get down to the wire until we're coming into showcase time, where I have to kick in. And now I'm getting the emails out to everybody and I'm getting their bios and I'm getting their info and I'm setting up posts and I'm, so I'm kind of in the background and getting the engines rolling in that respect, that I start to read their bios. And I just said that to Christine this morning. I'm like, man, I get so excited the week leading up to it, because I'm reading everybody's bio and I'm like typing it. I'm like, cool. I'm so excited, so I get my own self pumped up because I'm reading all these awesome people and all the things that they do. So yeah. So thank you to Christine for being our number one recruiter, and sharing and finding all of these beautiful people to share with all of you.
Thank you. I love it. And I see Katie's backstage. Katie, I feel like don't go anywhere. We're going to bring you back because we have a half hour.
We got some time.
We have some time. We were going to talk about inner freedom. You know what? We're just going to skip that. I do want to share a card, but I'll do that later. And so, Katie, if you're game, give me a thumbs up backstage. She's thumbs up. She's so game. So I'm going to bring her back. I want to share the story. We didn't get a chance before of how her and I met. We had our first conversation and we were talking about putting together a call of other people that we knew who were kind of doing similar things to us, who were spiritual leaders, and our mission is to bring the people together. And I said, I wanted to invite Carla, who's going to speak. She's on tomorrow. And because I just love her message and what she was talking about around the holy books and the book of Enoch. And so I thought, I want to introduce Carla to Katie. And then she says, I want to bring on Carrie. And I had just had Carrie from Ireland, so an accent to us in North America. Sorry, Carrie. And so I said to her, I'm like, oh, Carrie Mears? She's like, yeah.
She lives by London, not
She lives by London.
Yeah, she's got an accent from.
Yeah. So I said to Katie, I'm like, holy smokes, of 400 million people between our countries, right? We just pick out the same lady. And I had just happened to have a conversation with her the day or two before. And I was like, this is divine. Like, you cannot make this stuff up. It's so crazy. 400 million people. Just think about that for a minute. And she just mentioned her name, Carrie, that, with the accent that I recognize. And I dropped her name. She's like, yeah, that's her. So we all got on a call and it was just so beautiful. Stephanie was on the call. She's speaking later today as well. Just as these healers that are saying, you know what, I have the bandwidth. Let's hold space for the collective. Let's bring people together to teach them we are all one. We are all soul beings here having this human experience. And it's that locking of arms. Like, it's so beautiful how this is just all unfolding. And I think it's so cool. So I love talking to people. Those who know me know I'm a super social butterfly. And so like, I get so jazzed up when I'm like, Virginia, I found someone else, for the show. I love it. So if that speaks to you, or you're like, hey, I have a business, or I want to share my story, even your awakening story, if that, if you feel it can help someone, then by all means, send me a message or a DM, because we will definitely get you on. It's always the last Friday and Saturday of the month. So the next one is Friday, April 30th, and Saturday, May 1st for our next show. And we have some spots available. So if that speaks to you, then reach out to me. Awesome. So you're like an angel who just appeared because we had some free time, and here you are.
Well, I always have lots more to talk about. So
perfect. I'm going to, I'm here till 3 today. So in like another 3.5 hours. So I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back. Excuse me. I'll let you two chat for a sec. I'll be back.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
So what Christine was just talking about, she was talking about healing and healing for the collective. And I have a spell that I am going to do on this full moon that's on Sunday for collective healing. I'm so excited about it. I was thinking about doing it live on Instagram if I can figure that out, because I am on Instagram. So I only started.
So awesome. I love that.
Yeah. So that's what we need to focus on right now. So, but if somebody's not healed themselves, then they need to work on healing themselves, because in order to heal others, we first need to be healed so that we can, it's kind of like, you've heard of the saying glass half full or glass half empty, but instead there's a different way to look at it. It's fill up your cup, no more half full or half empty.
Yes.
Fill up your cup so that it can overflow. So that means healing yourself first before you can heal others. It means loving yourself first before you can love others. It means trusting yourself first before you can trust others. So everything starts with us, and we need to take care of our being, because we are all beings of love and light. And when we let the worldly things affect us instead of us affecting the world, right?
Yes.
So,
and you're absolutely right, because that's with Christine and I, just our journey together has been that understanding that we have come to this point because we've been healing ourselves, and we still are, and probably always will be as we move through things and whatever. But it was that understanding of, wow, now look at how I can show up in the world because I've been doing the work. I've been doing the healing. And that's exactly where we had to kind of go through some things together to get to that point of realization that that's what we are here to do. We have done that. Now we just need to show people how, that they just need to do this too, that they just need to heal, go within, heal. And it doesn't matter who you are, what you do, it doesn't matter. Go within, heal yourself, and then look out. Like I just, it's when you're living your life from that place of connection and not that you don't wobble and, things are not all rosy, right? It still happens. We're still human. But when you
It
live
only
in that
happens
way,
to a point. It stops happening eventually, and that's where I live most of my time, is in the seventh heaven, in that consciousness state of the seventh heaven. And
love
so
that.
but on people's journey, it's okay to veer left or veer right, and paying attention to the signs to get you back on the road.
Yeah.
The timing of everything is always perfect.
Yeah, that's what one of the things I always say to someone when they go, "Oh, well, I shouldn't have done that," and it's like, reframe that. It's just a step. It's neither right nor wrong. It's just a step.
What
And
did
if it doesn't feel good, take another step.
Yeah.
Right? It's okay.
We all learn. We all learn from our experiences or from what we're taught. And really, I trust experiences over teachings from someone else, because each path of our journey, we're affected by these things that we experience or by what we're taught. And when some things don't resonate with you, especially with what you're taught or what you were taught in your past, trust your intuition more.
Bingo.
And let your intuition guide you.
Yeah, bingo. Because the dogs are really having fun. Okay, sorry. It's a party. That's why their attention span, is good for a couple hours of them being quiet for me to interview. Okay. Enough. Oh my goodness. Sorry, just 1 second. I just got to grab the toy. No, drop it. Drop it. Okay.
I wanted to mention hearing Evelyn speak too. So I just got a download last week that told me that connecting to children right now is so important, because children, when they're born, they're closest to God.
Yes.
And so rather than having them go through an indoctrinated life and having to heal from trauma or heal from what they were taught and to reverse their thinking, if we can water them like a plant and let them grow into who they're supposed to be from the beginning.
Exactly.
It's so much easier than taking an adult and having to heal the adult. So what I work with, I can connect a lot of people for healing from past traumas, but that's not my job in the world. What I do is I heal mindsets, and I work with the future. So I help establish business owners. I guide them spiritually so that they can impact the world. So just like Evelyn, I already sent her a message. So just hearing her talk was amazing, because that's actually what I do. I rise them up to their destiny. It's part of the seventh heaven, what we do.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And with children, exactly that. Teaching them and watering them. I thought that's perfect explanation. Watering them so that they don't lose that connection, because often that's what happens, right? We are affected by the teachings and sometimes the beliefs of others that we kind of get that disconnect. That's where we lose that disconnect. Often, what is it, from the ages of 0 to 7? Is when we're mostly still connected, and then it kind of usually kind of dissipates from there. So if we can use that time to teach and train and keep that connection and flourish, man, like what a beautiful thing.
Yes. And so basically think about the constellation of Aquarius. And Aquarius is the one that pours the water. So in order to water our children, water people, water their gifts, their natural God-given gifts that they were born with, that's the watering that needs to happen in order for that seed that was planted in a dark space in order for that seed to grow, it just needs the sunlight now and the water.
Beautiful. And we're stepping into that. We're stepping into that, right?
We are. It's so much fun to see this new world that we're experiencing. So
Yes.
it's and just like that Bible verse that I shared before, it's some people are already there. Some people have been going through this for more than 30 years, you know, or however long. And so there's a lot of new people that are going on their spiritual journey. And yeah, being able to see people's gifts come out, their natural gifts, opposite of what they were told or ever believed what was even possible to experience, accepting the gifts, understanding what they are, and in a language that we can communicate with each other about it without being called crazy. I have another, this is my saying I made up. I say the sane are viewed as insane in an insane world.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. That kind of works, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, I mean, what are you to take it? Because when you look at a background that's all black and you see white in the background, right? Versus seeing black in the background. So depending on the way that we view things, and that's just a great explanation for the world. Another way to look at it, because for a while, I mean, look at me talking about the Bible the way that I do, right? I get shunned by I was getting shunned by pastors and churches because they couldn't answer the questions that I was asking. So I was
Well, and I think that comes down to those beliefs and truths that they were taught.
right, exactly. The indoctrination is what it is. So I was not in a mean way kicked out of 3 churches, but I was kind of asked to leave or told that that they couldn't follow me on my spiritual journey. So yeah, but the last one that I was in, it was, you know, because different cultures experience psychic abilities, they experience demons in a different way than what we, as the most of the population of America, experiences. So to have, so the church that I was at the third time, because I tried to connect with people, and it wasn't even me, it was just people on my path too that are like, you have to meet my pastor. It was 6 o'clock at night and they had food for me, and I love tamales, so I'm like, yeah,
I'm in.
I'll come for food. But so the pastor and assistant pastor sat down with me that night, and my friend was here, and my friend was somebody that I use in my other business as one of the contractors. And so I didn't really understand what he saw in me, because there was nothing, you know, I how are you supposed to view yourself, right?
Right. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So, but he saw a light in me that I had no idea about. And I've experienced this in so many different ways on my path. I've been prophesied over, told I'm going to save the children. And I'm like, oh my gosh, how weird, right? And what are you supposed to do? And what am I supposed to do? And
Yeah. Like that's a lot. Thanks.
yeah,
Yeah.
you start panicking because you're like, am I doing enough? But the pastor and the assistant pastor of this Hispanic church, what they told me, because I was teaching about what Beth Moore teaches in her Daniel study about the end of the church age. I was teaching about this singular eye in Matthew chapter 6, verse 22, how it says the eye is the lamp of your body. And there's no mistake. So the eye singular versus the eyes plural, it's on purpose in the Bible.
Yeah.
But so the eye is the lamp of your body. If your eye is full of light, then your whole body is full of light. And if your eye is full of darkness, then your whole body is full of darkness. And 23b is the best part of this, okay? We don't want to miss this. It says, if the light that you think you have is actually darkness, then how deep that darkness is. And so what that really means is about our intention, the intention that we're setting, the root of the intention, the why. Now, seeing life through the eyes of a child, asking why, like a 2-year-old, a million times, to go and dig at the root of why we're doing what, looking at some things in reverse. Like, I'm going to jump this and then I'm going to leave it, but looking at the creation of America, it's not about the Constitution that's written right now. It's about the purpose that America was created for. So it goes backwards. And why did the people that left Britain want a free world? And what was their intention? And are we doing today what it was meant to be? And all of the symbolism that is in the creation of America. For one thing, did you know that the flag that George Washington used to carry was 6-pointed stars and not 5-pointed stars?
Yes, I've heard that before. I could not tell you where or why or even what context, but yes.
Yeah, it's amazing when you start studying this. So then you think, okay, 6-pointed stars, that brings you to the Star of David. This was just part of my path that I was studying.
Yeah.
And then going further than that, and in the connecting maybe Hinduism even, or other beliefs, and the New Age beliefs about a 6-pointed star. So the 6-pointed star in a 3-dimensional way is the tetrahedron or the Merkaba, which are the energy centers for the chakras. And so, and then when you connect it to astrology, it's really awesome. If anybody studies astrology, the chart right now is so amazing because it looks like it's lining up to be a 6-pointed star.
Wow. Really?
The current chart. Yeah. I watched this guy, and he just wrote a book. I watch Ablas Roland Legrand on YouTube. And it's wow, it's just, he's really amazing. I don't understand the I want to be able to understand if we're supposed to bring in the 13 constellations again, which I believe we are, having Ophiuchus as a part of it, which would make the birth chart an ellipse rather than a circle.
Cool.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really the same shape as our energy field. The Taurus is what
Yes, the Taurus. Yes.
Okay, so it's the same thing as our energy field. It's not a circle. It's a ellipse, and the same shape as the Earth too. It's not a circle. It's an ellipse.
Yes.
So bringing that all in, I love sacred geometry. It's not my complete gift, but seeing all of this match up and seeing the spirals in nature and seeing, man,
I know, it's beautiful.
I can go in every single direction here.
I know. And now, I wanted to come back to something because did you say, I think I heard you say your own children. You have your own children, right?
I have 3 of my own children. Yes.
Okay.
The family division that I experienced was my girls, my oldest didn't want to follow my rules. So I had to be strong as a mom, and I had to say, okay, if you don't want to follow my rules, you have options. And so she chose to move out and live with her dad. When she lived with her dad, she wasn't allowed to talk to me. My second one was, okay, and the way I am as a mom, a single mom of 3 children. Their dad came and picked him up about approximately once a year, okay, on average. And my second one, when she turned like 14 years old, she said, Mom, I have an emptiness inside of me. I really need to talk to Dad. I'm feeling empty. So I tried to connect the two of them. I tried to connect them for an hour, or first it was a weekend, then it was an hour after he refused. Then it was trying to get them to spend 15 or 30 minutes having lunch together, and then he refused. And I tried to have them spend 5 minutes together, and he refused.
Oh,
So she projected her anger on me. I was the only parent.
yeah.
And I thought I was doing the right thing. Police got involved. I had black eyes and bruises on my body, and I thought I was doing the right thing so that it didn't happen again. And the police got involved, the court system got involved. And even though when we went in front of the judge, I was the only parent that saw her for 3 years or talked to her for 3 years. Her dad hadn't talked to her for the 3 previous years. But he showed up in court, and the judge pointed at me, and he wouldn't listen to anything I had to say. He pointed at me and said, "The incident happened with you. Custody will go to her father." And that was my breakdown moment, but it was also my awareness moment of what's right in the world is wrong, and what's wrong is right, and the people doing the wrong thing are being rewarded for bad behavior.
Yeah.
And people that are doing the right thing are criminalized.
Yeah.
And,
And people aren't seeing that. They're believing that what is happening in that justice system or whatever, because the justice system, or, look at today, our medical system, our education system, or whatever, just because they said that must be true, or they're the people in power because they know. Well, no, my friends, we have to know. We have to look for our own truth within ourselves, and find that and bring that out and stand in that power, even when that person says you're crazy.
That's right. So
right?
It's all of the systems,
Yeah.
systems. None of them are working for us today, the way that it was intentionally set up to work. And so how do I use the right words to say this without causing, okay, I'll go to this. Anarchy is.
Say it, sister. We're
Yeah.
we're a community that just says it like it is. We are with you.
Whoever is meant to hear it is going to hear it.
Anarchy is when the people rise up against their government, right? And when we take hold. But there is one that was looked at. It's called anarcho-pacifism, which means that we rise up with peace. And this right here is the answer. So I know that there was just a global protest in all of the large cities around the world. Like I said, I'm doing the collective healing spell on the full moon.
Hold on, I want to ask, why is it a spell? What's that mean?
So the words that we use, and why I call it a spell is I'm going to get some dried herbs, and I'm going to press them. It's the way that it, like I said, everything is about intention. So do you understand what witches actually were in the time that the witches were here?
I feel like they were healers. I feel like the witches were healers. Yeah.
Yes. And so,
and sorry, I just want to pop in there too. I think we also maybe are misunderstanding in our, that word spell.
Well, spell is any words that we use. So, you know how we're co-creators of our reality. So our thoughts, our words, and our aligned actions create our reality. So the words that we form together, how we spell words, it's called spelling because it does cast a spell. All of our words cast a spell. And so we cast a spell positively or we cast a spell negatively, which comes back to, again, our intentions.
Yeah.
So when I say spell, it means that I'm using herbs, plants, and mixing them together and doing it for the greater good of humanity, the healing of humanity, because that's what the world really needs. And I know that I am a healer. I got really scared a few years ago when I was asked to pray over some people, and the prayers worked, and I was like, oh, just a coincidence, right? I didn't think that I had that much power. But then I was brought back. One of the friends of the person that I was talking to, their son had a fever, and they brought him on the camera, and I was asked to pray over him, and I did. And my hands, I held them below the camera. I didn't tell them what I was doing, but I held my hands firmly, my fingers just firmly, really, tight. Just, I don't know why. It was what I was being told to do at the moment. So I held my fingers tight, like I was holding the little boy's head, because I wanted so badly for this boy to be healed. And 2 days later, the dad wanted to talk to me and ask me a question. So I agreed to meet him on video chat again. And he said, I want to show you something. And he brought his son back on, and his son had bruises.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly where I was holding my hands. And I got really scared because I didn't think that was possible, first of all. But the more I learn about light and light particles, just like video chat, just like what we're doing right now, we're closer than what we think we are. Our light particles can be in more than one place at the same time. And learning that, and because I mean, again, from the background that I've come from, and only having the experiences that I'm having every single day, that's what's true. And what the world teaches us, we're look at the world. Do you really think we're supposed to run on this work hamster wheel and pay bills over and over? And I mean, what
No.
is that really why we're here on the earth? No way. We're here for things that are so much bigger. We're here. Think about the times before the Bible, before the Roman Empire, before money was even created. This is what I like to challenge people with. Imagine a world where there is no money.
Right.
Or at least you don't have to worry about money.
Right.
Imagine that whole concept being taken away. Would people do what they're doing today? Do you love what you're doing? And if you don't, change it.
Yes.
We have that option. We have so many options in life. And when you get in the alignment of the natural order, like what we were talking about earlier, the moon can be looked at as a pendulum swing because of the waxing and the waning, the ebb and the flow. And the moon controls the oceans. So we can give it some power over us. It's bigger than us. And
Totally.
that's
Science and spirituality. Bam. So good. We have run out of time. I feel I could talk to you for hours.
I know. Yeah, exactly. It was so awesome. Thanks for coming back up with this, Katie. That was so great. Thank you.
Was there one last thought you wanted to get out?
Just
I thought you did.
We can all get to experience unconditional love within 13 moon cycles. It's the story that's written on the back of the turtle shell. And I want everybody in the world to experience unconditional love.
Awesome. So good. When you were chatting, this was the card that I had pulled for today. So it's called Integrity. And this is for sacred geometry that you were talking about you liked. We love lawn art. Sorry, I don't know on the glare here. StreamYard, the camera's backwards. This is our relationship oracle deck. And so today I just did, pick a card for the day, and it was integrity. And I want to read just a little bit before we bring on our next speaker, because I think it really ties what you were mentioning earlier. So the integrity. Integrity derives from the Latin word integer, which means whole and intact. Integrity too requires an inner sense of wholeness and feeling intact. It has to do with honesty, values, principles, and morals. It is about doing the right thing, even when there is no one around to acknowledge, or when it might not be convenient to do so, and it requires consistency. Although honesty and integrity are closely related, they are not the same. There can be honesty without integrity, but there cannot be integrity without honesty. Integrity brings in aspects of morality and principles, while honesty is only defined by truth. While integrity might inspire action and call us to stand up for something that we truly believe in, honesty only requires us to refrain from lying. More than at any time in human history, the choice of who we want to be in the world and by what moral standards is ours. Integrity is a character trait we can only determine for ourselves and is fundamental to the totality of who we choose to be. And it's talking about, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but now is the time. If you are having any kind of spiritual awakening, messages, this inner desire to help in one area, whether it's serving people, this is the time. We are here to lock arms together, to stand up for humanity and for our soul's purpose and what we're here for. And I think, Katie just really did a great job today at explaining, the things that we learned when we grew up are not real. We were lied to on so many levels. And it's really just about, going into your own integrity. Is what are you here for? This is the great remembering, the great awakening. What is your soul here for? Because we need you. If you're listening to this, there's definitely a reason why you're here and listening to this. We're here to continue humanity in the way that it's meant to be, and not based on our old way of life that we're coming out of. This year has been such a gift for all of us. And, for those who have been awakened or have woke up to that idea, there are some who will not, and that's okay. And it's not our job to wake anyone up. Just simply stand in your integrity, stand in your truth of who you are and why you're here. And if you have questions, which you will, or you need some direction, there are lots of people, even in these 2 days, that you can reach out to for that. And so thank you, Katie. It's such an honor. I just want to say, I was super triggered by you the first time, because being raised Jehovah's Witness and then marrying into a Baptist family, I've spent years, moving away from the doctrines of religion, and you kept talking about the Bible and naming scriptures, and I've studied those books. And now I'm really grateful because it's in here somewhere. It's going to help me today. But I just want to say I don't feel triggered by you, because we're sharing the same message. It's just in different words, as I realized today. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we each have our own tribal language, is what I like to call it. So
Awesome.
Beautiful. That's
okay.
Awesome.
We'll talk again soon.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. And you are good to go. So I will skip off screen as well. And
I'm going to bring up Linda, who's been patiently waiting in the back, and I can't wait to interview her. So we're going to have a juicy chat. Talk to you later. Ciao. Hello. How are you?
Hi, I'm really excited.
Oh, I'm so honored that you're here, and this is great. Another Clubhouse. Oh, actually, I met Carla on Clubhouse, who introduced me to you. As soon as I was telling her, what we were doing, she said, "Oh man, you gotta meet Linda," and I really loved our conversation. So
Yeah, me too.
I know we're running short on your time, so I apologize on that. I'm just going to skip right into it. Share your story, maybe of how you are a sensuality coach, which is super cool in and of itself. So tell us what you do, and then talk about, I feel there's a connection of going within for people to find themselves in the work that you do.
Okay, So for me, I was introduced to sex watching a porno film as a kid, only a little bit,
wow.
yeah. So that basically it showed me what it looked like, what I was supposed to sound like, and that's what men like. And so I just had this imprint of that's what it was, and uh, so it was like these two separate polarities. There was me on my own, and then me with a boy, with a man. And it's kind of like how I was basically disconnecting all the time. And what I realized is that I didn't know how to be vulnerable, to feel safe, to feel anchored to myself. And so I found it hard to let go. And so I thought it was them, they weren't doing it right. And I would go to the next one, and it's like, oh, right, it's really good. And then it kind of, and basically what was happening was I was disconnecting and not knowing how to reconnect with myself. And so I missed out on, I mean, I had great sex, but I also missed out on a lot of sex just because I didn't communicate and just say, hey, can you just slow down? I just need to like breathe into this because
I think, can I just share for a moment? Like,
yeah, no, totally.
any men that are listening, or women too, is the connection is what's really important. Because if we're outside of our body and we're disconnecting, then the experience isn't going to be all that it's meant to be. So it's not necessarily the other person. If one person checks out, it's not going to be a great experience.
It's a little bit like if you cook an amazing dinner and somebody's just watching telly and they're just eating it, they're not connecting with it. And so if I'm not truly connecting with myself, I'm not truly connecting with them. And so what I felt that I was doing, what I used to do a lot when I was younger, was I was faking it. So I would fake orgasms. I would fake it because I wasn't feeling it and I wanted to get it over and done with. And also I didn't want to hurt their feelings because I could see that they were trying, and so I would fake it. And so all this time I was missing out. And so I was always interested to connect with myself more, but I didn't really understand what that meant. But the bottom line was, I read an article once and it said that normal sex is like playing the piano and tantric sex is like being the orchestra. So I was just like, okay, I don't know what this is, but I want to be the orchestra. And I knew then that I wanted something more than just having an orgasm. And so I basically went to lots of different courses and I put myself in really kind of extreme sexual experiences because I was trying to feel more comfortable in my skin and to let go. And I was looking at other people thinking, hey, they know something that I don't know. And really it was all this external stuff all the time. And the bottom line was I had been a workaholic. So before this, I was a nutritional therapist. I had had really bad Crohn's disease for 12 years, and I was on medication, had an operation, had part of my digestion removed, and I couldn't even hold a full-time job. And so I decided when I was 30, I was going to heal myself to a point that I could be free. And so I did that. And then the guy that helped me to do that, I trained with him as a macrobiotic practitioner. I wanted to help other people to heal themselves. And well, to actually, when I say heal themselves, take control of whatever symptoms they've got so they've got a choice. So my mindset was already into, right, I can do this sort of thing, I can change this. And so from that, helping people, I specialized in digestion. There was just something missing. And so I kind of, I was a workaholic and I went away to Bali for a month, and I just wanted to connect with myself. And I did all these different things. And I had this tantric initiation with this tantrika, which I was petrified about because the shutdown part of me was just like, oh my God, what's she going to do? But the bottom line is what she did was she just helped me to connect with a frequency, which I didn't have before. I think I was pretty numb, really. And so it's just an energy. And so I did lots of other things as well. And then I came back to England, and it's really easy to be activated and switched on in Bali. there's lots of gorgeous people and it's hot and you're doing yoga and stretching and it's just like everybody's doing lots of yoga and it's just like yummy, yummy. But then you come back to England and it's bang, right, action, but get back into work again. And I went back to where I was, where before I went. And then I actually stopped and thought, oh, no, I'm going to start doing my practices. And the bottom line is I started doing these practices and it started to really kick in for me, this frequency, this energy. And in order to be, what I realized is that sexuality to me had always been about men looking sexy, getting attention, being good in bed, having pressure to have an orgasm and give them an orgasm. It was all very sort of like not connecting at all. And then this frequency that I was feeling was sensuality. It was this feminine energy, and it was something that made me feel soft and free. And I wasn't going anywhere, so it wasn't very sort of masculine energy. Is kind of like, right, you've got a goal, you've got a beginning, and then you've got an end, and then you go for it. But this feminine energy, this sensual energy, is just like you're just in this frequency. And it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and I started to see it in my life. So it became a part of my life, as opposed to this thing that I needed to switch on when I have sex. And so I started working with clients, and they started to have the same experience, and they didn't even go to Bali. They were just, for whatever reason, they tapped into it and they were having results and they were experiencing the sensual energy, and they hadn't been connected to their partners. They felt shut down, and they were not into sex. They didn't feel sexy and they felt disconnected. And then really quickly they started to like want sex, enjoy sex, and they started to feel more empowered at work. They started to feel more connected to themselves, and they started to just be more consciously aware of things that they wanted and what they didn't want to do. And they just kind of built like this muscle, flexing this muscle of having healthier boundaries. And so I created a course, a one-to-one coaching program. It's a 12-week program to go through this process of igniting sensuality. And the reason why I say that it's beyond hormones and age, and that's because I'm 52. I've not had a period in 3 years, and to me, it has nothing to do with age and hormones. You know, when I was in my 20s, I'm much more connected and sensual, and I can feel more when I'm cooking, when I'm dancing, when I'm, I touch myself in a different way. I want to be touched in a different way. And I'm just much more sexually, sensually fulfilled as a woman. And it's not about, the fact that I went through perimenopause and all this kind of hormonal stuff. So basically, when you start practicing have different self-loving practices, you create this frequency in your body that you connect to. And the more you do it, the more you can connect to it. It's a little bit like when somebody goes into training. It's almost like your head, if you're going, your mind already goes in that place. So it's not this, it becomes a part of you. It's not something that you just put on some red lippy and some heels and half a bottle of wine or whatever it is that turns you on or activates you. If you're in a relationship with somebody, if you're in a relationship with somebody and they are, if they are a workaholic, for example, which a lot of people are. I mean, I've been a workaholic. I've had my own things as well where I've been disconnected, not wanting to have sex. But if you're with somebody that's a workaholic, depending on what their energy's like, I'm not just going to go along with things just because I feel it's duty or because I feel that I need to be close. It's like we need to be on the same page. And if I'm waiting to feel sexually validated and worthy and good enough, but if my partner wants to have sex with me or he doesn't want to have sex with me, or he wants to have sex with me but he's exhausted and so he's only giving me half a person, My self-worth and self-esteem was on the floor. It would be on the floor if I wouldn't get sexual attention, or if I wouldn't get noticed in a sexual way. I would start to feel invisible. And it's just like, because I do my own practices, I'm more connected to myself. My neediness for that attention, for that male attention, I don't take it personally. I understand where he's at. And it just, I feel more self-contained. So that's a massive big deal for me. And that's what my passion is. So even though I love health, because I needed that health to actually live a life, but to just talk about digestion all day, I'd much rather talk about having orgasms, more pleasure, feeling more connected and self-love. That to me is everything that lights me up. That completely activates me. Even just talking about it, my body and my mind is just like, yes. And that's what life should be about. It's for me. So I don't practice a specific thing. People call it Kundalini energy or whatever they label it. And to me, it's just this thing that makes me feel like this, which is open to myself and sensual. And that feeling is being open. Growing up as well, I always felt like I had these wild horses in me and I didn't know how to let them out. And basically all that is energy. It's just a releasing of the more grounded and connected and rooted I am into my own self-worth and feeling safe, the more I can let go and be free. And then the more free I am, the more that my partner can actually experience more of me, which is more sexy in itself. It's more of a turn on, as opposed to my aim is to make him have an orgasm. It's like, no, it's actually, I'm just feeling what this feels like, regardless what I'm doing. I'm just enjoying. It's almost like you're enjoying this amazing meal, this feast, and you're just like relishing in every moment of it. So what I did before, how honest can I be? How honest can I be?
You can be very honest. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's great because I can't see anybody and I'm just getting really connected to what I'm saying. And I am very open, but I appreciate there are people out there. So basically before, when I would masturbate, I would look at porn and have a vibrator and just get it over and done with as quickly as possible. And so therefore, I would just be like having a body sneeze. And it's just like, I was completely desensitized. I was watching porn, so I was getting all this like information to get me off as quickly as possible, and then a vibrator as fast as possible, the highest speed. And if it's a rabbit, then it's singing and dancing, it's doing this, it's doing that, all bells and whistles. And my whole body's just like numb, the nerve endings. And so from doing practices, I've learned to unwind and just to slow right down and just to feel the feeling. And it's almost like bringing the nerve endings back to life. And I just become more sensitive to touch and to the wind on my cheek. My whole body has become more awake. And so when I do get touched, I can feel more. So as opposed to I'm feeling kind of numb and I need to have a vibrator as well as having sex. I need to have a pocket rocket. It's like all these things, sensory overload. And it's like the complete opposite to what we've been taught really as women. We're not taught how to be these sensual, relaxed, receptive beings. It's like on the telly, when they have sex, they have an orgasm like that straight away, no foreplay, it's just bang, 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 job done. And like porn is all about how to to please a man, and they get a tiny little bit of a gesture of foreplay, and then it's just like bang, 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 and off we go. And it's just like we're just kind of, there is no part of that is a connecting experience. It's just literally having an orgasm, and it's just too basic for me. So the reason why I'm here is to tell everybody to slow down, slow down being touched, and to connect with the feeling more and more and more. And it just to have it as a daily practices is just exercising the body to relax, unwind, and connect. And it doesn't have to be about having an orgasm. I mean, it can be, and then you have bigger, more orgasms, because the more you're relaxed, the more you can expand it, as opposed to just like a shooting star firework. So there we go.
That's awesome. So good. And I was just saying, it's like the opposite of what you would think someone would say, right? The slowing down, but it's the connecting. And if we're not connecting properly to ourselves first, right? And feeling that love, how do you, like, if someone's like frigid or, how do you
Yeah,
get someone to connect to themselves? Do you have,
totally.
yeah.
No, I mean, I've been totally frigid. I've been everything. I've been open, I've been frigid, I've been shut down. I've been through all sorts of different phases. So the first place to go when you are shut down and frigid is you have to have a self-love practice. Because if you don't, you can't just lie there and expect a man to go, "Izzy wizzy, I can heal you. I can make you feel safe." I mean, a man can provide a house and food on the table. That doesn't make you, as a sensual woman, to feel safe in your body. It makes you feel safe on a basic level, a survival level. But to be intimate and vulnerable, I mean, we get hurt and we close our heart and we protect ourselves. We don't just close our heart, we close our vagina. It's not just one thing.
Right.
When we start shutting down, we shut down from expressing what we want, what we feel, and we just cloud it all. So you have to do self-love practices. And you won't feel anything. You won't feel anything, and then all of a sudden it'll be like, oh, it's almost like you're looking at your abs and you're doing lots of crunches and you can't see a six-pack, but it's like you have to put the work in. You have to give yourself that attention. And one of the things that I think is like, we have mental health, we have physical health, we have dental health, but we don't have sexual health, apart from like going on the pill or having an STD. Well, actually, it is important that we are sexually healthy and we feel a connection to our sexuality, as opposed to, I feel horny and I just want to have sex with somebody. I mean, we are sensual when we're cooking, when we're working, when we're creating. I mean, we are so much more than just that aspect.
Mm-hmm. So amazing. Why, or I don't even want to say why. So someone who doesn't feel safe, maybe a past trauma or something like that. Is that something, like, are you working with them too to help to heal? Do you heal them of that, or are you just getting them to connect to themselves?
By connecting with an intention of feeling safe. And also doing work with past trauma. It's not something you can bypass. It has to be a process with it. But it's amazing how quickly people actually let go of stuff, because the more that they start connecting with that feeling within themselves, they're like, oh yeah, what about that guy? Oh yeah. And it kind of loses its power, because they're giving themselves, the more attention they're giving themselves, the more that starts to shrink.
Mm-hmm. That's so awesome.
So what I wanted to say was that for this event, that I was offering a one-to-one self-loving sensual activation meditation, where you would be in private and you would have time initially to see where you were at and what you wanted and what you were going through, and then have the activation, have the meditation where your video and camera, the microphone will be turned off. It would be recorded so you can watch it again and again and again. And basically afterwards, that we would talk about having aftercare and how whatever you wanted to, you were going through, and how you could move forward within yourself. So so that's what.
That's amazing. Yeah, thank you.
And if anybody wanted to find me, I'm on Instagram, Linda Polanski, or Facebook, Linda Polanski, and I've got a private group just for women where I'll be doing meditations and like talking about stuff that we actually need to talk about. I mean, I do talk about things on Facebook, but actually more relevant, more open and honest instead of private ladies.
Can they find that Facebook group by just typing in your name? What's it called?
So just to connect with me, and they'll get through that. Yeah. So just send me slide into my DM. And if anybody has any questions, just to ask me. I'm not going to like be sales pitching all the time. I'm open to talk to you because
Perfect.
I was really detached. Now I feel more alive, more myself, more free, and a lot happier, less needy and desperate.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So I would say if anyone wants to have that meditation, please reach out to Linda on Facebook or Instagram. Just slide into her DMs. Let her know that you were here at the Conscious Business Showcase, and she'll get you connected with that meditation. That's really awesome. Thank you.
Also, if anybody was interested in the 12-week one-to-one coaching program.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Very good.
Lovely.
Good birthday gift for anyone, especially if you're in a relationship, right? To connect sensually. I think that's amazing. I think that there should be more of you out there because a lot of people are closed up based on their past hurts, and we shutting down everything, right, from throat all the way down.
Yeah, but even if you're not having sex, even if you're in a relationship and you're not having sex, or you're single and you're not having sex, just to be connected to your sensuality as opposed to just masturbating and having an orgasm, having something more, being more of yourself.
Right. Awesome. Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And we hope you have a great day. We'll connect. I know I'll connect with you. And I appreciate you coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, awesome. All right. Have a good day. See you.
Bye.
Okay. We are going to bring up Brianna next. I'm just going to change out the banners. All right. Here she comes. Oh, I took the wrong one. There we go. Hello. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good to have you here. Brianna is, we met through your mom, who's going to be here tomorrow, Heather. And I wanted to invite her to the show because I think what she does is so helpful for a lot of us entrepreneurs who are on here. So I'll get her to explain her story and what she's doing. So Brianna owns Limitless Impact, and she has a really cool story actually on how the business started. She got fed up with corporate and what was happening out there and said, you know what, I'm going to start my own business. And so I just want to applaud you as a woman, like, woo, girl, because I think that was really, I think that's the neatest part of your story. You're like, you know what? This is not working for me out there. I'm going to create it myself. And here you are. So awesome.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, to speak a little bit more onto that, I was actually in real estate for about 5 years. And even before that, I was working 4 jobs, hospitality, receptionist at a spa. I worked for a nonprofit as well as a doggy daycare. And after high school, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do as a career for myself that would keep me interested as well as fulfilled and want to do it for an extended amount of time. And so I think I let myself kind of explore as many different opportunities as possible to see what, excited me and lit my soul on fire. And I got really tired of working in retail and hospitality. So I applied to like 100 jobs on Indeed. And the first company to call me back was actually a new home builder in Edmonton, Alberta. And I ended up working with them for about 3.5 years. And I worked from the very bottom all the way up. And looking back at it now, what I really enjoyed about it was the face-to-face with customers and creating that personal relationship and seeing that transformation that someone goes through when they buy a house and how huge of an accomplishment that is for so many people. And near the end of it, I got tired of the politics of it and how it was very dog eat dog in the sense of sales environment, and it just wasn't fulfilling that need inside of me anymore. So again, I went on the journey to find something else. I did love real estate, and I loved all the administrative side of it and the marketing. So I actually transitioned into commercial real estate, and I worked with a team of realtors as a team coordinator. And then the economy in Alberta decided to drastically change in December of 2019. And the brokerage was going through some downsizing. And unfortunately, the role that I was in was one of those roles. So I look at it now as definitely a blessing in disguise. And you know, the sense of rejection of being let go, it stings and it sucks for anyone. And yeah, and I threw a pity party for a day or two, and then I, put my big girl pants back on and said, okay, what's next? Let's move on. And I went on a couple job interviews, and nothing really clicked for me. And I knew that I needed to find something that lit that spark for me. And I actually had an interview with a realtor, a residential realtor here, and he wanted me to work for him as a subcontractor. And I looked into it, and the role that he was describing, it didn't really fit the definition of a subcontractor, so I didn't really feel comfortable with it. So I told him, thank you, but no thanks. But that's kind of what lit that light bulb for me. And I decided to look into it a little bit more. And it started checking off every single box for me. And from there, I started my business in a matter of 2 weeks. I got everything up and running. A lot of long nights, but definitely worth it. And I launched January 1st, 2020, and I've never looked back. The core part of my business is I want to connect with, growing entrepreneurs and people who have small businesses that are wanting to take that next step into that, medium-sized business, where they're not necessarily quite at the level where they can hire a full-time employee, but they do need someone to help them. So the one statement that I always say is, let me work in your business so that you can work on your business. And I'm very grateful because in a matter of 14 months, I've been able to grow my business from just myself to a team of 5 other wonderful entrepreneurial women located all over Canada, which is amazing. And I love being that one-stop shop for businesses to come to get support in customer service, sales, administration, their digital presence, graphic design, content and copywriting, for just a 1 fee a month. And they get access to all of these resources. And my mom's going to speak a lot tomorrow about mindset and creating possibilities for yourself personally as well as professionally. And that's something that I really resonate in my business, as well as that I coach my clients, is, when you allow yourself to delegate certain tasks, you open up so many more doors for yourself to manifest in other streams of revenue, as well as you give back yourself time to focus on growing your business the way that you want to.
That's really awesome. Sorry, I'm on mute a little bit. Homeschooling is on. I can hear the teacher.
All good.
So sorry if there's any feedback. This is real life. I love that. I love what you do and how you're telling people, I'll work, I'm sorry, I don't remember the phrase, but like basically
work in your business, and so you can work on your business. Yeah,
that's it right there. Because as an entrepreneur, there are some hats that we're not meant to do. We're not good at it, or it's a frustration, or it's an energy drain. If it's marketing, and or social posts as an example, and it feels like you'd rather eat glass than hire someone for that, because you're going to go so much farther, faster, by being able to give out, sorry, she's running now, to give out those tasks that are an energy drain. And when you're talking about manifesting and bringing that in, the energy is really important, right? Because the intention goes out behind that stuff. So if you're posting and you hate it, that's going out with that intention, along with it. So that's why I think it's so great, what you do and how you're helping people in their business. But there's, I think, an extra element. You are a spiritual virtual assistant company, right? So you're understanding us on a level that's very different. I will comment often, like, I want an accountant who understands what I'm doing. If I'm taking a course and it has something to do with anything, in the psychics or mediumship or, like something that is not really mainstream, we need to speak the same language. I feel same in your business. I think it's really powerful, and you have such, I want to say, a niche now, because we are growing as entrepreneurs, this is getting to be bigger and bigger. And so will your business as it grows.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of my clients are, spiritual coaches, life coaches, crystal healers. So I do work a lot with spiritual entrepreneurs, and I feel that they definitely feel a lot more comfortable working with someone like myself rather than, a virtual assistant that they can just hire off of Fiverr or Upworks,
Right.
someone who actually understands that spiritual aspect of who they are as a person and what their business encapsulates. So it's definitely something that I find that when I do onboard a new client who is specific to, the spiritual industry, that they settle in very quickly and they are able to kind of let down those walls because they're able to talk about those certain things that they wouldn't necessarily feel that someone else in the business world would fully understand. So having those clients, who are, releasing a new spiritual course on crystals or,
Right.
anything, right? They get the intuition of, okay, so I feel that, and I'm picking up that maybe it's not a good time to launch this right now. Maybe we should wait a couple weeks. And them just knowing that they don't have to justify that decision because they're just listening to their intuition, and that I won't judge that and I actually respect it. They feel so much more empowered in their business and being able to, continue to make those decisions without having to justify it.
That's huge. Like, the
Mhm.
fact that you just explained that and you understand that, as a spiritual entrepreneur, that is so massive. Because for myself, for me, and how my intuition works is I need to sleep on it. I need some time before, making a quick decision is not the right move for me. I can end up in trouble when I do that. That's happened so many times, and I'm now understanding. But even, just feeling that and where it is in your body, a lot of us, we're able to get to a place where we understand our intuition and we can move forward on the yes when we feel that. But if you're in an unsure, it's so great that you can give someone the space to go and, meditate on it or take a day or two so that they can come back and give you the right, not even the right, but to give you the proper answer for them and for you, right? Because you don't want to take on a client where they said yes too prematurely and then they realize that they are over their head or whatever the reason is, and now you're dealing with someone who's got customer service complaints or, whatever it is, just because they're not feeling themselves. Has nothing to do with you or, your capabilities. I think that's so powerful, and I love that you recognize that and you speak to that, because I think that even in your marketing, for us to see you, to really see you, I think it's powerful. One other thing I just want to say is, you are able to allow people to be themselves, and that's another superpower, I would say, of yours, because as someone from the spiritual community, we often are, it sounds weird sometimes coming out of our mouths, or we can be looked at as being different or weird. But being able to just be ourselves and to speak freely, it's a huge relief. And I hear that time and time again when I'm interviewing people for the Conscious Business Showcase, or even just looking for healers, because that's what we're doing. The Healing Soul School is helping to bring confidence and a stronger business to healers. And there's just like this wave of relief when I say, you can talk about whatever you like. I've heard it all. you know, it's galactic missions, aliens, like everything. I've, you know, been in touch with people who've said it all, and it just they just have this breath, like, oh, thank goodness and thank you, because I can just be myself. So I applaud you for that. I think that's amazing.
Thank you. And yeah, I'll speak to that a little bit more, even in my own experience with running my business. When I first started it, I didn't put any expectations or limitations on it.
Right.
I just jumped into it, both feet, 110%. And I said that I just believed, and I said, you know, I'm taking this bet on myself because I know I can do this. And having that self-confidence and self-knowing that, you know, the universe is going to support me in whatever way to make this successful, and just having that, you know, unconscious belief. And I find that's really important. And I coach my clients on that as well, is not setting those limitations or those glass ceilings for yourself, and truly believing that you started your business for a reason, and there's a reason why it's continuing to grow, and to keep with that momentum and not putting the limitations on yourself. And, you know, I did start my business at a very interesting time in the world, and it was scary. And a lot of my clients had that fear of, oh my God, like, this is gonna make my business crash. And I said, no, hold on. Let's not, you know, put that expectation out there. You have to stay positive, and you have to continue to believe, and we just have to pivot. So helping those coaches, especially, you know, spiritual coaches and stuff that have done a lot of their coaching like face to face, and helping them navigate that transition to online, as well as it's such a good opportunity for them to create those digital programs that they've always wanted to, or they've only ever done in group settings, you know, like weekend events and stuff like that, where now they can put it online and they can broadcast it to the entire world. And there's
international, baby.
Yeah. And there's so much more opportunity to reach out to people that you wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity to do if you were limiting yourself to just in-person events.
Yeah, that's massive.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the world just opened up for us, right? Because you're not,
Exactly.
you know, it's not just a small area, or if you were having people in-house, for sure. Yeah, that's neat. What I would just say, how does someone work with you? Because I want to make sure that our viewership, who are mostly entrepreneurs, get this, is how does someone work with you? Can you kind of describe the process of what that is?
Yeah, of course. So typically I find people reach out on my website, which is www.limitlessimpact.ca, or they reach out to me via social media. Typically it's Instagram or Facebook. My Instagram handle is @LimitlessImpact, and then my Facebook is just my business name, which is the full business name, which is Limitless Impact Virtual Management. And typically what I do when someone is interested in working with me is I schedule a 30-minute to 45-minute discovery call, just so we can talk a little bit about your business. I get a vibe for you, you get a vibe for me. It's really important for me that I connect with my clients, because if that connection is not there, then that working relationship won't be very successful in a sense. So I like having that connection with my clients, because then we trust each other, and it flows very naturally. Once we have that conversation and I get a better idea what it is that you're struggling with on a day-to-day basis, and what your goals are for the future for your business, then I make my recommendation of how I can help you. So because I do have such a vast variety of different services, and I do really embrace the one-stop shop, there is so many different things that I can help you with. And it's just creating that priority list of what's the most important to accomplish first, and then just continuing down the list until all of those big projects are up and running. And then it just becomes about maintenance, and then just redoing everything, you know, relaunching stuff, new programs that you want to release. I do everything by monthly packages, and depending on how much support that you're looking for will then influence which package you should take. And the thing that I've always really been important to me with my business is being flexible and affordable for, you know, the everyday entrepreneur that's just starting out. So I don't have any minimum required months that you have to sign up. It's month by month. If one month you need a ton of support, you pick one of my higher packages. And then if the next month you are, you know, kind of winding down, or you're in your course and you don't need a ton of support, you've got it, you can just do a basic package, or you don't even have to take a package at all. So that's something that's really important to me, is allowing my clients to have that flexibility in what feels good to them. Whereas a lot of people who do what I do, it's, you have to sign up, and it's, you know, you're required to, you know, stay on for a certain amount of time.
Right. That's awesome. I feel like you're kind of like a counselor for entrepreneurs, spiritual entrepreneurs. What are your goals? What are your big things you're working on? And when you said, you know, when those big things are set up, I honestly just felt like a wave of relief for anyone you work with or will work with, because that is such a huge energy drain for a lot of entrepreneurs, is they're stuck. And I would say, if anyone's feeling stuck and you have tasks that are not getting done because of the overwhelm, please reach out to Brianna, because you're going to support a beautiful young lady, local business, and you're also going to have some of those things taken off of your plate that are going to move you forward. And this woman has so much experience, not only in what she does, but even just knowing how to work with intuition and how to connect and to read your energy, you know, in an interview. We don't hear that so much, you know, when someone's talking about their business. And so I think that is just so fabulous. And I also want to give you another shout out for having 5 employees, and you just started your business last January. I think, first of all, that is freaking amazing, because you're in your 20s. Is that right?
Yes, I'm 25.
Okay, cool. Not supposed to ask a lady her age, but whoever said that was wrong. The number. And I mean, bravo, because you're 25 and you have a business, you have employees, and your business is growing. Like, I just think that is so amazing. And we are so excited to just applaud you and to showcase what you're doing, you know, but even anyone who's watching this video at any time, just having the availability of knowing who you are and how to access you, I think is awesome.
Yeah, and I just speaking back to coaching with my clients, and we definitely do create a bond when we're working with each other. And a lot of my clients I've become quite close with, and I always find that our monthly Zoom meetings kind of turn into like them being able to vent about certain things, and, you know, just being a sounding board for them, that I understand, you know, what they're going through professionally, even personally too, and just being that support system for them. So and that's one of the things that I find, is that a lot of entrepreneurs, they feel alone.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Because they feel that, you know, if they express how they're feeling, stressed, burnout, you know, mentally exhausted and energetically exhausted, that it's a sign of weakness in business, and that they're failing. So having someone like myself to, you know, help them through that, work them through it, and, you know, okay, now we've released this, you've let it go, let's move on to the next thing. So it's definitely something that I do love about my business, and I'm an empath as well. So I definitely pick up on those things when my clients are having those moments, and just having the flexibility in my business too, I can just pick up the phone and be like, how are you doing? But like, how are you actually doing? And then it just kind of opens that door for them to feel that they can, you know, just let it go, be able to release it and take that stress off their shoulders.
So amazing. I just want to say, preach, preach. Oh man, I need emojis for here. There are no emojis. I can't tap the mic like in Clubhouse. So cool. Virginia's in the Healing Soul School here. She's saying, agreed. Some of my best clients were because we were able to connect on a deeper level. You are not just someone helping with their virtual assistants, or as a virtual assistant. You are so much more, because you understand on the spiritual level, intuition level, from coaching and like being able to pick up, hey, how are you really doing? Where did you learn all of that magic?
Honestly, it's, I'm sure my mom will touch on it a little bit tomorrow too, but my family, my younger sister and I, we've always been very spiritually connected, and growing up, my parents were very supportive of that and allowing us to explore those different aspects of ourselves and just creating a very positive environment. I've always been that person, even like growing up in like elementary and like junior high and high school, that all my friends, they would call me the mini Dr. Phil, because they could always come to me and, vent, and I'd help them work through it. So it's something that I've always kind of been able to do just naturally. And just as I've gotten older, being able to listen to my intuition and trust it. There's been a few times where I get that little spidey sense at the back, and then I'm like, yeah, okay. But then I don't actually like act on it or listen to it. And then a couple weeks later, it's like, I knew it. I should have listened to myself. So I've definitely gotten better at, trusting that intuition and understanding it as well, and bringing it in to the forefront of my business. And, I've had people who, that I've interviewed. Well, when I talk to you, I'm interviewing you just as much as you're interviewing me, because I want to be able to work with people that we mesh really well. And I've definitely, accepted my fair share of clients where it's like, we didn't really mesh too well. And it wasn't that the experience was bad or anything. It was just emotionally and energetically draining for me. And I had that intuition talking with them the first time, being like, might not be a good fit, but I'm such a caring and giving person that I was like, I want to help everyone. So right. Definitely being able to listen to that better. And that's something that I definitely coach my clients on as well, is listening to that. If you have someone that's looking to be a client, or, that could potentially, affect your energetic health and your emotional health and stuff, listening to that intuition and accepting the fact that you get to make the decisions in your business and you can say no.
Yeah, so awesome. We only have a few minutes left, but I want to ask if I can, because I think that just you're a young businesswoman, you are, spiritually gifted. Can I ask you about channeling? Like, do you channel? And the reason why I want to ask is because a lot of people watch our showcase who are new to spirituality, they're new to woo, maybe they just have had a spiritual awakening and they're trying to figure out how all this works. You've been around it, a lot of your life, or your whole life. And so it's not different for you, but like speaking to someone who maybe is younger or who's getting these spiritual gifts of channeling, downloads, they're called, that message, what's your experience, or, what would you say to someone like that?
Yeah. And, being at that young age and growing up in the generation that I have, it's definitely something that I've tried to shut off, because people think is weird or, not normal. So that was a struggle growing up and trying to fit in and stuff, when having that just natural connection with the spiritual side. And for me, it's always, as I've gotten older, it's definitely been about trusting and just allowing myself to be open to it. And I find typically when I'm channeling, it's usually when I'm doing speaking engagements like this, or when I'm writing something and I just get in the zone and it just flows out. And that's one of the things that I find for a lot of people my age is when they're doing something that they really enjoy and they're speaking to it, writing about it, making videos about it, whatnot, they go into that channel state without even realizing it. And for me, that's what happens is when I'm really tuned in and I'm happy and I'm talking about something that I'm passionate about, it just flows and I just let it flow.
Awesome. So, I mean, that could even be in your marketing, because I would want to hire someone who's writing copy for me, or, you know, even posts or any of the things you're doing and is channeling or just tapping into that intuition and knowing what that feels like, because that's where some major magic can happen, right? That flow.
Exactly. Yes. And that's something that I love working with my clients about, is getting them into that creative flow and allowing them to just speak while I sit there and I'm taking the notes and I'm capturing what it is that you're saying and channeling, so that I can take that and, you know, wrap it up in a nice pretty bow.
Right.
And then we can use that as your marketing.
Yeah. Amazing. I love it. So cool. Thank you so much, Brianna. Virginia's saying you're a rock star. Love what you're doing and well done. Yeah, we are totally saluting you and saying, you know, how
Thank you.
awesome. Yeah.
I really
hope young
appreciate
people
it.
find this and watch it, and it inspires them to, you know, take life into their own hands, so to speak, for their business, and just to whatever the passion is, whatever you feel you can create, you know, with that zone of genius, to actually go out and do that. And, you know, you're doing it, and I think it's awesome.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak to everyone today and speak to it a little bit more on the spiritual side of things. And
Feels
yeah,
good, eh? You don't have to be like
yes.
minding your P's and Q's or wondering if you're gonna, you know, offend someone. No, we can totally just speak our
Yeah, I like
hearts.
that.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so much, hon. The info's
Thank
up
you.
there for anyone to reach out to you, and you have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna flip around some banners. Man, what an amazing story. I think that's so beautiful. All right, this next speaker, so funny, not funny. So Stevie Lang is coming up next. She is an ex-Jehovah's Witness like myself. That's how we were introduced. I'm gonna bring her up. And hello.
Hello.
And Stephanie Lodge is coming on after Stevie, and that's how we actually met. So I'm going to bring her on while you're on, so that we can have a little chat about that story. Maybe you didn't even know.
I didn't even know.
She's the breadcrumb trail of me finding you.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is a friend of Michael's.
Yes.
Yeah. So cool. So welcome. This is really exciting. We've had one conversation, and we're lit up energetically. We were both feeling that, and I just love that. My guide's here right now too. How cool are our backgrounds, and so random, and here we are. So,
random, not random.
Not random. So Stevie and I both grew up as Jehovah's Witness kids, and we both realized that, hey, there's something not okay or not right. I'll speak for myself, not right for me. This doesn't feel like love. This doesn't feel, you know, just didn't feel right. And so I thankfully was able to leave at 13, but my family are still involved. And so there's a lot of separation, a lot of hurt, and all of that with the family. And that's just been my experience. And I was so great. I loved that Michael introduced us, because you also have that same background, and you're a medium now. And I'll get you to explain your story in a second. I just want to, preface that with the reason why I was so happy to meet you is you have that commonality like I do, or being raised like that. I had my first Reiki session a year ago, and I had fear. Like, I was nervous to book even the appointment, because we were raised that you couldn't do those things, or that any kind of new age or energy kind of work was wrong or evil. And so when I can meet someone else who's come from the same background, who has also found spirituality and, is living that as her business, I was so excited to chat with you. So welcome to the showcase. And if you want to take a couple minutes, explain your story and maybe even how you got here today.
Okay. Thank you so much for having me on. Like you said, I don't even think we met a week ago. I don't even think we were introduced a week ago,
Yeah.
but it's one of those things when living in alignment, I find that I can trust that the people that show up in my life are exactly who I need to show up in my life at that given moment, and not worry too much about exactly how it's going to play out in the future, or
Right.
look in the past with any kind of negative regret feelings. Just be in the present moment and go, this is what we're doing now. Let's enjoy every second of it. Yeah, so from our very first conversation, we absolutely had that connection. So many different things of the process of growing up in that very, well,
Rigid.
I like to say that there was like opposite day in school where they said one word, but it actually meant the other thing. So they talked about love, but they actually meant judgment.
Interesting. Yeah.
Right? They talked about joy, but they actually meant controlled misery. So my child brain, I didn't recognize at that point the connection that I had with spirit. I didn't even really know what to call it, let alone that me as a female child would have that connection, because we were raised that our spirituality was to come through white men in suits to the men in our congregation. And then eventually we got the crumbs as female, even compared us to dogs at the table. I mean, it's like, really? So my little Spitfire, energetic, pure innocent self was like, what? I don't like this. And because of that, even from a small child, I had a little bit of a disassociation between people in my environment and myself and what I felt was my connection. Fast forward, or kind of going through to what brought me here, is I did what I was raised all good little girls do. My dad was an elder, my sisters were pioneers, and I got married as fast as I possibly could. And then I ended up having a baby as fast as I possibly could. And that baby ended up having special needs. He's high functioning autism. And then my husband at the time, as is quite common in that world, he was an alcoholic. So I essentially had two special needs children. Only one of them was technically an adult. And I got to this moment where it was like, I was praying to God as I understood God at that time, and was just like, I have really messed up. I don't know what to do. I didn't mean to get in this place. Please help me or take me out. Like, I either need to kill myself and die, or I need to live life different. And there's really no in between.
Yep.
And I'm crying, I'm sitting on the couch, and I will always remember how right at that moment when I completed that statement, my little boy came up to me and he looked at me like this. And it was like a lightning bolt came from the sky into my head, through my body, and was like, you need to change your life and quit pretending who you are.
Wow.
Now, I did not know what that meant at all at that time, but I was 24, almost 25 years old. And that was kind of my first step. I left the marriage, I left the organization, and through the twists and turns of the last 15, 16 years or so, I've met different people along the way. And eventually, through just like our previous speaker was talking about, where anytime you feel really excited about something and it just feels natural and easy, and these words are just coming out of your mouth and you're like, man, I'm inspired, that's spirit.
Yeah.
That is, you are in alignment in those moments. Like, that's what alignment feels like. It's just people don't necessarily realize that that's what alignment feels like. But once you know, then it's like, okay, pause, feel, tune in. What excites me right now? What does my heart long for? And then just follow what comes up. And with more and more practice, and just giving myself permission to believe that I did have that connection, like that it was possible, because I saw other people do it and I resonated immediately with what I saw other people doing. And I was like, well, I wouldn't resonate with it if it didn't mean something to me. So I just started practicing and was like, what does this button do? And I got really curious about what would come out and who I would meet and how it would all fall together. I've tried things. I'm working on being a Reiki master. Actually, I started with getting treatments, and then I was like, oh, I want to do this. And just experimenting, as different things come up, I check in with myself and spirit and I go, is this right for me? And if I get the green light, like heart jumping, yes, I want to see what that's about, then I go for it.
Cool.
And that's what brought me to you here.
That's so great. And that's all energy is, right? Like an energy healing, or listening to your intuition, or feeling that. It's just simply getting calm enough and quiet enough to be able to hear and to feel that. And I think a lot of people are in that fight or flight from our lives, or, whatever we've been through. And it's just simply a coming back home, coming back within, calming down, meditating, so that you can start to feel and to hear those voices, or a feeling, whatever that is, depends on the gifts that the people have. For each person is different, but we all have it. And we were taught, not even just in where we were raised, but like just the world was taught that, that's not the way you go, but it's really just tapping into our inner magic, our inner power. And it's so cool what's going to come out. We are all a piece of the puzzle. So it's just simply figure out what you're here for. What, how does your piece of the puzzle fit in, with the rest of us? And I think that's really neat. Talk to us about the 4 elements. Is that the 4-element formula?
Yes. So one of the big transitions I had, so I got out of the organization, but then I threw myself into my career, and I was making myself physically ill because I wasn't living in an alignment, and I figured out what that was and what that looked like. And so when I got to the place where I identified what being in alignment was, one of the first major downloads that I got was this 4-element formula to live an empowered life. And that's the basis of what I talk about, the basis of the business. And those 4 elements are: love yourself, trust spirit, do the next right thing, and embrace the process.
Awesome.
So that really has been a guiding light and a map for me to follow. And if I'm ever in a place where either I feel like I can't trust spirit, I don't know what to do next, or I'm resisting the process, then I just go back to number 1, which is love yourself. And I have chosen to look at every single trigger and every single challenge and everything that maybe doesn't feel awesome as a spotlight on the thing that I need to love within myself more in this moment.
Yeah.
And that, if people listening get nothing else from this talk, that is a game changer. That will, the first step, love yourself. And if someone's saying, well, like, I don't know how to do that, or I wish I could do that better, great. Love that part of you that has a hard time loving you. And it just works. So
I'm just typing out your 4 things. I think they're really helpful. Yeah. Oh, I sent it to YouTube.
It's okay. Maybe YouTube needs to see it.
I wasn't in the banners. Also create a banner. That's awesome. So I think the love yourself, I think that people can kind of get an idea. And it takes work. So it's not that you can just fluff over that part of the process. Maybe do you want to talk about, like, at each of the steps, kind of a little bit of a how-to? And before we do that, I just want to open up, if there's anyone that is wanting a reading, or has a question, or wanting some kind of a message from Stevie, then please, pop a comment in the chat, and we're here and we'll get that for you. So how do you do the process? So, love yourself. We actually, Evelyn was on earlier, and she's talking about having a little picture of our younger self, and just,
Yeah.
you know, when you see the picture through the day, like, I love you, and just love on that little version of ourselves, which is
Yeah.
good. We've heard the look in a mirror and tell yourself that you love yourself. That's really hard when someone has been through some kind of a trauma or something that there is harder that they're hanging on to. I did hear from a coach to say the word trust, because our eyes are really like the universe, right? And so being able to just look in the mirror and just say the word trust, it's one step. It's easier than saying you love yourself if you don't really.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly. You don't want to, you don't want to, you don't want to say, I love you to yourself and then immediately have the thought, no, you don't.
Right. Yeah.
But I would like to add that what worked for me is saying, I'm willing to love myself.
Oh, I like that.
I maybe can't do it right now, or I don't feel authentic, but I'm willing to learn. If I can't say I'm willing, then it's, I'm willing to learn how.
Oh, I like that. That's so helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm willing to. Oh, I love it. Cool.
And that's true with any kind of transformation. If someone's not feeling ready to take some kind of leap, then it can just be like, I'm willing to be brave enough. You know, I'm willing to trust.
Right.
Or I'm willing to practice trusting. I throw in the word practice too, because then it's maybe, it's not a finish line.
Right. I like that. Sorry. I'm tripped up for a bit because
You're
Virginia
okay.
is working her magic in the back. And I'm typing out the banner, and she did it already.
Oh, she's all over it.
She's all over it. But I was like, wait a minute. It's like magic. I manifested the banner because she's so amazing, but I want to have it up instead of the ticker. So thank you, Virginia. She's my magic fairy, I swear. So yeah, the 4 elements here. So I really apologize because
No worries.
was thrown off for a little bit. Okay.
It segues nicely though into the trust spirit part.
Okay, good.
because where I've gotten tripped up in trusting spirit is when I was too attached to how an end result was going to come about, or too attached to what that end result looked like. And when I say that, the easiest example is like trusting that I deserve love. So then I pick a person that catches my eye in the world and I say, that's the person that's supposed to love me. And then if that's one person doesn't love me exactly the way that I think love looks like, then I'm like, see, I can't trust the universe. Nobody's ever going to love me. When it really looks like the world is a loving place. And even if people come in and exit, there is always love around me. And when I change that expectation, then I could be open to the love. Even right now, I'm feeling your love like coming through the computer towards me, right? And I'm giving you love to the computer, and everybody who's watching you right now, right? Like the world is love, and love is everywhere. We just have to be mindful that we're not attaching a specific, this is the only way that I'm going to feel XYZ.
Wow, that's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge. I mean, it fits in with the I am willing to love myself.
Yes.
It's also I am willing to allow and trust you, source. I don't know what it looks like. So taking
Correct.
The that ending offer, the expectation, that I feel is what I've been doing wrong, or I don't want to say the word wrong or problem, but I was not.
Yeah.
I definitely had an idea of what it was supposed to look like.
Yes.
And that's powerful.
And as you're speaking just now, I got the like head and then full body tingles. And that's a signal to me that I'm really living in alignment and speaking truth. And that this is a really good thing to keep talking about, or just to sit in this with a moment, because that tendency is, again, something to send love to. And okay. I'm getting that what I need to talk about right now is specifically with seeking love. If we are not in a place where we can love ourselves, then start by saying, I am willing to practice loving myself. and just let the practice be enough. I'm willing to have the practice be enough.
Cool.
And then from there, be willing to receive better than you can imagine. Just be willing to receive. And then just go forward, right? And then just go forward. Say, what's the next? I'm willing to love myself. I'm willing to receive. What's my next right step? What's the next right thing for me right now? And even if that's get up and get a drink of water, or go brush your hair, or make a phone call, send a text, like whatever it is, just listen to what that next right step is. And then just practice trusting that process. And like right now, my heart is so open. Like I feel the truth in that. And I feel the heaviness of some people that are listening right now and just looking at me in this moment and being like, oh, I wish I could be like that. She makes it look so easy. And I want to say, I am a mirror for you right now. Everything that is easy for me is also easy for you if you will only allow it.
Wow.
So just be willing to allow it. And right now, the feeling that you are getting from the top of your head to the tip of your toes is your connection. You have that connection. That feels really good when that happens. Really, really good. So thank you for allowing and holding the space for that to come through, because yeah.
I felt that. I've had goosebumps. That was really beautiful. I'm feeling a little bit of feedback here, so sorry if that's happening. It might be just my microphone. Wow, that is a much easier way to move through life, right? To be willing and to give up. I always say, like, we hang on to that tug of war rope, and just like letting go, and the surrender of saying, like, I don't know, I'm willing to let go of that. And once we do, then what we need, or what we've been looking for, just flows right in. Like it just comes in so naturally, right? So many examples in anyone's life of that is I just gave up because I couldn't do it anymore and of myself. And Source was like, okay, finally, I've been waiting for you to let go.
and I don't know, actually, I do know, whether it be you or people watching us right now, sometimes when what we need is to process some kind of shadow or some kind of icky that's inside, it can feel like we are off track and that somehow we lost the bliss and, oh no, what did I do wrong? I thought I was doing so good. And we can judge that as bad. But I've realized that exactly what you were saying about surrender, like when the ick comes up, if the ick comes up, just surrendered it too. Like, oh, I am so glad that this is being cleared right now. Wow, that really needs to get out of here. And it's on its way out, which is why I'm feeling it, or why it came up, or why I got triggered. And just be willing to surrender and ride it out, because it will not last forever.
Right.
And every single time I've felt blissful and then felt awful, and like in the awful dark times, it's like, I'm never going to be blissful again. Like it's all ruined and it was all a lie and I can't do this, blah, blah, blah. Every single time on the other side, I feel better than I ever imagined before.
Right. The bliss is even stronger. Yeah.
Exactly.
Your heart is like so much more open.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I feel that like the lower, harder emotions, a lot of people want to just make that go away and to stop the hurt. And I understand that because we've all been there.
We've
But
all been there.
really, it's to embrace those lower vibration or those harder
Mhm.
emotions, because
Yeah.
that's what catapults you up into the higher states of bliss. Into
I've seen it like an arrow.
Yeah.
It pulls you back and then propels you forward.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So losing the victimhood, and that's me,
Mhm.
or, when we're in those states of like, oh, it's happening again, or, how to get back here, or anything that puts ourselves down, is simply just to stop and be like, thank you. Thank you in this moment of whatever hard thing I'm going through there. It's not forever, but it's also shining the light on, either my purpose or how my light is supposed to shine even greater by just allowing and the surrender to that too. I think it's a really
or what part of me needs to be loved more deeply, like that small child.
Yeah.
If a small child makes a mistake, we're like, oh, that be careful or watch out, or, oh, it's no big deal. Like, you'll know better next time, right? We're really
Right.
gentle with a child making mistakes, but then we can be super hard on ourselves. So just love ourselves like we would a small child when the spotlight gets shown on those things.
Mm-hmm. So amazing. I would like to go back to the trust spirit part again, and just I want to drive that home, because I feel that a lot of people that I have coached or I've been in touch with, especially this year, if there is any kind of, I'm going to say contrast or restriction, but that's not the right word, any kind of pain, or they're just not able to get past that. I feel it's either they don't trust themselves or they don't trust spirit. There's a break or a disconnect there. Can we?
And those are very connected.
Yeah.
I would even venture to say they're directly connected.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you coach someone through that to connect back to themselves and to spirit?
Back to the love of yourself. Back to the loving even the part of yourself that can't love yourself, and just no pressure, no rush, just be. I sometimes have said I'm willing to believe that there's enough time and space for what needs to be done, and just start there. And specifically with trusting myself, because part of my journey is realizing how often I have betrayed myself to please someone else, that I judged myself harshly. I didn't love myself, so I judged myself harshly. And then I I made certain decisions trying to make myself feel better, when if I could have just loved myself in the first place, then I wouldn't be in that situation. I've beaten myself up because I didn't love myself good enough or soon enough, or like all that stuff. And when I got the key of love, even that part of myself,
wow,
that was the game changer. And I read the book, Whatever Arises, Love That by Matt Kahn.
Okay.
And he has an exercise in there. He has tons of stuff. I feel like just reading that book elevated me 100-fold. But he has an exercise in there of actually putting your hands on a part of your body that is feeling whatever judgment you're having in that moment. So you're having those feelings like, I can't trust myself, I can't trust spirit, or whatever the case may be. And just ask yourself, okay, where in my body am I feeling this? And then just hold that part of your body. With me, it's often in my stomach.
Same.
And say, I love you. I love you. And when you say I love you, this isn't mirror work. This is imagining that small little child that just fell on his or her face, scrapes their knee, is in pain, and you're like, I love you. And you just give that energy to yourself, to that part of your body. And he recommends doing it for 2 minutes. And if 2 minutes is hard, then do it 2 more minutes. And just feel that, like, just imagine that little child that is hurt, and just be like, I love you. It's a game changer. It works.
Oh, wow. Yes, you're right. And I want to say how impactful I feel for your story being like what you shared with us, right? Not wanting to even live and considering
Yeah.
suicide to being able to come to a place where you release that judgment and to love
Yeah.
yourself, right?
Yep. Yep. It's a big, yeah. The way we were raised, suicide was wrong. So I wanted to never be born.
Wow.
I'm like, that's really that's
Heavy.
very dark. So now I'm
And
like,
you're
oh,
not
this is
alone.
why
Like
I'm here.
I've heard that story many times, being in the group that we're part of, of X Empower and Jehovah's Witnesses. You're not alone. Like there have been many people in there who've been commenting how they just wanted to die. And I'm like, wow, what a powerful story to spring up from, not to get held back into like
Yep.
for you. Or like I had the thought too, 3-4 years ago when I was going through my depression. I think that's just the human, like this is really hard. I want out. Get me off this train.
And for me, I look at it like that mindset did die. It's gone.
Awesome.
And I'm glad I'm here and I'm living, but that's over. So
love that. That's awesome. Carla's here. She says, love myself enough with the heart. And thank you, Virginia. She popped in the book, the recommendation.
Oh, cool. Great.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to share also when you were talking about holding your belly, I have been through my spiritual coach. She had recommended to put your hand on your heart and on your belly and just say like, I am present or I am safe. Anytime you're getting the wobble or some kind of a more difficult emotion popping up. And I started doing that probably almost, I guess, 3 weeks ago now. And I starting to feel safe in my body. And I think it's just me feeling like I'm holding that little child of mine, that was scared for, bazillions of reasons. It could have been of the night. I still don't like putting my feet out of the blanket after all these years, but it's just like, I'm starting to feel that. And it's so beautiful. So I'm glad that you recommended that as one of the things to do to love ourselves, because I can say from using that the last few weeks, it is really powerful. And in that moment, when you're having that harder emotion, you hold yourself and take those deep breaths. The breaths are really important. Carla's watching. She's going to talk to us about that tomorrow. Is coming back to center, coming back to present and who we are and connecting back to source. Because whenever we're in those wobbles, usually, I'm not even say usually, all the time, we're disconnected from source. We're not focusing, on that. And we need to go through that. So I'm not saying, you're going to be singing rainbows all the time. I feel like there's that ebb and flow. We're meant to go through it because you have to feel the contrast I think to be in that gratitude and that heart open, you have to know what it feels like to have the opposite of that. Right. So cool. Carla's saying the space under the bed at night. Yeah, totally.
What were the words again when you held your heart in your belly? I am safe.
I am safe, or I am present. Just one phrase that is good for you, like that feels really good to you.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of people who've been raised in any kind of a fear-based environment, could have been religion, hell, fire and brimstone, or, for us, we had pictures of children who were in this like war-torn thing with blood and all that stuff around and knives. And it was like super scary as a little kid. So, or anyone whose parent was emotionally not available, or physical abuse, mental abuse, critical abuse, like all that stuff where you don't feel safe and secure. We chose that, we, as soul contracts, we chose our families and to come into that. But I really feel just that holding of I am safe, feeling actually safe. I feel, I keep saying the word feel, but a lot of people are not safe in their bodies. They don't feel safe from their base chakra, their root. So if that's you and that this resonates, really, start going in for the root, right? And getting that security in your who you are, and money is there as well. And just, the feeling safe in the world. Once you can get some healing, and heal yourself towards that, you will become more confident. You'll have more of a zest for life. You're going to see life as working out for you all the time, as opposed
Yeah.
to the opposite, because
Yeah.
you've just got that base, I feel that I had done a subconscious clearing meditation for myself, and I went in just on how I felt around my self-esteem and who I was, and I was in space. There was no ground. I didn't feel grounded.
Yeah.
And I'd had a couple messages this year of, me not being grounded and the back pain because of the financial insecurity and all of that. And I'm like, yeah, but how do I, I'm here, how do I do this? And it wasn't until I started to go in and really start to love myself and sort that out. But we can rewrite the story. Anything that we're holding on to that gives us the wobbles and we're not feeling that safety, we can rewrite the story. What is that?
Do we have time to pull a card?
Yeah, girl, you have like 25 more minutes.
Oh, I do. Okay, for some reason I thought it was 30 minutes. Because
No, the Ask a Healer session is a little longer. We do an hour. Awesome.
There.
Yeah, let's play.
I'm trying to. It's the Journey of Love, is what it's called.
Cool. Who wants a card? If you are watching live and you want a card, then just say me or something in the in the chat. Carla's saying, I feel we can try to be grounded through connecting with Mother Earth is the best way we can show love to ourselves. Yeah, a walk in nature. Yeah. Go put your feet in the sand or the grass. Just go put your hand on a tree. Will ground you, immediately. Yeah. Just reconnecting back. Carla would like a card. I see her first, and then June and Tara Ann. Oh, hey, Tara Ann. I miss you. So we have 3 so far. Carla is first.
Okay, Carla. Give me just one moment, because I was actually feeling drawn to draw a card based on what we were talking about.
Cool. Okay, we can do that first.
And the card that I got, just in general, of not feeling safe in the world. And that falls into the trusting spirit, because if the trust is there, then it's like, even in the worst situations, there'll be what I need to handle it the best. There'll be what I need to serve my highest good.
Awesome.
So this is the card that was pulled, Devotion to the Small.
Okay.
And
I can't really tell. What's it a picture of?
The graphic
like someone bending over.
It's like, yeah, it's a line art of it's very simple. It's an extremely simple drawing of a woman bending over to pick up a flower. Oh. And then there's some swirls around it. Okay. And this is the reading that comes with this. She bows. She honors growth. She sees that within the smallest flower, there is the teaching of the earth, the gospel of Gaia, the mystery of life demonstrated. She recognizes that she too is of nature, subject to the mysteries of growth and life, that in honoring nature and taking pleasure in life, she opens her heart to allow great creation to happen through her. This is the feminine wisdom, alive in men and women with open hearts.
Ooh, I have goosebumps all over. Yes. The wisdom, like nature, just the world is there, but also the pleasuring, right? I would invite anyone who's watching, like, how can you show yourself pleasure today? Any of the 5 senses, whether it's flowers or, there's so many different ways, but to take that time.
Yes. There is a little poem specifically about flowers. I'm wondering if this is actually for you, Christine, because I got the call to pull this while you were talking.
Okay.
It says, a flower is a poem that tells you the truth of a thought in the fragrance of a dream, as fleeting as a heartbeat, as lasting as a memory. The message of this oracle for you is that your blossoming is occurring now, and the Earth Mother has gratitude for your presence within her being, for the work you are doing to help other human beings. She asks for you to surrender any concern you have to her, to let her creative power continue to gently guide you into your rightful place in the world, that you may shine as you were born to do in service to the evolution of this planet. She is helping you now. Trust her.
That is so beautiful. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Oh, okay. Now
I haven't told you the story, but I had, I guess my first download from Source was, oh my goodness, over 15 years ago when I couldn't have my own children, or I knew I wouldn't have my own. Source came to me very clear in a dream and said, "You will be a mother to many." And it's starting to happen now. Like they're coming, the people that I've been coaching, but also just having conversations with, and we have these beautiful chats or experiences, and I see it now, and it is absolutely beautiful. Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
receive. Yeah.
Earth Mother. Yeah. And also just speaking of, to not have the expectation of what that looks like. Like you're actually able to love and be a mother more with what you're doing than someone that just bears children and only loves their own children. So millions of people.
There was a release there. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Was it Carla?
Yeah.
That needed a reading? Because Carla is calling me to the Archangel Raphael cards.
Ooh.
So let's see what's going on. A lot of times those cards come up when someone is either being activated as a healer or they're in need of healing. And sometimes those things go hand in hand. So Carla.
Carla is powerful. She's coming into that.
That's what I'm like. This is an awakening healer and needs to know she's got help. And we're going to see what comes up here. Okay. Carla, are you into animals? It says use your natural healing abilities, and it's a picture. There's a little dog in the picture as well. It says, "Dear Archangel Raphael, thank you for clearly guiding, encouraging, and supporting my healing work."
Carla is like the lotus leaf.
I was going to say, Carla, here's the thing.
She knows so much about healing.
I was going to say, all of the things that you in your mind think about are the reasons why you can't trust yourself to be a healer are actually the exact experiences you need to have to recognize your healing ability. So you're being called to continue your healing work within yourself. And those exact same tools that you discover through your own work are going to be your greatest gifts to the world. So let me look up.
Goosebumps. Carla's been with me the last couple Wednesday mornings in Clubhouse at 8 a.m. We've just been talking about breath work and going within for healing. And the discussions that we've had in the room have been so amazing.
Yeah, Carla, you got this. You got this. Archangel's got you is coming down like a lightning bolt to my head. And I just want you to free yourself. Like, you got this. You know exactly what you need to do. And those little tinges and that little smile that's on your face right now and this excitement you feel like, can I really believe it? Yes, you can really, really believe it. Believe it. Okay. I just want to read something really quick from the book, and I'm trying to see what's going on. Aha. Here's the prayer. Actually, I just read the prayer. Dear Archangel Raphael, thank you for clearly guiding, encouraging, and supporting my healing work. So as you're going in, just ask for Archangel Raphael's help. And just, if you're not exactly sure how his presence feels, then just ask for the sign that he's with you. And whatever that comes up, don't worry about judging it or figuring it out. Just be like, whatever first comes up. And if your first thought is, I don't know, that's okay. It's just priming the pump. So just ignore the I don't know and go with what the next thought is.
Awesome. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay. Next we have, I'm going to say June, and then, and Tara Ann. So let's do June first. Sorry, because I said that name.
Okay. June. Okay. June. Okay. June. I'm getting called to the power animal cards for you.
Just to be mindful of time, we've got about 4 more after. 4 more cards.
4 more after. Oh, readings.
Yeah.
Request for readings. Okay. All right. I will keep that in mind. June.
If you're new to Oracle cards, I just want to share, this is just simply we get a download or a source just says, okay, now, or this one, or this deck, and it's just simply us tapping in and listening to our intuition. I love when they jump out of the deck because I know for sure that's the card. Squirrel!
June. Squirrel, get ready for big changes. Yes, it is happening. It is coming. Buckle your seatbelt, sweetheart, because it's going to be great.
Awesome.
Okay, who's next?
Hang on, I just want to look up the spiritual meaning of squirrel.
Yep.
We have a whole bunch in our backyard. That's my mom. You didn't know that.
I have a reading in here to share. It's very to the point. June, don't get so bogged down in making list after list. This can help, but at this time, it's better to stay active, focused, and purposeful in your efforts. Get a sense of where you're going, even if you may change your course later. Rely on family and close friends for support before and during this transition. And most important, keep breathing.
Awesome. I want to read what I pulled up. This is my mom.
Okay.
So it says the squirrel spirit, and I don't get this opportunity very often, highlights the importance of communication and showing respect to the people around you through your words, actions, and behaviors. It encourages you to respect your differences and find a way to work harmoniously together. So this card is really, the meaning is really saying it's okay to put wet dishes on top of dry dishes. Yep. Nothing as bad is going to happen.
Nope, just keep going.
That's me being cheeky. Okay, next is Tara Ann.
Okay, Tara Ann. All right. Tara Ann, I'm getting the Indigo Angel cards for you.
Nice. She is indigo.
I was like, she's an indigo.
She's a powerful, powerful healer and medium as well, channeler. Woo.
Oh, Tara Ann, I love channeling her. I know. She's like a little bright ray of sunshine and just be like, hi, I'm Tara Ann. Totally. And I'm very, very happy and so blessed that you're sharing your energy with me right now because it feels amazing and it's super fun when I get to connect with someone like you. So welcome. Let's see what we got going on here. It is this right here. Believe in yourself.
Great card.
I was going to say, let me see what the book says here. I know that as indigos, it can be hard sometimes because no matter how powerful we are and how wonderful things have been, we also feel the darkness deeply too. So it's easy for that doubt to come in. So I'm getting like, that doesn't mean that you failed or that anything's off track. It just means that it's an opportunity for you to get even more powerful by loving that part of yourself that's doubting and giving yourself permission to believe in yourself even more deeply.
Woo.
This says, when you receive this card, the angels want you to see yourself and your potential the way they do. They view you as an unlimited person with infinite potential. Right now, the most important thing you can do is realize this for yourself. Ask the angels to release any doubt or fear you have about your life and your path. Those doubts are part of being an indigo. I just said that because you're strongly affected by negative energy. By believing in yourself, you're telling the angels that you wish to live up to your full potential in this life, and they will take immediate action to guide you accordingly. I smile because I thank you. Thank you, Tara, for sharing your energy with me and putting this card in front of us and that reading. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you that Tara, and everything has been exactly as it's meant to be. It's been a lot of like, woo, the last number of months, but it all had its purpose. And I am so happy that Stevie is just sharing all this love on you, because it's not just me saying it, it's someone else.
No,
He feels that.
I feel it. I feel it. Like I've never met you in life.
Awesome, Tara.
I did not know what that card reading was going to say. That was purely the message. So please just believe in yourself. You got this, girl.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I'll have to connect you two. Next one is for Heather Stratford.
Okay. And how many more do we have?
So it'd be Heather and then Virginia, and I saw Heather Kuhn is watching. That's exciting. So 3.
Okay. So Heather.
Oh, Tara has tears. She says, this is so amazing. I can't thank you enough. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to connect you too. I think that.
I was going to say, like, you got I get it. I get it. But right now I'm with Heather. I'm like, Tara, your energy is so wonderful. I want to stay
Heather
there.
Stratford.
What?
This is Heather Stratford. We have 2
Okay,
Heathers.
Heather Stratford. Okay. Heather, hi.
Virginia wrote, get the popcorn. I'm so excited because I know her story too. I can't wait to hear what you have to
I'm
say.
like, Heather, I'm also pulling the Journey of Love cards, and I'm feeling some heartache. It's really hard to watch people we love hurt. And we want to be able to just take away their pain. And when we see like the answers right there, and we're like, why can't you just, like, I know what you need to do. Why don't you just do it? That points to a place in ourselves to love more and to just trust that even though it's hurting, that this is part of their process, this is part of their journey, and the very best way that we can truly help them is to hold that space for them to go through whatever it is they need to go through. The fastest way out is through, and just allow the fear and the pain and all of that to float away. And I say all that before I get head to toe goosebumps and read the card that I pulled, which is Sweet Soul Rising.
Sweet Soul Rising. I love it.
And I don't know, the visual on this is so, I don't know if you can see the card,
Looks like
the card with the light, but it looks like it's a female. She's topless. She's covered in flowers. She has wings, and she is flying in the air and like on a ray of light. And Heather, this isn't your fault either. Like this is what they've chosen. So just know that. The reading says you may feel lost in your own thoughts and feelings. This is the sweetness of surrender into another world. It's a time to dream, to wonder, not to be clear and sharp right at this precise moment. If you have a clear plan, let it become soft and feel your heart open to allowing whatever may be. We might believe that it's through tough action and dynamic assertiveness that we make our own way through the world. Yet sometimes the sweetness of the soul rises, and instead we can flow gently with the currents of the cosmic ocean, unsure of where we are headed, but safe in the truth that all waters naturally return to the ocean, where they are all wanting to go eventually anyway. This oracle brings you guidance now. Surrender and flow. No matter how much you may want or believe that you should, it is not the time to assert your will and try to make things happen.
Beautiful.
So
It's a beautiful card, or just wrote beautiful.
mm-hmm. I feel a little bit of relief. So that was kind of intense at the beginning. And I'm feeling relief. So Heather, I hope you're also feeling a little lighter and being like, okay.
I'm getting the message that it's about your hubby, that he's on his own journey. And everything that's happening is exactly as it's meant to happen for both of your journeys. And it's going to continue to turn in beautiful soul rising or sweet soul rising. It gets better from here.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Next would be Virginia.
Virginia is a light worker. She likes to sing her songs of love. And I'm going to pull.
You sing, Virginia?
The light worker. Virginia sings in her car with the radio on.
Oh.
Her heart sings. Okay, Virginia. Oh, nice. The card is messages in, let me put it by my face. No, that's not working either. Messages in the numbers is what it says. And it's a waterfall and a garden. And there's a guy at the top with the light coming out of his head. And at the bottom, it says 1111, messages in numbers.
Whoa, she was backstage earlier and put in the chat that it was 11:11 today.
Uh-huh. So, Virginia, the universe is speaking to you through numbers. From 11 on your phone to the repeating number patterns that catch your eye, information is being transmitted from the creative universal intelligence into your cellular awareness. You may feel energetic healing as you receive these transmissions of number frequencies. The frequency of 1 is about beginnings, taking the initiative, believing in yourself, and accepting a leadership role in which you step ahead of the curve, beyond the consciousness of those around you, to guide the human race forward in love. There is a really great invocation with this card, and it's the following. I give thanks for the messages, energetic healing, support, and encouragement given to me now and always through unconditional love. I give permission to unconditional love to heal my body, mind, and soul through the healing frequencies of the numbers. May all beings feel the love and guiding intelligence of this supportive, nurturing universe. Through loving grace and my own free will, so be it.
Awesome. She loved it.
Cool.
She said, I freaking knew it with the numbers. Okay, next is Heather Kuhn.
Okay, Heather Kuhn. Is this our last one for today?
Nope.
I know. No, there's more. Okay.
Let me see. Lola would like a card.
Okay.
I think if there's anyone else, last call, please
Yep.
let us know. Kathy, I think you're watching. If you would like a card, let us know.
Heather Kuhn, I have a deck that I didn't get at my computer. It is Keepers of the Light. You can't really see it, but I'm not going to worry about it. These are all Ascended Masters or guides. And Heather, I'm getting that you're wanting some information about who's with you, because it feels really cool that all these people talk about having people with them, but you're not sure exactly who's with you all the time, and just you're looking for some validation about that. So let's see. This will be fun.
She's a powerful healer as well.
Uh-huh. All right. For the sake of time, I may not do readings, but I pulled 3 cards.
Okay.
I'm going to say, you got some Native American energy with you, my dear. Sacred Self, Shekinah. Unleash your spirit, express your gifts, dance to the sacred rhythm of life. White Eagle, Ancestor Spirit.
She teaches Akashic.
Mm-hmm. Connect to your lineage. A family wound or pattern can be healed now. And the last one today is Faith. Humanity and benevolence. Stay calm. Trust the good in yourself and others. See the light in the world.
Awesome. She's going to be speaking tomorrow.
Cool.
Yeah.
Look forward to hearing it.
Thank you for that. And then Lola. We have Lola is Carla's daughter. Lola. Oh, actually, I'm going to bring, while you're doing that, I'm going to bring Stephanie, who's backstage.
Okay.
And I'll just share the story of how the 3 of us are here while you're pulling Lola's card. Heather says thanks for her card. June. Lola's a firecracker. Okay. Hi, Stephanie. How are you?
Hi, loves. Hello. Hi. Good. How are you?
Great. Thank you. I want to share the story of how we all ended up on this stage, because you are actually the breadcrumbs of how I met Stevie through Michael. So Stephanie and I met in Clubhouse. We'll share that later. And so I don't even know how you knew I was an ex-Jehovah's Witness, or like how that even came up. Maybe I just said like in my religious upbringings, because I had a few. And you said, oh, I'd like to connect you with my friend Michael. He was as well. And then Michael and I had a conversation. He's like, oh, I want to connect you to Stevie. I was like, perfect.
Yeah. Awesome. Nice to meet you, Stevie. Hi.
Nice to meet you too.
Cool. We're just finishing up some readings, Stephanie. We just have this last one here for Lola. What card do you have for her?
The card I have for her is Third Eye Chakra.
Ooh, open that up.
And Lola, it is safe for you to see the energy of love in all its forms, such as angels, auras, and visions.
Very cool.
So there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you. That was fun. Appreciate you. You have a great day, and I know we'll connect soon.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got to hook me up with some people. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Stephanie. Take care.
Bye, Stevie. Nice to meet you.
Blessings.
Take care, honey.
Bye.
Bye.
Blessings to you.
All right. Hey,
hi,
woman.
Christine.
Oh, good. You did.
I feel like
I feel
like I wish we could be further in, but I'm using the tech I'm using. I'm kind of like I'm back here, but that's okay. We'll do what we can.
Oh, good.
How's it going? How are you doing? How's your day going so far? Is everyone doing really well?
Fabulous. I love the Conscious Business Showcase. The speakers are just so amazing. I love, just sharing what people are doing in the world and how they're helping people really to heal the collective is basically who we have coming in mostly in their different ways, the different puzzle pieces, right?
Yeah,
cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited to be here and share a little bit about what I do and give you guys a visceral experience of the unknown, right? The spiritual. So it'll be fun to do some healing with people, and we can do a little bit of one-on-one, from the comments and send some energy, and we can also do some group stuff. So whatever comes through is kind of how I say it. So we'll see how it unfolds. I'm excited.
Okay, so I'm gonna then just invite the audience. If you have a question you'd like to ask, Stephanie is a beautiful healer and medium. And then, or if you want, do we say if they want a reading, they can put their name in the comments? I'm not sure how you want to do that.
Yeah. So what I do, just to share a little bit about, I guess, do you want to do the intro?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do your intro. I'm sorry. Let's share you and all your magic and what you do. So
thank you.
Stephanie and I were in the clubhouse room, just to share briefly. I was listening. Sources like go on Clubhouse. So we've been co-moderating a beautiful group in there for spiritual awakenings, symptoms, and signs. And so we're just there to hold space and to answer questions as people have them. And she started talking about dragons. It was the first thing, like when I came into the room, and I was like, oh, cool. And she named the deck I have. So I grabbed it and I just, offered if anyone wants a card. And it ended up Stephanie and I were pulling dragon cards for people and just playing in the energies of the dragons. And it was super fun. And then something came up in the room where we actually backed each other up. And I feel that Source did that just for each of us to see each other's magic and our power. And that was a beautiful experience. And then the relationship has just been so great and continuing on. So I welcome you to the Conscious Business Showcase. Thank you so much for being here, Stephanie. Yeah, please share what you do, including the angelhood, because I think that is super cool, and inviting anyone that share what you do.
Yeah, no problem. So essentially, I am a conduit of living light. So what I mean by that is I work with Source consciousness. I work with the 12 archangelic frequencies of Source. And I teach angels really as that consciousness, that eternal genius versus beings, right? Connecting to beings and giving energy to beings per se, but more about tapping into our own potential as that genius and embodying that angelic wisdom, if you would. So I serve to teach people how to what I call awaken the angel within, so that they can come into service of self and others in great harmony. So they're not in a deficit. A lot of healers tend to go in a deficit. They just give away everything all the time. So we have to recharge. We have to rebuild the wax, I like to say. And I do this through what I call Magdalene mysticism to some degree. Magdalene, as a consciousness, was on the planet to really connect to the angels. She was a master angelologist during her time as an Essene. And so I've tapped in and mentored with her now for, I don't know, over 10 years or so of my awakening journey. And I've developed essentially protocols to build what I call Diamond Earth, which is a multidimensional playground version of what we're doing right now, is what many call 3D Earth. And that means that we can raise our vibrations, we can come into greater harmony with nature, as well as what we find in the world as our vocation, whatever we're doing here on the planet, to love each other, right? And come into greater kindness and more unification versus the polarity consciousness that we seem to find ourselves struggling with right now. So in order to do that, I've built different programs and protocols, mostly revolving around what I call the angelic dream keys, which are very highly refined mantras, you could call them, or frequencies of light that we can move into our instrument, right, our body instrument and our mind and mental spiritual instrument, so that we can again come into greater harmonic alignment. So everything I'm around or about, I guess you could say, is really utilizing the concept of angels as a bridge through all belief systems as a universal playground. I've developed a social network called the Angelhood to gather certain people who resonate with being high vibrational or high frequency. And it doesn't mean they have to necessarily work with angels. It just means that they recognize they go beyond brotherhood, sisterhood, right? Even gender, we go to that state of source. And when we find that universal consciousness as source, God, love, whatever you want to call it, there's an energy to that we can find common ground, commonality. And so that's what the angelhood is about. And the Angelic Academy is basically a university for much around the angelic arts and sciences based in Magdalene wisdom. And as a conduit for her, as a conduit for these angels or archangels, I also work with the dragon energy. And this is an architectural energy. It's like the network itself, right? It's like the grid lines itself of exchange. And it has a very powerful current to it as well. So this is something I teach essentially like a science as well as a spirit. You know, we're kind of finding the balance now, because we have a lot of people who want to really be left brain, logic, reason, science, and they're like, what about spirit? I don't care about spirit. And I think right now we're finding ourselves needing to find a harmony with that, right? And that's what I attempt to do with everything that I do in the world. And Clubhouse has been an interesting playground. I've been engaged in it in its beta phase, and I haven't even really invited anybody of my network into it yet, or even talked about it, because I've noticed already there's a lot of alchemy in there, kind of working things out. So I like to say I promote things once I know that it's like safe, a little bit safer. So energetically, it's been a little interesting. And Christine, you and I experienced that. So I just say, you know, it's like I go in and I do what I can to like, okay, everybody, let's get along, and just try to teach a little bit more about this type of concept, you know, where we can all find unification, or more of a commonality, I guess you could say. So it's my greatest pleasure and honor to help people rise into a higher frequency, whether they're suffering through pains in the body, anything going on physically, or if it's a mental looping that they keep stuck in, right? Anything and everything can be resolved, as I understand it, through the angelic dream keys and anything that I work with. So I'm here to help and serve and do what I can to provide some frequency reset, some soul alignment, harmonic alignment, whatever we want to do. It's so much fun, and I'm excited.
I love it. And I want to say thank you to you, because we've known each other maybe about a month now, and there are so many things I had questions about. You just have answers, and they're so beautiful. I even want to hear you in the different rooms in Clubhouse. I'm like, yeah, so proud that I know you. So I think it's awesome. We do have comments coming in for you, so this is awesome. We're going to start with Stevie, who is just here. She has, she would like a reading. And she said that someone had told her last week that she was a Magdalenite, if that's the right way to say that.
Magdalena would be probably more appropriate, but that's fine.
Magdalena.
People have different languaging. I'm not going to judge anything. I know what I call it, but other people call it different things. It's okay. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, a Magdalena, yeah. Or they also would be called mares, and mare just means master, right? Oh, okay. So I'm just putting on, I have my halo oil that I use, and I'm just putting some of that on just to kind of tune in. Give me a moment before I start pulling the energies in. I like to just—
While you've been chatting, my crown chakra is going crazy.
Yeah,
tingling.
Yeah, here. So I call them muscles. Yeah, they're all here. I'm really warm too, so I'm already alchemizing some energies that are coming through. So give me a moment. Hold on. Okay. All right. So can you just repeat the question? Because once the question comes in, I get you know what I mean? It's a Q&A angel, I like to call it. So we'll see how this goes. If you don't mind just repeating one more time Stevie's question.
Sure. She was just asking for a reading.
Okay. So
anything coming in?
Readings are too general. They're saying, please be more specific, because that's like saying, hi God, what part of God do you want? So let's just go.
Does she have Magdalene energy?
Okay. Is she connected to the Magdalene frequency? Okay. Consciousness. Okay. Yes. Let me check.
She worded it as that, yeah.
She's actually carrying, I would say, the Mare frequency, and the Mare is the master feminine, or the sovereign feminine, as I call it. And she has more of an attunement to Mother Mary. They're showing me. Hold on. She's more in a, okay. So if we think of these conscious energies as where our harmony is at, right? So the Magdalene, or the Order of the Magdalene, were 72 men and 72 women. They made the 144 seating of this kind of consciousness. Some call that the return of the 144,000, relates to those that are the fractal emanations of that original seating. And so she's definitely part of that seating. But I would say, what is her alignment for? What is her greatest harmony for? It's actually the Mother Mary energy, which is more about this maternal, really nurturing, maternal, loving, healing energy, whereas the Magdalene energy is more about balancing the masculine, feminine, and more of this fierceness of the feminine that can come in sometimes. And I'm not saying that she can't tune into the Magdalene at all. That's not what I'm saying. And yes, she would be part of that order consciousness. So yes, she would be what you would call a Magdalena, or a Mare, right, which is the masters of that. But the frequency she's pulling more is in the bandwidth of the light blue, calming, energy, loving, maternal, nurturing side. Magdalene is maternal and nurturing too, don't get me wrong, but she also has an energy that can be kind of like, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out. So she's a little bit more of that energy too, right? So I'm just trying to differentiate slightly as far as what I feel when I tune in, a little bit more of what is either wanting to come through or already is there, right? Already integrated. Awesome. So if that helps and supports where she's at. I don't know if that resonates, but.
It does, yeah. She's backstage and I saw lots of head nods. So yeah,
okay.
that resonates. Awesome.
Okay.
Just to continue with backstage. So Virginia is asking if she is a Lemurian volunteer. And I would say I would ask that same of myself.
Okay, so hold on a second. Let me ask it in my framework. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, I always look at what is your current purpose? What is your current mission? Okay, so hold on a second. She actually came in after Lemuria. She's been in other systems, but you came in after Lemuria. So it doesn't mean you can't resonate with the Lemurians, but it's almost like you're here to resolve some of the Atlantean timelines and what happened in Atlantis, rectifying some things in Atlantis, forgiving yourself for some things in Atlantis. In doing that, it's like, okay, let's go back further to the Lemurian grids, right? Let's go back further to the consciousness of Lemuria, bring that up. A lot of people want to raise Atlantis. I'm like, please don't, let it lie. That was a really interesting timeline. But I would just say you're resonating with Lemurian because of the resonance, right? The resonance of the blue ray or the blue light. Sometimes people see that as sapphire light streams. But there's a lot of clearing on the Atlantean timelines that is actually part of your purpose right now. So it's rectifying, balancing. Some people might say the karmic energetic debt's there, but I don't really look at it that way. I just more look at what is still in distortion or out of harmony that you're looking to balance. And you're pulling to the consciousness of Lemuria. But it's almost like you came in after Lemuria because you were in other systems and you were occupied in other systems that were very much aligned to that in terms of, they're showing me like Palladian, if you want to look at starseed energies, that would be kind of a triangulation with that. So that's why you feel in resonance with that. But it shows me that when you came in more around the timelines of Atlantis. That would be your origin on the planet here, as far as what I can tell. And as far as Christine, you do go back to Lemuria more, and again, there's still some things regarding the Atlantis timeline for you too, but it's like, yeah, but you have a more direct connection to the Lemurians. But it's almost, hold on.
I was told I have Pallades energy.
Yeah, well, that's what that is.
Yeah,
the Lemurian is the Palladian.
Okay.
So it's almost like there's like the ones that came in early from that Palladian, and then there's ones that came in later from the Palladian. So that's all I'm differentiating. So
okay, cool.
Anyway, but we can talk offline. I'll go back to the people here in the yeah.
Awesome. Virginia and I work together. So I was really curious because we have the Healing Soul School together, and I feel that we were from that timeline together, whether we were sisters or she was my mom or I was her mom. I don't know. There's definitely that connection.
I see you guys working in the resonance of that for sure. I almost feel like there is a connection, Virginia, more to Antares, the royalty. Yeah, Antares, Palladian, Antares, Andromedan. Yeah, so that would be aligned to the Ascension Masters of Andromeda, which would be the Diamond Light Councils. So again, it's when we incarnate, sometimes it's how much density we're carrying now is based on how early we came in sometimes. And so wherever you chose to come in, it was almost like right after Lemurian going into, there was an overlap of some kind. It's hard to explain, but I would say why you're here has to do more with bringing the Lemurian concepts to override some of the Atlantean, ego stuff. We'll leave it at that. Hopefully that makes sense.
All right, cool. Thank you. June is saying, can you help me with tuning into my angel or archangel? I have mental loops.
So June, what I'm getting is that you have a high frequency of consciousness that's plugged into many archangelics. So it's not so much to limit yourself to one. I would say there's a council. And so your mental loops, it's really important for you to get grounded in your body and to get into your heart more and to work through the meditations of just really the breath work and getting into the body, feeling safe to be in the body and to bring those energies forward and through you. Because you do have the ability to channel if you'd like and stream, or what I call light stream like I do. But it's almost like you're trying to just figure out which signal, and it's almost like there's multiple signals. So what it is the best thing I can advise you is to really connect to the creator of your soul, right? Which would be your hub. Okay, I call it the hub. And when we connect to that, then that manages what can get through the system, right? That will manage kind of what downloads and comes into the system. And again, if you want to learn more about these things, I don't want to take too much time in the teaching aspect, but I would just say that's something that Angelic Academy does advise on. And I would just mention that the keys are going to be very helpful for you because it's like you're working each microfilament so you can differentiate and move into harmony with whichever ones want to work with you. But there's multiple. So that's why you go through a lot of the mental, because it's almost like the body immediately goes to, ooh, it doesn't feel comfortable, it doesn't feel safe on a subconscious level, perhaps. There's like a resistance to that much energy, and it can be very distracting. I call it like the other ADD, angelic distraction distortion. You want to kind of pull it in, right? So that's just harmonic alignment, and harmonic alignment just means getting these keys and tune them and really get clearer on moving all the stuff out that causes the resistance, which might be old lifetimes of persecution. I mean, there's pick your story, it doesn't matter, but my point is that would be the resistance. So I would say, yes, we can help you tune into your council, but it's not just one archangel, and think of it less like a being, think of it like a council if you can, kind of go bigger. Hopefully that helps you.
Yeah, thank you. That's my mom, so thanks. Next is Carla. She says, I would love a reading, please, regarding my light healing activation. I am drawn to those dragons too, but really raising the feminine and whatever that may look like, question mark.
Okay.
For Carla.
Yeah, I'm just tuning. Hold on. Yeah, I think, Carla, knowing what I know of you already a little bit, you're here to get people into their bodies and to allow for the body to feel safe. And for you personally, it's like we teach or we do what we need to do too, right? So that it's a double duty task kind of going on. So I would just say that if you can really work with the light regularly, I think I've mentioned to you, I have a light meditation, free meditation on Angelic Academy, and that will start to attune, right, and continue to move the light through. And what that will also do is activate over time as you continue to do it, release and reveal more of what you're calling this light healing activation, more energy, so that if the dragons want to work with you, the body feels safe to do so. You know, I did it in a way that I don't recommend to people. I went like full on, I just started streaming and all sorts of stuff, and nobody was there to guide me to do what I did. So I went through it the hard way. But I come back to, if we can refine and move these energies through little by little, it's like you're building a bridge, right? So you can become that conduit. It's like one link at a time, like a chain almost. So that as you build that, your firewire, right, is like a coaxial cable. It's not just a few microfilaments. It's just powerful. And that's how you connect more to the dragon energy. So it's a process, right? It's like going to the gym. It's like just lifting your weights. It's the same thing. So I can talk to you again, you know, offline more about it if you're interested in that. But that would be what I would recommend for your system, because it's very much about the embodiment, so that you can harmonize people even in any capacity that you're working. You'll be able to come through with more light, you know, have more light come through your system. So it's an embodiment factor for sure. Hope that helps.
Awesome. Thank you. Just a couple comments before we go to the next. Jeanette says the diamond dream alchemy keys are very healing and powerful. And June says, thank you. I have dreamed of being in council, sitting in a circle. I just don't remember what had happened. And Carla says, thank you as well. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you know, we've been these things many lives, right? And so we've sat in councils, we've sat in circles together. Many women have sat in circles together too. We can remember, you know, women's circles of healing. And to me, due to certain times that we carry, whether it's our genetic lineage in your bloodline, or whether you believe in past lives or parallel lives, more appropriately, you're looking at, you know, trauma. There's mostly trauma on this planet. I mean, most people in this world have tremendous amounts of trauma that are not even known to them. I just uncovered another one the other day where I was a child that starved, you know, and so we have these things come up periodically that need to get resolved and cleared out. And so those tend to be our blocks to our connection. It's the traumas, right? It's the things we're still carrying in the cellular memory. And so that's usually what happens, is the memory gets blocked because it's too painful, or there's too much anger, perhaps, or fear. So whatever those blocks are, that's where we do some shadow work, what people call shadow work. And there's different ways to do that. I don't believe we have to go through a reliving of the trauma to do that. I think that's why I love the keys, because they will just unplug and release out, just like little champagne bubbles just coming up. And it's like you'll see maybe an image and it just releases, and an image and it releases. It's a much more gentle process. But again, that's why I use it. But again, what I'm feeling is you absolutely have sat in councils and you connect to councils. So you're a council keeper, if you want to call it that. It's just remembrance. And the remembrance sometimes can be a painful process to go through. So again, moving your spiritual work into self-discovery and self-realization is really powerful for that.
Awesome. Thank you. Sorry, homeschooling. Okay, next we have Tara. Oh, wait, let me just make sure. Yeah. Okay, so Tara Ann would like a reading. She's wondering if you can tap into what her purpose is, and if possible, which star system does she come from?
Mm-hmm. And I just want to be really clear, guys, this is a very special thing that I'm doing. I never give readings, just FYI. I don't believe in doing readings. So this is a very unique thing for me. And the reason I say that is we're not asking any questions that are out of alignment so far. I won't future forecast as a rule. So everything so far is okay. But what I know is I like people to go on their own self-discovery. So I'll give them little breadcrumbs and hints. So just know that I'm always going to have whatever's here to serve you in this present moment. Cool. To move you forward in empowerment and empower you. I will never say, this is your future. I've just picked a grain of sand off the beach and this is your future, because there's billions of grains of sand on the beach that could be your future. We're always making decisions. So I just want to be very clear. The angels are saying, remind them of this, because this is where we can get a little bit stuck in terms of somebody tells us something and we take it as Bible or verse, right? And we implant that into our thought consciousness. Their truth, their authority overrides ours. So I want you guys to be really mindful that if it doesn't resonate, anything I'm sharing with you, please leave it. Like, don't take it on board. I always say, I'm only going to get what I'm given, and I will never rob you of your soul's journey to self-discover something in the right time, if there's a divine timing to it. So far, things haven't been those kind of questions, but I'm just kind of putting that out there before we might get a question like that, because I don't usually read. That's not what I do. I'm here to heal and harmonize. But I'm happy to do this because this seems to be what people were doing. But I might want to shift into something a little different before we close.
We'll do that. We'll shift. And I
okay,
want
so
to
this
say
will be the last.
Oh, sorry, there's a little bit of a delay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for doing this. I do want to share that people who are on here right now are healers. So this is great. So you're giving back to healers. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, I know. So this is really great. And I'm just letting you guys know, just in case you have this expectation, if you ever work with me directly or ever come into one of my circles, that this is totally, and some of the people who know me know that stuff doesn't do this usually, but anyway, it's fine. Okay, so back to Tara. Let me just tune it.
Cool.
I see a lot of children stepping in. Something to do with either inner child work or working with children, specifically healing children, focusing on the youth. It doesn't mean little itty bitty children. It just means the youth. All right, they're telling me. And there's also an energy of the Arcturans working with you. Is it Arcturus? Yes. Anyone else? Again, remember, we have many multiple starseed, alignments. So it's not like if I tell you this is your planet starseed lineage, investigate it. You might have multiple. I mean, I can tell you mine are Pleiadian, Regalis, and Taurus. I mean, I have massive amounts. So again, just take it with a grain of salt. Oh, hold on. Pleiadian, Arcturus. Arcturus is going to be more for creation of systems. So they're very highly intelligent. So that's where you get a lot of if you get downloads, that's where they're coming in from, is like to create systems and how to create aspects of your healing, and upgrading those perhaps. And also learning to let go of some of the things you've already learned. And this is something interesting that might be a little controversial for some of the healers in the room. When we get super attached to systems that have gone before us, ancient systems perhaps, even as young as a Reiki system, whatever, it's important to remember everything's evolving. And as we're moving into the new timelines of New Earth, I call it again Diamond Earth, we are moving new systems in that are from this point forward. We're evolving them. So it's like you might learn something and you're like, well, I like to do it this way, or I don't like those symbols. Those feel like restrictive, or however you feel about anything you're learning. Please be mindful and know you might be the one who's here to elevate it and bring it into a new level of consciousness. And you're not necessarily holding on to the old earth patternings, because if we keep repeating the old earth patternings, guess what we keep repeating? The old earth paradigms, right? So we're all here to really evolve and elevate consciousness through our own instruments. And in my opinion, it's nice to have reverence and learn from the masters and take what works for you and leave what doesn't also, right? Because when they were bringing it in, it was appropriate for their time and their resonance and their harmonic alignment. It might no longer be appropriate. It's kind of like saying it was PC and now we're Mac, but we're going quantum computer. So just keep that in mind. If you've outgrown a certain system, like I've had a lot of Reiki practitioners that don't resonate with Reiki anymore. And they said, I don't like the symbols, something feels off. Great, then don't do it anymore. And what do you want to do? Maybe create something different. Maybe something new is coming through you. You have permission to do that, right? And it doesn't mean discount it. It just means that maybe there's something else that is here to be born through you. So I would kind of say, Tara, that's what I'm getting for you, is there's something that wants to come through you, and it has to do something with children and the youth in general. It could also mean that you have some inner child work to do on your own as well to bring that forward. But I do see Pleiadian and Arcturan as mostly the two that are mostly working with you right now. Andromeda's working with everybody, so that's just a blanket because of the diamond light factor, but and I can explain that in a minute, but that's the two more specifically, I think, that are going to be working with you in the higher realms. I hope that resonates.
Cool. Thank you. You let me know how you want to do. Heather has a question, just simply like, how do I find out who our council of angels or archangels are? Is there an exercise?
Again, it's going to go to look at the light. When you're meditating, what resonates with you? What colors resonate with you, right? It's less about the labels. It's less about, is it Michael or Raphael? I'm going to be honest. It's less about that now. That's still an old archetypal system, hierarchical system, patriarchal system that wanted to give our power to the more masculine angels. Not that there aren't feminine ones, but that idea of there's Superman, we're waiting for Superman, let's pray to Superman, God, Jesus, angels to help us. Please help us, this concept. We are becoming those angels now. We are embodying those frequencies now. And as we continue to understand that, we can then step into our power more, take accountability for what we're creating more, be in the word, our word is law more, right? And have more impact into the field that surrounds us and have more ability to take action in the world because we feel that empowerment and that confidence in our soul. If we keep giving our power away to angels, it's like, I got to work with my angels. They'll work with you. They're working with you all the time. You can embody them. You can align to them. And you have the ability to trust that if you connect to the creator of your soul, that's what I call it, the creator of your soul, right? The angels will automatically just come in. You don't need to worry about, oh, which one? That's a very mental thing. Doreen Virtue did a lot of teaching on that. And there's a reason Doreen stepped out of that, because we're evolving past that now. Not to discount Doreen. She was great in bringing angels into the light. Now we're going past that. So the evolution here, I would say, is what colors come in and feel into them. Bring them into your heart and know that they're here to support you, activate, align you, harmonize you, love you. And if you get a name, great. If you don't get a name, don't worry about it. It's more about how you feel, and just bring that light through you and through everything that you're doing. And then the intention of your love is the most important thing. That's my support on that one.
Awesome. I'll tell you what's there, and then you can take it in the direction you want. So Lola is Carla's daughter. She's just wondering how to activate her third eye and her purpose. And Brenny is here, and just knowing Brenny a little bit with her story, she's meant to bring color and light into the world. And as a mom who's felt the pressures, and I'm going to say that, the depression and heaviness of being a mom and kind of losing herself, she's finding her way back up.
Yeah, I'm seeing some of the questions. Okay, so going to Lola. Lola, my alignment for you is just to hold the diamond light. The diamond light is the most pristine, all source encompassing frequency. And you're a prism, like your whole prism energy is able to transmute and alchemize through that clarity of purpose that is all spectrum, right? Like being a rainbow. And the third eye perspective of opening the third eye, I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of the diamond children or the diamond ones, they don't have their third eye on for a reason, because sometimes they have to go into pretty dense places, spaces, areas that if you had your third eye on, you might be too afraid to go into because you'd be seeing everything in there. So just know if that third eye is supposed to come on, it will come on in due time when it's appropriate for you. But sometimes the purpose is not to have the third eye on, because it's about opening up your heart and knowing things, working on your frequency of faith and knowing first, to really know where you're not relying on what you're seeing, because sometimes what you're seeing can actually be, how can I say it, manipulative, right? It can be possibly not 100% clear, or you might see a vision, but you don't necessarily know what it means, right? So it's really good to work and harness the power of the heart first, in my opinion. Get the gnosis, the knowing, like you know this for a fact, like you just feel fully confident in that. And that is something of a muscle that we oftentimes don't get a chance to build if we just rely on the third eye and always just go to the third eye default, because it validates instantly, right? And I would say, if it does come on later, great. By then, you'll already have the heart fully functional and knowing things, that's just the secondary validator. Now, for those who have a third eye that's fully wide open, that usually means you've already done the work on the clear cognizance and other timelines. So they're already, they're already set for that. So I just trust that everybody has a reason of what gifts are coming in for them. I don't always believe we activate these things on our own, like we push our will into them. I believe that our soul always knows what it's doing. Our creator always knows what it's doing through us as an instrument. So as long as you keep staying in trust and you keep staying in that space of love, self-love first, and love others like yourself, then as long as you're in that process, you will receive the gifts in appropriate timing. So don't worry about it, babe. Just be that diamond light you are and just come into the radiance of your being. You're here to alchemize a lot. So your purpose is to harmonize and alchemize. So whatever systems you go in, meaning classroom settings or businesses or anything that you're in, any room that you're in, yoga studios, doesn't matter, wherever you go, supermarkets, you can transmute the energy there. So what does that mean? If you feel and sense a lot of energy coming in and it doesn't feel so great, you bring light in and you neutralize it. You bring it into harmony. Okay. And again, these are things I teach through Angelic Academy. So Carla, feel free to reach out on that if you want to have her get more aligned to that. Star lineage, please. Hold on. Andromeda. We'll just go with that. That's what's working with you.
Awesome. Okay, I'm glad you're keeping track.
I'd love to work as a group and get some people harmonized. If we can do that, does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody says they barely understand half of what I'm talking about. That's awesome. Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I'm here to bridge into something totally new. It's angelic arts and sciences. It's not what's done before, and so that's the bridging, right? That's part of it. So we're working with multidimensionality. We're working with you're networked is the best way to say it. So you're here, you're you, this is your soul right now having this experience. But when you go to sleep, you're actually not in your body anymore. Your energy kind of consciousness is out of your body and you're working on all these other levels of you too. And this is what people are starting to understand. People are waking up to. A lot of people are still going, what? How does that work? You know, if it doesn't resonate with you, then that's not where you're at right now. That's okay. Totally okay. I'm here to speak to kind of a broader bandwidth in case there are people here who know exactly what I'm talking about and need to know some of this intel. So we'll do what we can.
Awesome.
Somebody said fuchsia, violet, and bright pink.
That was Heather Stratford. You had asked her what color she was seeing.
Yeah. So I would say that's usually going to run in the violet light stream, the amethyst light stream. Zadkiel is the octave for that, usually as a rule. And then the bright pink fuchsia more. I'm getting Jophiel, a little bit of Jophiel coming in. So they blend, right? I mentioned there's like a weaving that happens. So it's almost like the violet comes in, but then the pink kind of calms it, tempers it. It's the best way to say it. So it's not so intense for your system. And Magdalene also, I can talk. She aligns to magenta. So for those who feel there's a magenta energy around them, and that fuchsia can sometimes feel like that. So that could be the Magdalene coming in a little bit as well. So hopefully that helps.
Cool. There's a lot of healers watching. And so I'm just wondering, can you speak to kind of where we're at in the world and where we're headed? And I love that you are very forward thinking and not so, you know, it's from a soul level and not so much from any, you know, lines or anything, no divisions. I'm trying to think of the word, like we're labels. That's it. You don't really, you don't come from a label area, you know, you're higher above that. I would say from a soul level. What do you feel to share with everyone? Just based on like kind of for the collective, what we're supposed to be doing and where we're heading into.
Yeah. What I would share and what I'm getting for everyone is to really fully step into our sovereignty, our freedom, our free will, and our ability to bring forward what we're here to bring forward through our unique soul signature, right? Your unique blueprint. It's important to trust your heart first and foremost and do the work to get to that place of trusting your heart. If we don't trust ourselves or don't trust our heart as the instrument of communication, really, in terms of processing all that we're receiving in the magnetic field that it generates, then that's where the work is. So most healers, if they're still wounded healers, really have that work to do, and it's getting into more trust of their heart. Once they trust their heart and they get away, they dissolve the heart walls that they feel they have to have up to protect them because they feel vulnerable. I want to say this. One of the things that the angels have, and my councils, I should say, are bringing in is the idea that when we say we're energetically sensitive, the subconscious here is energetically vulnerable. So the wording is very important. Our word is law. It's our intention. And so what I would highly recommend is to shift yourself or your clients out of that verbiage, right? That vernacular that says energetically sensitive. I'm so energetically sensitive. I'm empathic. I'm so, right? That whole thing, right? Because there's an underlying vulnerability, sometimes even victim in there. And what I'm going to say is you're energetically aware. You're conscious of your surroundings. That's different. You're aware that there's some energy coming into your field, perhaps, but you're not subjugated to its will. You always have authority over your own self, right? And you're not a victim. When we're in the victim consciousness, right? When we believe we're a victim, we attract victimizers. It's just how it works. They show up to show you, I reject the victimizer. So a lot of times people will come into this idea of the empath and the narcissist. This is one of the templates that came up in recent years and became a whole thing, right? What I'm going to say is find the narcissist within you that you created to survive perhaps the narcissists around you in your childhood. If you had a masculine or feminine narcissist, mother, father, whatever, you normally as a child, what we do is we create a sliver of narcissism in ourselves so that we'll be accepted and loved by the narcissist. And most people don't know that. And it's really dig deeper. It's really in the sub, right? And so we sometimes have to go through hypnosis or do different types of work to draw that up. And it's a little not a very nice one to bring up sometimes, but you got to get it. And it's like a splinter in there. It's just like a block, and you just want to pull that out, right? So that's one thing to look at. Because what happens is if we've felt victimized, let's say in the childhood, I'm just going to go to template of somebody who's an abused child or somebody who never was seen or heard as a child. Maybe they were abandoned, ignored, whatever it was, right? Whatever that childhood was that was traumatic. We want to continuously reloop it in and make that as a reason why we can't step into our power. And what happens at the subconscious level, yeah, that's right, my dogs are barking on that one. What happens on that, though, is it's usually the anger of the hopeless child that got brutalized or traumatized, that it couldn't defend itself. It couldn't speak up for itself because it was scared of the powerful parent. And a lot of healers have this. So I just am sharing this because it's about reclaiming your power, your confidence, right? But you got to get to the anger. The anger is the one that usually blocks us from really owning the power of love within us, because it's the one that is so scary. If I tap into that anger, man, I might not ever come back. I might completely lose my, you know what, I can't do that. I might hurt somebody, so we hold it and stuff it. And what do we pile on top of it? Like wet blankets. It's like fear, pain, grief. And we'll just keep cycling through those because we won't ever want to go to the anger. So my recommendation is get to your narcissist, get to your anger, find those in the system if they possibly are in there, because that will liberate you to become an amazing healer. That's what the surge of energy that wants to come through your hands, through your body, through your whole eminence, to be the presence of love, to be the presence of confidence, right? These are the ones that I find most recently have been coming up for people that are the ones that are really blocking them from being able to step into that. So my overall message is to reclaim your power and your sovereignty and your ability to step in with truth, is to go through the forgiveness aspects, right? To go through the trust of the heart, to get through some of these own things of your own stuff, right? And then you have the ability to bring in so much more energy of healing instantly, right? Just instantly absolve things. This is what you would call the miracle streams come in, right? But those can't access if your heart's still like, I don't know, it's a little scary, or anything going on like that. So I'm wondering if that resonates, but I just wanted to at least bring that forward, and happy to take questions about it. But that's really what I'm receiving, is to work on some of our own things in the self-healing and the self-love and self-devotion practices, which is really what I'm about as well, to make sure that we're fully recharged. An empty cup cannot quench anyone's thirst, as they say. So we need to really fill our cup and to overflowing, and fill others from the overflow. If you're constantly running at basement level frequency because you're exhausted, you're in pain, you're stressed, you're in scarcity consciousness, work on those things. There's no shame in having to have a side gig while you're building your business of healing. If you're coming from scarcity and you're like, I don't know how to make money as a healer, let's say, as an example. Sometimes the vibration of scarcity needs to get resolved by having some money flow in some other faculty first, and parallel them if you can, and sometimes it's necessary. I've had to do that in the past. So there's no shame in that, anything else? There's a few different swaps going on here. Okay, we'll pause. They're saying we'll pause for now and come back to you.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you. No new questions have come up. Yeah, Stevie Lang says parallel income. Amen to that. Super cool. We have about 10, 12 minutes left. So is there anything that's on your heart that you want to share?
I would love to do a transmission and explain a little bit of the transmission that I do, if that's okay. So it's going to be a diamond light transmission, and diamond light is replacing, in my vernacular, divine light. Divine, interestingly, has a little bit of the division in it. So it's still carrying a polarity consciousness within it in the sub. And again, doesn't mean you can't use the word. It's totally fine. But for me, I'm doing my best to elevate it. And so diamond light is essentially the same thing as sacred light, divine light, whatever you want to call that. It is the source frequency, and it is a multivitamin L, I like to say. It's multi-supplemental. It's here to simply come into the system and resolve and harmonize whatever is out of alignment. So if you think of like your energy centers might be off kilter, we're going to do something to align those. If you think of, just any of your energy frequency feels a little draggy, right? A little maybe depressed. Maybe you felt like, oh, I got energetically hit. You just don't feel good, whatever. If you have pain, inflammation in the body, anything and everything that's potentially going on with you, your job is simply to say, I am open to receive the harmony, right? The harmonization of anything out of order, right? So there's order or there's disorder. That's it. So what this light will do is just come into the system, and it will feel as if I'm putting my hands on top of your head directly, or just you might feel energy coming in through the crown. Hopefully the dogs will stop barking. And it's probably the Amazon mail person or something. But this energy will come in usually through the crown. However, I have had people experience it where it comes directly into their heart. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to essentially just make my vessel fully open for that council to bring in this diamond light from source. And what that will do is come through my heart. I call it a heart hug. It will also come in through my hands. And so that's why I say you might feel me literally as if I'm putting my hands on top of your head. But fundamentally, it's a transmission of love. That's it. It's this light coming through as love for you, and it will just do whatever it needs to do. So I'm getting out of the way, and it's just going to come through. I might have to mute myself while we do this because my dogs keep barking, and I'm not sure why. Maybe my councils are in the house, and they do that sometimes. But I guess we're ready to get started on that. So does that sound good to everybody? And maybe if we just get like a yes or some kind of like permission, I'm going to assume if you stay in this live stream, you're giving permission for that receiving. But just feel free to offer that as well if you want to. Does that sound good?
Yes. Yep. We're getting yeses.
Oh, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into alignment. When you see my hands come in like this, then I just ask you to close your eyes and like kind of lean into your heart, receive, and just open your heart to receive the alignment. Okay, and that's it. And the light will come in, and you might again feel a little tingling. You might feel a little warm. You might already feel this energy coming in because sometimes I'm transmitting automatically through my words, so it'll just come in a little bit more flowy. And just you can imagine just a waterfall of light coming in over your body, throughout you. and we'll see how this goes. All right. So let me just mute myself in case the dogs want to interfere. But you'll see my hands go up when we're ready. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Okay, so what I know in this moment of now is that everybody here is coming into harmonic alignment. All energy centers of your being, this is what you might call your chakras, are coming into full alignment. We are correcting all spin states within those centers to bring them into their most radiant brilliance in this moment of now. We are opening them up to receive as much energy of diamond light as they can optimize for the physical body, as each of these energy centers governs certain organs and certain regions of your physical body. We know that it is safe to fully open them, especially at the root, to bring in safety, security, and grounded nature. So we ask that your higher self or your angelic nature fully align now, anchoring into your body, coming into full alignment with each of these energy centers, so that you may feel the embodiment of your highest vibration, the frequency of your soul, the energy that you are fully capable of embodying now. And just seeing this radiance come forward from your heart, this beautiful diamond heart that creates a beautiful magnetic field of love and light and intention. And know that in this moment of now, you are fully calibrated, restored, realigned, and reset to hold the most highest angelic frequencies of living light, ultimate love, and immaculate grace, and that you only allow for these frequencies, only allow for the highest frequencies of living light, ultimate love, and immaculate grace to remain within your presence always. And we call this setting a halo, setting a harmonic alignment, so that you have a beautiful bubble of light around you now. And in any moment where you might feel slightly insecure, slightly vulnerable, or any situation you step into where you feel that the energies could be a little bit more intense than you like, all you need to do is say halo activate, and you imagine this bubble of light around you. Know that your counsels are here. Know that they support you. You are never alone. You are always held. And you can direct this energy of diamond light into any of the work that you do as a healer. And just imagine it radiating from your heart, down your arms, through your hands, and see your hands laying on others or on yourself, seeing this light beaming out of your hands. You can also say that you're a walking sage or smudge machine by just directing that light into corners of rooms or anything you'd like to charge and energize as a healer. And just know that you are your greatest instrument of this light, this living light intelligence, this genius, right? Yes, thank you for the exclamation. My dogs are very active today. So just know I love you. And I'm here, and I'm here to support you in any way that I can. And you're welcome to reach out to me if that is of resonance with you. And I'm blessed and thankful and honored and praise you for being here on the planet today in these unprecedented times to bring in your unique signature that this planet needs and requires at this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. So thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do this activation and alignment, if you would. And I'm grateful. Thank you, Christine.
Thank you. I'm going to bring Virginia back. Here we are. Thank you. You're getting
Hi,
thank
Virginia.
you, Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie. Oh my gosh, I like feel like a puddle. I feel wonderful. That was great. Thank you so much for that.
You're so welcome.
That was
You're so
beautiful.
welcome. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, what a day. That has just been action packed. I kept putting popcorn signs in the comments because I was like, seriously, if I could get away from the computer, I would go and make popcorn right now. Such a great day. That was
Well, it's
awesome.
lovely to meet you. I love your radiance. Yeah, I love your radiance, Virginia. Thank you. It's lovely to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
I just want to say, everybody here, I'm so honored to invite you to the Angelhood. If you'd like to come to the Angelhood, it's at theangelhood.com and find other radiant ones like these lovely ladies and myself, and we connect. We just connect and socialize in a safe sanctuary kind of space, right? So a little bit less intense. That Facebook can be a little bit interesting. So I definitely want to make sure you know about that. And yeah, just really honored.
That's awesome. So awesome.
Thanks for your gift today, Stephanie, and we'll continue to connect. We do. I feel like I'm talking to you almost daily.
I know.
It's really neat. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So thank you, and thanks for sharing your gift today with us and your activation
My
too.
pleasure. I hope everyone received what they required today to bring them up a little bit into that frequency reset, I'd like to call it. So I just want to say thank you, Carla, and thank you everybody. Thank you everybody for your loving questions, and Jeanette for being here. Jeanette's one of my members of Halo. So thank you, Jeanette, for being here.
Super,
And everybody
thanks
else.
for watching.
Yeah.
I can tell you that my crown was vibrating during that activation. I felt it there.
Yeah.
Good.
Same. All the
Good.
way.
What about you, Virginia? Okay. Good. Hopefully others felt it. Did anybody else feel it? Do you want to just put up a yes? I do this thing actually in my groups where I'm like, where's your AQ, which means angelic frequency, right? And it's like a 1 through 10, and I'll say that like before we get started, and people come in like 6s and 7s and 8s or whatever, and usually by the time we finish, they're like 11s and 12s, so it's good. So I love to just say, where's your frequency at? Where's your AQ at? So Jeanette's saying 11.
That's
Great.
11.
Awesome. And just know, I want to, before we close, I know it's time, but I just want to say, make sure you drink lots of water. This is a living light, so this is radiance, right? So you might feel a little warmth. You might feel some energy vibration. It's your DNA and your cells kind of vibrating faster. Totally normal. Just make sure if you get a little bit, that energy feeling, then just water is really good to ground in and just kind of calm down that. Also, if your body feels like it wants to rest, you feel like, oh, I'm kind of tired, that's usually the parasympathetic. There's something else going on. So just give your body some time to integrate and get some rest and honor it. All right. So that's my advice on that one as far as the physical body factor. With what we do with spiritual.
That's exactly what I was thinking as I was coming back on camera. It's like, whoa, I need to go meditate after this. I got to integrate all of this and balance out. Like, it's just, it was beautiful. I love it. But yeah. And maybe a little.
And if you guys, because I know you have to continue this, if you feel like you floated up and out, because sometimes that's what happens too with the diamond light, because it's like bringing you into a bridge state. Then you just kind of say anchor, 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 and just kind of feel yourself. And you can stand up and just ask, your body to come in, ask your soul to come in, and then you'll usually feel a little denser in the feet come in once you know you landed. So just keep hitting anchor, anchor, anchor. That's my other bit of advice before I go. So just want to say that.
Awesome.
Awesome. All right, everybody.
If
well, thank you so much.
on Clubhouse, you can find the Hug Angel on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
She's in there and on Instagram and of course on the Angelhood. Thank you again, Stephanie.
Yeah, at the Hug Angel across all social media pretty much. So you can find me there too. Yes.
Wicked.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, everybody.
Bye.
Have a beautiful day.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Wow, what a full packed day. I'm
Yes.
feeling good. I'm feeling she gave me a little shot of energy there because I was feeling just the day full. And we have another full one tomorrow. Super excited. So we're gonna say goodbye right now, but I'm gonna quickly just share my screen for what we have going on tomorrow. This is let's hope I pulled the right one.
It's hard to
We're
read.
gonna find out. Yes, I did it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Thank you. We're starting again tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. Virginia and I will be here opening, and then Virginia is going to do a beautiful meditation for us at 9:15 Eastern. Anne's going to be in. She's a really cool healer, medium. She connects you to your super self, your superhero. Janet's going to be here. Janet also, I love her, just straight and to the point. She has really great wisdom just tapping in. Catherine talking to us about nutrition and reversing the food addictions. I'm going to chat a little bit about childhood programming and how to recognize your patterns and to look at what's happening in your life today and maybe clear some of that for you. Carla, who's been here in the comments with us, she's coming to chat with us about raising the feminine. I don't know if we have that right. Sorry. Yeah, raising the feminine to heal the masculine. Yes. And I'm super, super stoked to hear about that. She also does our breath work or has been, working with me in Clubhouse, a beautiful, beautiful healer. And Betsy's going to be on talking about soul beauty and protecting a watershed in the Amazon. Super cool. And Adela and Heather are also healers and mediums, and they are super powerful, super fun, and they're going to share what they do tomorrow with us during Ask a Healer session, which is from tomorrow is 12:30 to 3 o'clock. And so you can come and ask questions, and maybe there'll be readings. We'll get a vibe for tomorrow and how things go. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for plugging in and for spending time and space with us. We really appreciate it. There's the dog.
Lola says hi.
Cool. I realized it didn't share. I'm getting a message I didn't know about. So anyways, I went through the list. That's who's here tomorrow. Thank you for watching on any of our social platforms, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.